Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story, Chapter 260, Visit. Chapter 260 Visit. Survival points were used as currency in the apocalypse camp. They were very affordable. It was worthwhile buying them. Fang Heng was very busy, but he was also very excited. Just as he was thinking about the overall situation, the old steward knocked on the door. Mr. Fang Heng, Mr. Chen Yu from the Federation and his friends are here to visit. Chen Yu. Fang Heng had heard from Mo Jiawei that Chen Yu had been troubled by the anti-federal organization recently. This guy had been quite busy recently, but to pay a visit personally, could it be that the anti-federation forces had made some new moves? Okay, take him to the reception room. I'll be back soon. In the reception room, Chen Yu put a piece of tiramisu cheesecake in his mouth. Zhangzhe, you should try it too. The culinary skills of the prison shelter are definitely at level 20. The taste is amazing. Fang Heng pushed the door open and entered. If it's good, then bring some back. Ha, Fang Heng, how can I do that? Chen Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. Then I won't stand on ceremony. At this stage, the various resource points in the Federation had been fully developed. The resources of the various resource points were almost enough. They definitely wouldn't go hungry, but it was still impossible for Fang Heng to recruit an NPC chef to be in charge of 3 meals a day and desserts. Chen Yu'd up and introduced Fang Heng. Fang Heng, this is Zhangzhe, the head of the Special Investigation Team for the Night Owl incident. Fang Heng looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled gaze. Night Owl. Yes, a series of events have happened in the game since the start of Server 8. Now we can confirm that this series of events are closely related to the Night Owl organization. Especially these days, the members of Night Owl have been very active in the other game servers. The higher-ups gathered information from various sources, suspecting that Night Owl is intending to make another big move shortly. The higher-ups decided to set up a special investigation team, which will be responsible for investigating Night Owl and the main storyline mission in the current server. Fang Heng tried to recall from his memory. He had indeed never heard of the name Night Owl. Speaking of which, could the employer behind Old Black be Night Owl? I've heard a lot about you, Fang Heng. Zhangzhe looked at Fang Heng with a scrutinizing gaze and nodded at him. Your shelter is great. I'm here this time to understand the main storyline mission related to the Dark Knights. Fang Heng was somewhat disgusted by Zhangzhe's scrutinizing gaze. He pouted his lips. As expected, the main storyline mission. He had already learned the importance of the main storyline mission from Mo Yunxiao. Night Owl had caused so much trouble in the game, and most of it was to delay the progress of the Federation's main storyline mission. They had even made moves to destroy the main storyline mission. It seemed that Night Owl was the same as the Federation. They were both interested in the main storyline mission. In other words, they were all competitors. Zhangzhe said, we hope that we can cooperate with you to complete the main storyline mission together. Cooperate. Fang Heng's impression of Zhangzhe became even worse. He thought to himself, do you think that I don't know anything and you can get something from me for free? If we cooperate, who will be the final owner of the main storyline mission? At this stage, his main storyline mission was undoubtedly the most important. The mission for the next stage was also in his hands. The safest way was to complete it alone. If they were to cooperate and complete it. If the Federation were to do anything rash, it might cause him to suffer a big loss. The best would be for the Federation and Night Owl to fight among themselves. He would take the opportunity to secretly develop and complete the mission silently in the background to get the reward. A perfect plan. Yes. Let's pretend to cooperate first. Fang Heng nodded and said, yes, I will consider the cooperation aspect. However, ever since I came back from Pine City, I haven't received any missions related to the Dark Knights. Fang Heng did not lie about this. It had been quite some time since he had handed over the secret documents related to the primogenitor virus to the Dark Knights. He was anticipating some news from the Dark Knights soon. Zhangzhe asked, what about the others? There's no other news. Fang Heng shook his head, I'm not very familiar with the Dark Knights. I haven't been in contact with them recently. That's troublesome. The next main storyline mission hasn't been triggered. The situation in Pine City is also very strange. Chen Yu did not doubt Fang Heng's words at all. He sighed and was deeply worried. We are most worried that the Night Owl organization might have done something in the dark that affected the triggering of the follow-up mission. Seeing that he could not get any useful information from Fang Heng, Zhang Zhe stood up. Fang Heng, then I won't bother you anymore. If there is any news, contact me anytime. All right, I'll send you off. Fang Heng stood up and sent the two of them out of the reception room. Fang Heng was stunned for a moment when he pushed open the door of the room and stepped into the pathway. At the end of the pathway, Mo Jiawei was preparing to go upstairs with a group of people at the corner. Mo Jiawei's face froze when he saw Fang Heng. Then, Fang Heng heard a familiar voice. There was a tinge of surprise in the voice. Lucia walked out from behind Mo Jiawei and the others. She walked quickly to Fang Heng and gave him a warm hug. Fang Heng did not expect Lucia to come so suddenly. Why are you here? Didn't you return to the Dark Nights to settle some? I came back to look for you as soon as I was done. Lucia winked at Fang Heng and moved aside. Fang Heng, let me introduce you. This is the founder of the Dark Nights, Russell Blind. Russell. Fang Heng was stunned and looked behind Lucia. Hello, Fang Heng. The Dark Nights are honored to have young people like you. The final boss of the Dark Nights. Russell. He was not strong, but his reputation was well known. He came to Fang Heng's shelter in person. Behind Fang Heng, Chen Yu and Zhang Zhe were shocked and quieted down at the same time. Even Russell had come personally. Chen Yu wanted to ask Fang Heng, are you sure that you're not familiar with the members of the Dark Nights? Thank you for everything you've done to save this world. Russell was a white-haired old man, but he was in good spirits. Mo Jiawei thought to himself that he was unlucky. Russell's group had been directly teleported over through the space-tearing device, and they had arrived in a hurry. He had heard that Fang Heng was meeting with people from the Federation. From the start, he had planned to bring Russell to the living room on the second floor to wait. He hadn't expected to run into Fang Heng, who had just left the meeting room. Fang Heng pointed at the meeting room. Teacher Russell, let's go in and talk. There's no need, Fang Heng. Time is tight, and the helicopter is already in position. We'll set off for Paradise Island in 4 hours. Paradise Island? What kind of place was that? Fang Heng looked at Mo Jiawei, who was also confused. 4 hours later. Why is it so urgent? This is important, Fang Heng. 7 hours ago, our research team cracked part of the encrypted data we got from Pine City. Chapter 261, Paradise Island. Chapter 261, Paradise Island. Based on the comprehensive analysis of the data, apart from the information about the primogenitor virus, we also obtained some information about the origin of the primogenitor virus. We learned that the primogenitor virus was originally extracted from a meteorite. A university research team discovered the uniqueness of the meteorite. They conducted further research on the meteorite and tried to develop a drug to treat cancer through the meteorite. After that, a consortium called VIES bought the university's laboratory and renamed it the Meteorite Company. 3 years ago, to carry out special research, the Meteorite Company bought a large island overseas. They placed the meteorite in the laboratory on the island and sent people to guard it. This research project is led by the chief researcher of the company, Dr. Kevin. Before the zombie apocalypse, Dr. Kevin had been staying on this island. This island is the Paradise Island that we are going to. Lucia was excited. She added, Fang Heng, as long as we can find the meteorite on Paradise Island, we will be able to develop an antidote to the zombie virus and completely save this world. The next moment, a game hint flashed across Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei's eyes. Hint, player has triggered the 14th ring main storyline mission Paradise Island, team. Mission name, Paradise Island. Mission description, you have received information about the first-generation meteorite on Paradise Island. The Dark Knights have invited you to go to Paradise Island together. Mission difficulty, C. Mission requirements, try to follow the Dark Knights into Paradise Island and look for information related to the first-generation meteorite. Hint, player's basic physique attribute recommended in the follow-up mission, 10. After receiving the news, we used the positioning system to find the specific location of Paradise Island. We immediately sent people to investigate. This is Alto. We found him on the island. He is a native of the island. A tall and thin black-skinned young man stood out from behind the dark nights. Please help us. Please take my parents and friends away from that D*MN place. Paradise Island is no longer the Paradise Island of the past. If we continue to stay there, we will all die. Fong Heng was confused. Your parents and friends. Lucia continued to explain, Paradise Island is surrounded by the sea. They were lucky enough to avoid the madness during the early days of the zombie apocalypse. In addition to the protection of the former meteorite company, the islanders and the meteorite company quickly set up defense lines on the island. Until now, they have not been affected by the zombie horde. What did she say? An overseas island that was not attacked by zombies. Did it mean that there were many survivors there? Were there any researchers? Could they be brought back to the shelter? Time is of the essence. We'll discuss more details on the helicopter later. Russell said, Colonel Fong Heng, Colonel Barker is currently carrying out another mission. Lucia and David recommended you to me at the same time. May I ask if you are willing to take on the responsibility of commanding and leading the team to carry out this mission to Paradise Island to carry out an exploratory mission and retrieve the crucial first-generation meteorite? Hint, Russell hopes that you can be the commander of this operation. If you agree, you will obtain the authority to control this team's operation. Main storyline mission. There was no reason to refuse the offer. Fong Heng immediately nodded and said, Of course, I will do my best. You did not disappoint me, Fong Heng. Russell nodded in gratification. We need to make some preparations first. We will meet up at the teleportation point in 4 hours and head to Paradise Island together. If there is anything you need, you can tell David. The Dark Knights will fully cooperate with this operation. Hint, you have accepted the position of team commander. You have gained the authority to control this team. You can share this mission with other players. Each player will calculate the number of ring missions independently. Listening to everyone's conversation, Chen Yu's heart pounded. He frantically winked at Zhang Zhe. This was their chance. If they wanted to get involved with the main storyline mission, they had to think of a way to join the Dark Knights. Apart from that, the favorability rating and honor level of the Dark Knights had to reach a certain level. The two of them had not even entered the Dark Knights, so they could forget about participating in the mission. But now that Fong Heng had become the commander of the operation, adding 2 more people was not a problem at all. Zhang Zhe also frowned deeply. The primogenitor virus. The first-generation meteorite. He did not expect Fong Heng to have pushed the main storyline mission to the mid and late stage. Moreover, his honor level in the Dark Knights had already reached the colonel level. He had even been invited to become the commander of this mission. Zhang Zhe also knew that this was the best opportunity for them to join the mission. He could not help but interrupt, I'm very sorry, Mr. Russell. Can you allow me to have a simple chat with Fong Heng? Time is very tight. Fong Heng, I'll wait for you in the lounge. After the Dark Knights left, Zhang Zhe looked at Fong Heng and said, Fong Heng, I represent the Federation and wish to enter into a deeper level of cooperation with you. Mo Jiawei smiled bitterly in return. He felt bitter in his heart. He had always been wary of the people from the Federation. Who would have thought that he would meet them? Fong Heng thought for a moment and asked, How do you want to cooperate? I've participated in Server 2's main storyline mission before. Each server's storyline may be different, but some things are the same. For example, the primogenitor virus, or the first-generation meteorite. I can provide you with information during the mission. Fong Heng pondered carefully. He thought, isn't this like free riding from me? Do I need this bit of information from you? Fong Heng smiled gently and said, but, I seem to be able to complete this mission without your help. Zhang Zhe's expression froze. The reward for the main storyline mission is very good. I don't want to split it equally. You would be able to understand, right? Zhang Zhe came back to his senses and laughed in his heart. He laughed at Fong Heng's overestimation of himself. How could the main storyline mission be so simple? There were so many servers in the Apocalypse game. Relying on the strength of the entire Federation, he only managed to obtain 2 of the servers that belonged to the main storyline. Did Fang Heng want to complete the main storyline alone? He was like a frog at the bottom of a well, wishful thinking. Chen Yu did not have so many twists and turns in his heart. He was anxious as he tried to persuade Fang Heng. Fang Heng, one of the anti-federal organization's forces, the Night Owl organization, has been infiltrating the main storyline mission. We need to ensure that the main storyline mission does not fall into the hands of the anti-federal organization. Only by working together can we ensure the safety of the main storyline mission to the greatest extent. We don't want the mission reward. Fang Heng thought that what Chen Yu said made sense. Old Black's intelligence level was much higher than the Federation's. They might have played some dirty tricks in the main storyline mission. However, it would be a bit disadvantageous for the Federation to directly participate in the main storyline mission. He had worked with Chen Yu many times and believed that Chen Yu would not trick him. However, it was not necessarily the case for the Federation's superiors. For example, this Zhang Zhe had come out of nowhere. "Alright, I agree to your joining the team." Fang Heng smiled and added, "However, I need some compensation." Chapter 262, Islanders. Chapter 262 Islanders. Zhang Zhe didn't have much of a good impression of Fang Heng as well. He secretly despised Fang Heng's greed. "How much do you want?" "A ticket to the main storyline mission." "How much do you think I can sell it for if it's made public?" Zhang Zhe gritted his teeth. "We need 2 tickets to participate in the mission. In exchange, we can provide you with some mission-related information and also provide the prison with a batch of materials worth 500 King of Gods points as compensation." "If you had said that, then I would have agreed to it long ago." Fang Heng thought to himself and did some mental calculations. With the Federation joining, there were pros and cons. No matter what, materials worth 500 King of Gods points were still tempting. "Alright, welcome to the team. Now, you can tell me the information related to this mission." Due to the uniqueness of the main storyline mission, it is inconvenient for me to reveal the details of the mission to you. Zhang Zhe adjusted his state of mind and secretly suppressed the displeasure in his heart. The first-generation meteorite will release extremely strong radiation. The lower the player's physique attribute, the greater the impact of the radiation. Before we head to Paradise Island, we need to find as many tools as possible to increase the basic physique attribute. Our Federation has a short-term muscle enhancement potion. We'll provide one to the 2 of you later. Zhang Zhe looked at the time and frowned. "I still have to go back and get it. 4 hours is a bit tight." "It's okay. I have a space-tearing device here. 4 hours is enough. In addition, I also have a medicine that can improve my physique in a short time, but the negative effects are a bit strong." Zhang Zhe was shocked. Space-tearing device. His shelter could already build such a high-level device. That was true. The construction blueprint was obtained through the Dark Knights. According to Fang Heng's honor level in the Dark Knights, he could indeed get access to it. Fang Heng stroked his chin and continued to ask, "You have experienced the main storyline mission in District 2. What is the overall mission difficulty this time? How is it compared to Pine City?" Zhang Zhe came back to his senses and replied, "In theory, the overall mission difficulty is comparable to the mission difficulty of entering Pine City twice. But now the mission has been greatly affected. The second lasso mission in Pine City has already been changed, so I can't be sure of the subsequent difficulty." Fang Heng frowned. The final mission of Pine City was to face a Tier 5 mutated creature. If the difficulty was the same, he still had to bring some equipment. To be safe, Fang Heng ordered the lickers to commit suicide. After the player reached level 17, the resurrection time of the zombie team was 8.6 hours. After calculating the time, they should be able to resurrect when they reached Paradise Island. Paradise Island. After nearly 3 hours of flying, the helicopter circled high above an island. Fang Heng went offline to sleep and recharge before going online. He looked down at the island from high above. After the apocalypse, Paradise Island became our sanctuary. The islander, Alto, introduced the situation of Paradise Island to everyone. It was Dr. Kevin who saved everyone. Dr. Kevin gave everyone the water of life. People living on the island will use it to resist the invasion of the virus and prevent infection by the biochemical virus. What was the water of life? It could resist infection. Fang Heng was puzzled. He looked at Lucia and asked, "Did you have any contact with Dr. Kevin the last time you went?" "Dr. Kevin, he..." Alto took a deep breath and continued, "He has been missing for more than half a year." Fang Heng was stunned and began to think. Missing for more than half a year. Paradise Island was only a small place. How could he be missing? Could he be dead? The helicopter circled a few times in the high sky before landing in a space in the middle of the island's village. Many islanders gathered in twos and threes, pointing at the helicopter. "Don't mind it. Most of the islanders have lived here since they were young. And rarely come into contact with others. They're just a little curious. Our island has a safe underground water supply and a large area of land suitable for farming. Before the meteorite company came here, we could also be self-sufficient. After the meteorite company bought the ownership of this island, they didn't chase us, islanders, away. Every month, they would send us some special ingredients from the outside world." Alto waved to the surrounding islanders. "Friends, these are all partners of the Dark Knights. They are here to help us. Let's go back first. If everything goes well, we will be able to evacuate from here very quickly and go to a safe place." The surrounding islanders then left one after another. A few members of the Dark Knights began to move the combat materials down from the helicopter. Chen Yu and the others looked around after getting off the helicopter, familiarizing themselves with the environment. Fang Heng noticed a very useful detail. He raised his head and asked, "Have the islanders been farming here for generations?" Alto was stunned by Fang Heng's question. "Yes, Paradise Island has beautiful scenery. The land is very suitable for farming. This is how the island got its name, Paradise Island. Fang Heng secretly pondered. Farming was good. This group of islanders didn't seem to have such a high level of education. It was probably impossible for them to help Chiao Yaokang research zombies. But they knew how to farm. People could only work when they were full. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. In the future, when the shelter developed, the amount of food consumed would increase. They couldn't just rely on the zombies to go out and collect it. They had to be self-sufficient to achieve a virtuous cycle. Coincidentally, after the felling of the forest near the prison was completed, there was still a large piece of empty land left. Keeping it was one thing, but wouldn't it be good if they could make use of the land for farming? Well, he might as well gather all these islanders and bring them all back to the shelter. "I'll take you to see the water of life first." Alto didn't know what Fang Heng was thinking, so he led Fang Heng and the others to the center of the village. He continued to introduce the situation on the island. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, the people on the island worked together to set up a barbed wire around the periphery of the island. Every morning, people would patrol the coast to clean up the zombies that drifted along the ocean and check whether the barbed wire was damaged. The water of life made by Dr. Kevin is very effective. If we are accidentally attacked by zombies, we can detoxify the poison with the water of life. Alto led the group to a wooden house. There were villagers armed with guns outside the wooden house. Alto called out to the villagers, "I'll bring them in to have a look." The group walked into the wooden house. There were large vats of water in the wooden house. Water of life antidote. Fang Heng walked to one of the vats, took out a bottle from his backpack and tried to fill it. Hint, you have obtained an item water of life. Item water of life *1. Description, increases basic physique by 3 points within 20 minutes after use, increases anti-infection ability. After using it, it can dispel the zombie virus infection state, only effective against elementary and intermediate infection. Chapter 263, Monsters. Chapter 263 Monsters. Mo Jiawei and Chen Yu followed suit and scooped out a bottle of water from the vat. Anti-infection potion. After receiving the game hint, Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up. This was a good item that could only be obtained in the later stages of the zombie apocalypse game. It was hard to imagine that the zombie virus antidote, which was hard to buy outside, could be obtained so easily from all these vats. There were more than 20 vats left in the room. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like it could be mass-produced. If they could get the formula and sell it, they would be rich. Fang Heng had the same idea. If he were to bring all the islanders back to his shelter, of course, he had to take the water of life together as well. However, the water vat would have an extra weight-bearing penalty when it was placed into a backpack, so it was not very convenient to transport it around. It was also very troublesome to transport the islanders batch by batch at one time. How about? He could directly build a teleportation passage here. On second thought, setting this place as the third base seemed to be a good idea. The island was located in the middle of the sea, so it would not be attacked by the outside world. The setting of the defense net was also relatively simple, so it was fine to build it along the coast. The land here was suitable for farming, so he could stay here to farm. Fang Heng raised his head and exchanged a look with Mo Jiawei. They both saw the excitement on each other's faces. They had the same thought. Zhang Jia turned to look at Alto and asked, "How did Dr. Kevin go missing? Can you tell us in detail?" "Well, Dr. Kevin is a friendly person who has given us islanders a lot of help. In the past, he spent most of his time in the cave doing research. Then one day, Dr. Kevin entered the cave and never came out again. No one knew what happened in the cave." Chen Yu frowned. "Cave? Didn't you send someone to look for him?" "Yes, the laboratory was built in a cave on the island. After the accident, we tried to look for Dr. Kevin, but we failed." Alto sighed, "There might be poisonous gas in the cave. Just getting close to it will make you feel dizzy, let alone going in to investigate. We organized a few search and rescue teams to try to go in and investigate. At most, they went into the cave for more than 50 meters, but they were never able to go deep into the cave." Chen Yu listened and subconsciously looked at Fang Heng. This description was somewhat similar to the sewer. "We've analyzed it. It should be the strong radiation produced by the first-generation meteorite." Lucia stood up and explained to everyone, "From the information related to the primogenitor virus, we infer that the first-generation meteorite will release strong radiation that is harmful to the human body. We think that Dr. Kevin may have had an accident during the experiment on the first-generation meteorite, resulting in a radiation leak. Dr. Kevin also died because of this. In addition, we have prepared a protective suit to resist radiation. It is in the metal box. I've already sent people to move it over in advance. It's connected." Mo Jiawei was enlightened. He clapped his hands excitedly and looked at Fang Heng. "Do you still remember Meng City, which was occupied by AEFC? At first, Meng City was also a prosperous city. Then one day, a meteorite fell from the sky and caused the entire city's citizens to be moved. The meteorite company obtained that meteorite and developed the primogenitor virus from it." Fang Heng then looked at Zhang Jia. "What do you mean? Do you have any information about that meteorite from the Federation? The first-generation meteorite is related to the main mission in the later stages. That's all I can say." Fang Heng pondered for a moment and thought that the mission was quite simple. When the time came, he would wear the protective suit and run to the laboratory in the cave to find a way to get the first-generation meteorite. What happened after that? Why do you want to leave this island so badly? Hearing this, Alto's eyes showed a hint of panic. About 3 months ago, a monster appeared in Dr. Kevin's cave. Chen Yu found this word strange. A monster? Isn't it a zombie or something? It's a monster. I can still distinguish zombies. Alto raised his voice and argued, these monsters hide in the cave during the day, and only come out to attack us at night. In the beginning, there was a strange disappearance on the island. Later, we found out that it was the monsters in the cave. The mercenary also saw it. It's not a zombie. It's a monster. Everyone felt strange and looked at Lucia. Lucia shook her head, I don't know. We have never heard of zombies that come out at night. Anyway, the exploration of the cave may be dangerous. We need to be prepared for battle. Hint, you have completed the 14th tier ring mission, Paradise Island. Hint, you have triggered the next tier main ring mission cave, team. Mission name, cave. Mission difficulty. Mission description, you have learned about Dr. Kevin's research room. Mission requirements, enter the research room and try to obtain more information. The difficulty is unknown. This was the first time Fang Heng had encountered such a situation. He was puzzled and turned his head to look at Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia, on the other hand, was frowning as if he was facing a great enemy. He realized that everyone was looking at him, so he explained in a deep voice. There's a problem. The mission difficulty is the evaluation of the mission by the King of God's game. If there's an external force involved, the evaluation of the mission difficulty will not be obtained, hence the unknown difficulty that we see now. Night Owl's people made a move to change the mission process. Zhang Jie said, "It's possible." Fang Heng curled his lips. He wasn't afraid, he was just going to defend himself. Alto brought a few people along the mountain road and climbed over a mountain. Chen Yu and Zhang Jie were both extremely worried about this mission. Only Fang Heng. Chen Yu felt like his balls were hurting. Along the way, he saw Fang Heng constantly increasing his favorability rating with Alto. He even asked Alto about the island's future development plan. It sounded like he didn't care about the mission at all. Fang Heng was very excited. Under his constant probing, the mission hint had already refreshed. Hint: you have triggered a mission Islanders of Paradise Island. Mission name: Islanders of Paradise Island. Mission description: attempt to convince the Islanders of Paradise Island to join your shelter. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission requirements 1, shelter level is higher than 50. Mission requirements 2, the favorability rating of the Islanders of Paradise Island increased to a trust level. Mission requirements 3, ensure the safe transfer of the Islanders of Paradise Island. Mission requirements 4, resolve the current crisis on Paradise Island. Simple. Fang Heng took a quick glance and had a rough idea of the situation. His shelter level was now above level 100, he has fulfilled the requirement. When the time came to build a transportation passage, transferring them to safety would not be a problem. There was no need to mention the increase in favorability rating. When he sent some gifts over, their favorability rating would increase. As for the last one to solve the crisis, they could also complete the main storyline mission along the way. He could accomplish the mission. Fang Heng felt that this group of islanders were already his people. Chapter 264, The Cave. Chapter 264, The Cave. Dr. Kevin's cave laboratory's entrance was built on the edge of a cliff. A few outposts were also built on the periphery. The team of Dark Knights arrived at the edge of the cave entrance and began to organize their equipment. Everyone was ready to put on the radiation protective suit and enter the cave to investigate. "Hello, I'm Zhang Yan, the captain of Paradise Island security team. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The captain of the mercenary team, Zhang Yan, led an NPC team over and shook hands with Fang Heng and the others. "In the past, I was hired by the Meteorite Company to protect Dr. Kevin's laboratory. Now, we only work for ourselves. Can you tell us about the situation in the cave?" Zhang Yan nodded. "About 3 months ago, we received news that 2 islanders went missing on the island. We immediately set up a search team to search the island. At first, we didn't connect the disappearance to the cave. The day after the islanders disappeared, the 2 soldiers guarding the cave went missing one after another. That night, I strengthened my patrol. At night, the soldiers found monsters during their patrol and sounded the alarm. Chen Yu asked, "Aren't they zombies?" "I'm not sure if they are mutated zombies. They move very fast. Maybe they were startled by the sound of firearms and started to flee. We chased them until we saw them hiding in Dr. Kevin's cave laboratory." Hearing that, everyone fell into a short silence. After that, we set up a 24-hour alert at the entrance and tried to seal the entire cave, but the effect was not good. Besides this cave entrance, there are other exits that we haven't found yet. Lucia suggested, "Do you want to go in with us? We've prepared a few more protective suits." "No, we've never entered the cave even when Dr. Kevin was here. We can't help you." Zhang Yan signaled to the combat team behind him with his eyes. "We'll meet you outside." Lucia did not force them. She signaled to the 3 Dark Knights to wait for orders. "Let's begin." Fang Heng took a syringe from Zhang Jie. Item: 7 active proteinase injection. Description: increases 4.5 basic physique within 5 hours after injection. Fang Heng directly stabbed a needle into his arm. Then, he took out a few bottles of potions from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. These potions were defective products that Qiu Yaokong had accidentally developed when he was developing enhanced gene potions. Come, this is the potion developed by our prison. Item, failed temporary enhanced physique gene potions. Description, increases 5 points of basic physique within 3 hours after consumption, reduces 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility, the lowest attribute value will be 3 points. This attribute was a bit of a letdown. Everyone took the potion and looked at it, then they gulped all of it. After putting on the protective suit, Fang Heng tried to move his body on the spot. The heavy protective suit made it difficult for him to move. Seeing that the others were still putting on their equipment, Fang Heng walked to Zhang Yan's side and handed him a bag of Oreo cookies. Brother, it's not a long-term plan for me to stay on this island. If the islanders find a new shelter in the future, do you all still plan to stay on the island? Zhang Yan frowned and thought for a moment. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, the food that we have on the island has been consumed very quickly. We can only survive by relying on the food provided by the islanders. In return, we will always protect these islanders until they find a safe place. There was a chance. Pack them together and take all of them away. Hearing what Zhang Yan said, Fang Heng felt that he had a good chance of accomplishing his mission. My shelter is willing to accept these islanders. If possible, after eliminating the danger in the cave, I will think of ways to provide them with more food and resources to build the island. Zhang Yan looked at Fang Heng in surprise. My shelter needs some experienced mercenary. I believe these islanders also need you. I hope you can stay here and join my shelter. If you really can do it, I will consider it. While they were talking, Lucia and the others had finished their preparations. Fang Heng and Lucia led the team to the front and explored the cave. When they stepped into the cave, a row of messages immediately flashed through Fang Heng's vision. Hint, you have entered a special area. Affected by special radiation, your HP will continue to decrease. When the radiation value accumulates to a certain extent, you will enter a fainted state. Hint, your current basic physique attribute is greater than 40, immune to 90% of the radiation effect. The protective suit you are wearing will resist 50% of the radiation effect. Currently affected by 5% of the radiation effect. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the hint. The radiation here is very strong. We have to speed up. Without the map of the passage inside the cave, everyone could only rely on their senses and rely on the flashlight to illuminate their way forward. There. Following the traces of manual excavation, the group advanced towards the passage on the right. After turning around and advancing for about 100 to 200 meters, an iron door on the left wall blocked their way. Fang Heng was too lazy to waste time. He directly switched to a shotgun and aimed at the lock and pressed the trigger. Bang. With a loud sound, the lock was destroyed by a shotgun. Fang Heng kicked open the iron door and stepped into the room. It was pitch black. Everyone shone their flashlights into the room. The first thing Fang Heng saw was a few control machines in the corner. Look. What's that? Mo Jiawei saw something and shouted a warning. Fang Heng immediately turned his head. A black shadow flashed in front of Fang Heng's eyes. Through his night vision ability, Fang Heng could clearly see what that thing looked like. It had 4 limbs and a body similar to a human's, but its entire body was dark brown and it clung tightly to the high rock wall. It didn't look like an ordinary zombie. Lucia's reaction was extremely quick. She raised her automatic rifle and fired. The bullet accurately hit the monster's forelimbs and red blood spattered out. It moved extremely fast. After being injured, it quickly climbed down the rock wall and disappeared into a small hole. The monster's movement style was a bit like a licker. Its forelimbs were pressed against the wall and moved at high speed. What was that thing? No, it ran too fast. I didn't see it clearly. Mo Jiawei shook his head. He didn't have the night vision ability like Fang Heng and Lucia. He just happened to see a blurry shadow when he swept the flashlight over it. Before he could use his detection skill, the monster had already run away. Be careful. It might be the monster that the mercenary saw. Fang Heng's gaze swept across the room. There were a few holes in the top corner of the room. There were traces of frequent exits. It seemed that the monsters used these holes to enter and exit the cave. Chapter 265, Heterozygote. Chapter 265, Heterozygote. After confirming that the room was temporarily safe, Fang Heng walked to the console and picked up the booklet on the side of the console. Hint: you have obtained the operation manual of the laboratory central console. After roughly flipping through the operation manual, Fang Heng tried to check the mechanical equipment. Hint: it has been detected that you possess mechanical maintenance skills. Hint: current mechanical damage is 2%, the current repair success rate is 100%, cost: ordinary electronic components *3, wire *2, tool required, wrench. Fang Heng's mechanical maintenance level had already risen to level 17. During this period, he had the guidance of Victor, the master architect and master mechanic, and his maintenance skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Chen Yu and the others stood by his side to protect him. They asked in a low voice, "How is it?" "It's not a big problem. Give me some time." As Fang Heng spoke, he waved the wrench in his hand. A long channeling bar appeared above his head. 2 minutes later, the repair was completed. Fang Heng gently pressed the restore button. The lights lit up in the room. "It's done." Fang Heng quickly controlled the main control panel and found the internal structure map of the research room. He projected it onto the electronic screen. This is the control room. Behind it is the research room. The special room where the first-generation meteorite is stored is behind the research room. Hint: you have completed the 15th stage ring mission, Cave. Hint: you have triggered the next stage main storyline ring mission first-generation meteorite, team. Mission name: first-generation meteorite. Mission requirements: attempt to obtain the first-generation meteorite. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the mission hint and swiftly controlled the platform. With a soft sound, the door behind the main control room opened automatically. The room where the first-generation meteorite is stored has been destroyed. It can no longer be opened automatically through the central control. Fang Heng turned around and looked at the others. Our guess is probably right. Perhaps there's something wrong with Dr. Kevin's research, causing the radiation to spread. Shall we go? Lucia had always been aggressive. She raised her gun and said, "If we can't open it electronically, we'll run over and open it manually." Was she a little reckless? Mo Jiwei cast a questioning look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked at Mo Jiwei, then at the resurrection time of his lickers and zombie clones. "We have limited time. The longer we stay here, the stronger the radiation reaction will be. Be careful of the monsters that appear along the way. Let's go." "All right. Let's go." Everyone raised their guns, passed the iron door and walked into the long pathway at the back. At the end of the pathway, it was blocked by an alloy metal door. The metal door was already distorted and damaged. Fang Heng felt that something was wrong the moment he saw the door. This kind of damage was more like the distortion caused by man-made explosions. The alloy door did not completely block the entrance. In fact, due to the explosion, there were quite a lot of exposed gaps and they could barely squeeze them. Everyone quickly exchanged glances. "I'll go in and take a look." Lucia volunteered to go forward but was pulled back by Fang Heng, who was behind her. "I'm the commander for this operation, I'll do it." As he spoke, Fang Heng turned sideways and squeezed into the cave entrance. The inside of the cave was very empty. Fang Heng's night vision was not very strong. He turned on his flashlight and used the light emitted by the flashlight to roughly sweep around the area. The storage room where the first-generation meteorite was stored was a primitive cave that had not been completely built. There was a deep pit in the middle. "There's no danger for the time being. Come in, everyone." Everyone outside the cave carefully stepped into the room after receiving Fang Heng's message. One after another, they used their flashlights to illuminate their surroundings. "Where's the first-generation meteorite?" "It's in the pit." Fang Heng had just checked the internal structure of the cave from the computer in the main control room, so he explained it to everyone. The first-generation meteorite has an extremely strong radiation effect, so it is stored in the depths of the cave. Under normal circumstances, you need to be in the main control room to operate the equipment and pull it up from the depths. Look. Lucia suddenly noticed something, lowered her voice and pointed to the air. Looking in the direction Lucia pointed to, Fang Heng's heart palpitated. A swarm of bats. Fang Heng was shocked when he saw the black creatures hanging upside down on the top of the rock wall. No. They were the monsters that they saw not long ago. They were more like a combination of bat and human, hanging upside down on the rock wall by the sharp claws that grew from their feet. Vampires. Zhang De's face turned pale for a moment. He realized the seriousness of the problem. Fang Heng suddenly turned to look at Zhang De. Vampires. Mo Jiawei covered his right eye and observed the creature on the top of the rock wall, narrating the information he got from his detection skill. The fusion of vampire and zombie corpse. A heterozygous creature that is fused from the zombie virus and vampires. It has strong climbing ability and short gliding ability. Different from ordinary zombie corpses, this creature possesses strong mobility and infection ability. Mo Jiawei's heart was pounding. He didn't expect to meet such a hybrid creature here. He continued, this hybrid creature has most of the characteristics of zombies and vampires. Its weakness is strong light. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately whispered, quick. Move the flashlight away, don't agitate them. Everyone moved the flashlight away, not looking at the hybrid creature hanging high in the sky. Damn it. It must be Night Owl. Zhang De clenched his teeth and cursed softly. The Federation had received information before that Night Owl had made a move in both the vampire apocalypse and zombie apocalypse worlds. Connecting with the hybrid creature that he was seeing now, Zhang De was almost certain that Night Owl must have made some kind of intervention in this world's main storyline. Fang Heng and Lucia looked up with their naked eyes. In the entire cave, there were at least hundreds of vampire corpse heterozygotes at the top of the cave. There was also a huge heterozygote that looked like a high-level elite creature. The only good news was that they seemed to be in a dormant state. Fang Heng did not have the time to consider whether Night Owl was behind all this. He had to think of a way to complete the mission and obtain the first-generation meteorite first. He quickly came up with a plan in his mind and said in a low voice, they are still in a dormant state. Don't alarm them. We will get the first-generation meteorite and then evacuate. Everyone nodded in unison. Fang Heng swept his gaze across the surroundings and pointed at the manual valve at the side. By turning the manual valve, he could lift the first-generation meteorite that was hidden deep underground. Fang Heng made a gesture. I'll open the valve. You guys help to cover me. After saying that, he carefully walked toward the manual valve in the corner. The others immediately found a cover at the back and were on guard. Coming to the valve, Fang Heng reached out and turned the valve. Ka-hwa-la-la-la. The sound of the mechanical chain being pulled was particularly distinct in the silent hall. Mo Jiawei secretly prayed in his heart that those vampire corpse heterozygotes at the top of the cave would not wake up due to the sounds. Given his strength of up to 30 points, Fang Heng was able to turn the valve with ease. Suddenly, Fang Heng heard a light click sound in his ear. In the next moment, Fang Heng felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Chapter 266, Resurrection. Chapter 266, Resurrection. Fang Heng was very familiar with this feeling. Skill danger perception has been activated. Combined with the cracking sound just now. Was it a trap? Fang Heng reflexively jumped back and looked for cover. At the same time, he shouted, "Be careful." In the next second, an explosion resounded throughout the entire cave. Fang Heng's feet shook slightly, and a lot of stone chips fell from the sky. Explosives had been planted in the cave beforehand. Lucia shouted, "Fang Heng. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Fang Heng stood up and quickly observed the situation around him. There weren't that many explosives. The other party had deliberately hidden the explosives at the entrance. They wanted to blow up the entrance of the cave. And they had succeeded. A few rocks blocked the passage which they came from. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to spend time cleaning up the rubble. The next second, the pitter-patter sound followed. The sound of the explosion caused the vampire corpse heterozygotes that were hanging at the top of the cave to wake up. The vampire corpse heterozygotes flapped their wings and attacked Fang Heng's team. Fang Heng, who could not find cover, became the primary target. The nearest vampire corpse heterozygote charged toward Fang Heng. The skill bullet time was activated. The vampire corpse heterozygote's movements gradually slowed down in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng switched to a shotgun. One shot. Blood splattered everywhere. With the addition of his high strength attribute, the power of the bullet also increased significantly. The bats in the air were blasted into blood and flesh. The sound of the gun was even louder, alarming the vampire corpse heterozygotes in the hall. D***MN it. We've fallen into a trap. Zhang Zhe gritted his teeth and switched to a military pistol. He hid behind the cover and aimed to shoot. The rest of the team also relied on the terrain to gather together and cover each other to shoot. Fang Heng, who was alone outside, became the primary target of the bats. Lucia shouted anxiously, "Fang Heng! Come back quickly!" Fang Heng acted as if he didn't hear her and blew up a vampire corpse heterozygote with a single shot. Chen Yu felt that it was a little strange. Although they had the advantage in terrain, most of the vampire corpse heterozygotes in the hall were attracted to Fang Heng. It seemed that Fang Heng was very attractive to these heterozygotes. At this time, the situation was urgent. Chen Yu did not have time to think too much. He took out his modified revolver and started shooting. Tisk, just like that. Fang Heng got used to the attack mode of the heterozygotes. He said disdainfully and took out his machete. The attacking heterozygote was cut in half at the waist by Fang Heng. The movement speed of the vampire corpse heterozygotes was very fast. They also had impressive flying ability. However, their HP was still very low. With the benefit of the skill bullet time, Fang Heng was able to dodge most of the attacks completely, and he was able to hack them down one by one. He was not afraid of being injured by the occasional group attacks. His physique exceeded 40 points and his HP was very stable. Moreover, he also had the water of life to dispel the infection status. Fang Heng even had the spare time to glance at the game log. The bullet time would consume a lot of energy and stamina, so it couldn't last long. But it wasn't important. In half a minute, his zombie clones would be resurrected. D***MN it. God was still going strong. Mo Jiawei was worried about Fang Heng at first but later found that Fang Heng didn't seem to be afraid at all. He was killing the monsters crazily. Be careful. Fang Heng. Just as Fang Heng was getting excited about killing the creatures, he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye. A huge black shadow pounced towards him from midair. It was the huge hybrid creature that he saw earlier. Mo Jiawei saw the attribute of this elite creature through his skill and his expression changed slightly. Fang Heng. Be careful. He is the high-level vampire corpse heterozygote that was formed after Professor Kevin died. Professor Kevin. He raised the machete in his hand and used all his strength to ruthlessly slash forward from top to bottom. Clang. An extremely heavy sound of metal being hammered was heard. With over 30 strength points, Fang Heng had prepared a full-strength attack beforehand. Fang Heng felt his wrist become extremely numb. He didn't stand firmly and took half a step back. The large vampire corpse heterozygote that pounced over had no place to borrow strength in the air and flew backwards. Fang Heng stared at Kevin. In the next moment, several alchemy arrays flashed under Fang Heng's feet. Shoo dash. Shoo dash. Liquor. Resurrection time. The liquors dashed out from the rotating alchemy array. Under Fang Heng's control, they pounced on Kevin, the high-level vampire corpse heterozygote that was in midair. The flying ability of the vampire corpse heterozygote was not strong and it was forced back by Fang Heng's all-out attack. The liquors in the air opened their mouth and bit Kevin's body, dragging him down from the air. The liquors and Kevin fell heavily to the ground. Chi chi chi, the remaining liquors quickly rushed up and bit Kevin. Its sharp claws kept slashing at its body. He saw the game log refresh rapidly. Hint, your zombie clone liquor resurrected successfully. Hint, your zombie clone liquor deals damage to high-level vampire corpse heterozygote, Kevin. Hint, your liquor has absorbed the blood of high-level vampire corpse heterozygote, Kevin. Your skill low-level vampire bloodline experience points plus 219. Hint, your zombie clone vine parasite has successfully revived. Hint, your zombie clone liquor. Hint, your liquor has absorbed the blood of high-level vampire corpse heterozygote, Kevin. Your skill low-level vampire bloodline experience points plus 212. Hint, your skill low-level vampire bloodline has been upgraded to level 4. That's right, the huge creature was the mutated life form of Dr. Kevin after his death. Wait, the vampire bloodline skill had been upgraded. One sip of his blood could increase such a high level of experience points. He had spent a lot of money to buy a lot of animals, and even after drinking so much blood, he had only achieved level 3. Now, after 2 sips, he had achieved level 4. What a loss. Fang Heng felt that he had wasted his money previously. In the blink of an eye, more zombie clone bodies crawled out from the loose soil near Fang Heng. Meanwhile, the lickers were crazily gnawing at Kevin. Kevin was firmly suppressed and could not make an effective counterattack. Row after row of game hints refreshed. Hint: your liquor has absorbed the blood of high-level vampire corpse heterozygote, Kevin. Your skill low-level vampire bloodline experience points plus 212. Hint: your skill low-level vampire bloodline has been upgraded to level 8. Hint: you need to absorb blood with higher energy to upgrade your skill level. Hint: your zombie clone liquor has killed the high-level vampire corpse heterozygote, Kevin. Amazing, he had reached level 8. This was a massive win. Fang Heng took out a bottle of water of life from his backpack and drank tons of it. Hint: you used the water of life, your infection level is 0. Hint: your zombie clone liquor has killed the high-level vampire corpse heterozygote. Chapter 267, Taking the Lead. Chapter 267, Taking the Lead. After absorbing the blood until they could no longer increase their skill experience points, the lickers quickly ended Kevin's life and turned their attention toward the remaining vampire corpse heterozygotes in the hall. Other than being able to fly, the other attributes of the vampire corpse heterozygotes were far inferior to the lickers. Their most powerful infection skill was also ineffective against the lickers. This was in addition to Fang Heng's personal attribute bonus. A critical hit from the liquor was enough to finish off a vampire corpse heterozygote. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The lickers had become the hunters. They climbed along the walls and frantically hunted down the fleeing vampire corpse heterozygotes. Not far away, Chen Yu, who was hiding behind the cover, looked at Zhang Zhe, who was beside him. What a terrifying combat ability. Just as they had guessed earlier, Fang Heng did have the ability to control a large number of zombies. And that included controlling the lickers. They had a feeling that Fang Heng had a similar ability, but they did not expect the latter's ability to be so powerful. A high-level creature such as the vampire corpse heterozygote was easily killed by the lickers. Even though there were only 12 lickers. In an elementary game, possessing such an ability was extremely terrifying. Seeing it with his own eyes, Chen Yu felt extremely shocked. The lickers were hunting aggressively for their prey and wiped out the vampire corpse heterozygotes within a short period. The entire room was filled with sizzling sounds. After inheriting Fang Heng's vampire bloodline passive skills, the lickers and the zombie team were strongly attracted to blood. They surrounded the corpses of the vampire corpse heterozygotes and kept feeding on them. This strange scene made Chen Yu, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, feel his scalp go numb. He suddenly felt that the zombie team controlled by Fang Heng was much more terrifying than the heterozygotes found here. "We're safe." Fang Heng made a safe hand gesture to the crowd. He felt that it was a pity. These vampire corpse heterozygotes were too fragile. They were hit by the licker's claws and were either half dead or half injured. Otherwise, he would have the opportunity to bring back a living body for research purposes. After the crisis was over, Chen Yu and the others heaved a sigh of relief and walked out from behind the cover. While thinking, Fang Heng controlled the vine zombies to move the rocks at the entrance while he walked to the manual valve at the corner. And continued to turn the valve. The iron chain was pulled up again. Walala. Zhang Zhe walked to the center of the cave, lowered his head and shone his flashlight downward. As the platform was gradually pulled up, Zhang Zhe's face became more and more ghastly. A loud noise was heard. The platform was pulled to its limit and snapped into the groove. "What's going on?" Mo Jiawei, who was standing in front of the pit, shouted. Hearing this, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat and he quickly walked up to check. The platform was empty. Zhang Zhe jumped onto the platform with a sullen face. He squatted down as if searching for something. Fang Heng noticed that Zhang Zhe picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. After checking the gravel, Zhang Zhe's face became even gloomier. Fang Heng also jumped onto the platform and picked up the gravel at his feet. It was thumb-sized brown gravel. Hint: You have obtained an item first-generation meteorite fragment. Item, first-generation meteorite fragment. Description: this item has extremely strong radiation, but its interior has been destroyed and lost its vitality. Chen Yu also realized that the situation was not good and asked, Captain Zhang, how is it? Zhang, this expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. It's Night Owl. He arrived here earlier than us and destroyed the first-generation meteorite. Chen Yu's face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Zhang Zhe did not explain. His face was dark as he put away the rubble. This is a serious matter. I need to report this to my superiors immediately. No, that's it. Mo Jiawei stood outside the platform and listened to what the two of them were saying. He could not understand it at all. How could a perfectly good main storyline mission be cut off in advance after achieving this step? How did Night Owl do it? We followed the mission line step by step to get here. How did they find the first-generation meteorite earlier than us? Fang Heng stuffed the damaged meteorite into his backpack and looked at Zhang He. From the very beginning to the discovery of the traces of vampires in the cave, the meteorite had already been destroyed. Night Owl was way ahead of them. Dr. Kevin went missing 6 months ago, and the equipment here stopped working 6 months ago. All the signs indicate that he was killed at that time. Does this mean that Night Owl was 6 months ahead of us? Mo Jiawei also reacted at this time. No matter how you calculate it, it's not right. Even if Night Owl came here after Dr. Kevin died, the mercenary group only found traces of the vampire corpse heterozygote here 3 months ago, so Night Owl should have come here at least 3 months ago. After all, there's no sign of Server 8 3 months ago. How did they manage to enter the game ahead of time? Faced with Mo Jiawei's questioning, Zhang He's face was livid. He only said, it involves Federation secrets. I can only say that Night Owl has the ability to do this, and they've already succeeded. In short, our Federation will handle this matter. There's no need for you to worry about the follow-up. After saying that, Zhang Zhe nodded at Chen Yu and took the lead to leave the cave. Chen Yu scratched his head. He gestured to Fang Heng to contact him again and quickly followed. Seeing the two of them leave, Mo Jiawei was extremely displeased. After busying himself for half a day, not only did the mission disappear, but he was also met with a rebuff from the Federation. This is the reason why I hate the Federation. They were able to come here because of us. Now that we are of no use to them, they're running away. Fang Heng asked, Lucia, what are your thoughts? This is also the first time I've heard of the Night Owl's name. We only learned about Paradise Island through encrypted intelligence messages. Someone was 3 months ahead of us. Could it be someone from the Meteorite Company? It shouldn't be. The Meteorite Company has no connection with the vampires. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. He found that the game mission was still there. It was still focused on finding the first-generation meteorite so they did not fail. There should be another way. The first-generation meteorite has been destroyed. Do the Dark Knights have the ability to repair it? It's very difficult. Lucia was worried and said, we can only try to bring the fragments back to try. The internal structure of the first-generation meteorite has been destroyed. The probability of recovery is very small. All right, let's collect the fragments first. Fang Heng was also a little unhappy. The rewards for the main storyline ring mission had always been very generous. If one part was not done well enough, it was not to the extent that all the previous efforts were in vain. However, they would not be able to earn anything bigger in the future. Hint, your survival radio station has received 2 urgent messages. Chen Yu, Fang Heng, from what Zhang Zhe said, this incident is very serious. Entering the game before the server opens will consume a lot of energy. It is also very difficult for the Federation to do such a thing at the moment. It is also quite unlikely for Night Owl to do so based on his current strength. He suspects that Night Owl might have the support of a higher power backing him. Chen Yu, in addition, our server's main storyline mission might be cut off by Night Owl. Server 8 might very well become an ownerless land. If there is more information, I will contact you again. Chapter 268, Breakthrough. Chapter 268, Breakthrough. Turning off the survival radio, Fang Heng frowned. Looking back at the entire mission process, he felt that one thing was the strangest. Since Night Owl could enter the game ahead of time and cut off the mission line, why didn't he just take the meteorite away and completely occupy the mission line? Instead he chose to destroy it. Didn't they want to complete the main storyline mission? Their goal couldn't be purely to destroy the world, right? This was too stupid. Mo Jiawei had collected all the meteorite fragments. Seeing that Fang Heng was still in a daze, he couldn't help but ask, God, what do you say? Let's go back first. The mission has not been hinted as failed, so there's still a way. Right now, Fang Heng could only think of Qiu Yaokong, who was in the shelter. With Qiu Yaokong's strength, he might be able to repair the first-generation meteorite. Just as they left the cave, Zhang Yan walked over with his mercenary group. Alto asked anxiously, Colonel Fang Heng, what's the situation inside the cave? Fang Heng nodded in response according to the prepared explanation. Unfortunately, Dr. Kevin had an accident while he was studying the first-generation meteorite. The final result was that the living creatures in the cave mutated. We have roughly cleaned up the mutated creatures in the cave. There shouldn't be any danger shortly. But the problem hasn't been completely solved yet. This cave has been completely contaminated by radiation. There may be an endless stream of mutated creatures in the future. When the number of mutated creatures has gathered to a certain extent, they may come back again. Alto's heart sank. For the islanders, staying on this island would still be dangerous. Don't worry, Alto. We're good friends. I won't just stand by and watch. How about this? I'll send a team over to help guard the island and clean up the mutated creatures in the cave every once in a while. Ah, this. Alto was touched. Hint, your favorability rating with Alto and the islanders has slightly increased. Colonel Fang Heng, thank you so much. It's a small matter. It's better to survive in this apocalypse. We should help each other. What do you think? Colonel Fang Heng, I think you're right. Fang Heng put his hand on Alto's shoulder. But the people in my shelter are picky. The food here is relatively simple. I will have to send Ovo cooks over. Also, it's a bit inconvenient to transport materials, so I want to build a space-tearing device on the island. What do you think? Judging from the time, the meteorite should have been damaged for almost half a year. In the research room of the shelter, Qiu Yaokong was plugging in the detailed analysis report of the first-generation meteorite. And the internal structure of the meteorite has been destroyed and lost its vitality. It can be seen that the person who destroyed the meteorite was very targeted. This meteorite has lost its research value. The more Fang Heng listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He asked, even you can't fix it. The current technology can't fix it. What about in the future? Qiu Yaokong looked at Fang Heng. Unless there's a breakthrough, it's impossible to fix it in 20 years. Fang Heng opened his mouth. He felt that his last glimmer of hope had been destroyed. Is it a dead end? No, it can't be said to be a dead end. Unless you can find the meteorite through other methods. Is there another way? Fang Heng smiled bitterly. Don't tease me. Are you talking about looking forward to another meteorite falling from the sky? Yes, this is also a good idea. Qiu Yaokong looked at Fang Heng with admiration. I think you're mocking me. No, I'm serious. From the perspective of probability, this is more reliable than us finding a way to repair the meteorite fragments within 3 years. Qiu Yaokong continued to work with his head lowered. But I think you have a better choice. I suggest you ask Victor. Ah. Victor. Ask him. He knows about meteorites. He did not understand what the relationship between meteorites and Victor. Why did he have to ask Victor? Did he not mention it to you? Meteorite Company Space Fisher Technology. Qiu Yaokong looked up at Fang Heng in surprise. Oh yeah, that's right. You've been out recently. Qiu Yaokong explained calmly. Last time when I was having dinner with Victor, we talked about it. We're in an endless universe. From the perspective of probability, somewhere in the universe, there will be the same galaxy, the same planet, and the same meteorite. Oh, you mean a parallel world? The Meteorite Company believes that there is a special connection between these similar worlds. This is a project that the Meteorite Company is developing. Last time, you brought some relevant information from the mansion and Victor took it to study. Theoretically, we can. Chiu Yaokong, who was halfway through his sentence, looked up and saw the heavily closed door. He could not help but shake his head. Seriously, young people nowadays don't have any patience. He was rich. He was rich. Fang Heng was extremely excited. All he could think of was the word rich. Parallel universe. No. It was not that simple. If his guess was right. This was definitely not an ordinary concept of a parallel universe. It was. Fang Heng rushed to Victor's laboratory and explained his purpose for coming. Indeed, this theory exists. The Meteorite Company has done in-depth research in this area. Previously, I've seen related research content from the blueprints obtained from the Meteorite Company's office, and found the connection between different parallel universes. Recently, I have also been conducting research in this area. Victor brought Fang Heng to the large-scale space-tearing device in the basement of the shelter. Through the large-scale space-tearing device, we can think of a way to connect to the parallel world and open a space tunnel. In theory, this plan is feasible. Fang Heng swallowed his saliva and carefully asked, "How far have you progressed?" With the information obtained from the mansion to supplement the theory, it has been temporarily perfected. Victor thought for a moment and continued, "If we want to successfully open a passage, we still need to improve the performance of the space-tearing device and make some modifications and upgrades to the device. Level up requires a lot of rare resources. In addition, to open a passage requires a lot of energy. How much does it require?" "Massive." As he spoke, a game hint flashed in front of Fang Heng's vision. Hint: player's shelter has been determined to be above level 70, research level above level 30, building level above level 30. Hint: player now has a high-level theory of space-tearing device. Hint: player now has a tier 2 space-tearing device. Hint: player has been determined to have an S-level construction engineer, Victor. Hint: player has met all prerequisites to unlock upgrade to tier 3 for the large space-tearing device. Click here to view the details of the upgrade requirements. Chapter 269, Tier 3 Space-Tearing Device. Chapter 269 Tier 3 Space-Tearing Device. He guessed it right. Fang Heng's heart began to race as he carefully read the game hint. In an instant, Fang Heng was filled with surprise. Time travel. Parallel world theory. No. None of it. These were all theories that the NPCs came up with. It was not a simple time passage, but traveling across servers. With the help of the time passage, he could directly use the space-tearing device to cross over to other servers. This meant that he could directly use a time passage to enter other game servers without switching servers. For a moment, Fang Heng suddenly realized something. "Victor, is this transformation very difficult? Are you the only one in this world who can complete the transformation?" "Not to that extent, it's too exaggerated." Victor was very modest. There should still be people in this world who can do it, at most 3 or 4. Great. Server transmigration. No wonder the Meteorite Company spent so much effort to get rid of Victor. "Victor, is there a higher level up for the space device?" "Yes, indeed. Through a higher level up, the space-tearing device can locate and search for more time anchors. However, Fang Heng, this kind of teleportation consumes a lot of energy. One teleportation will almost cost us." This was a match. Night Owl had entered Server 8 before the game opened and found and destroyed the first-generation meteorite. Combined with the vampires he had seen in the underground passage, there was a high probability that Server 8 had been attacked by vampires from the world of vampires. They had paid a huge price to enter the game before the game opened and destroyed the meteorite. Then what would be the next step? If he wanted to complete the mission, he could only think of a way to obtain the first-generation meteorite from the other server. No wonder, Night Owl had spared no effort to eliminate all the top-level engineers who could upgrade the space-tearing device in Server 8's Apocalypse world. Night Owl was eliminating the potential risks ahead of time. From the looks of it, they might also have top-level engineers in their hands. The Night Owl organization must have felt that they were stable. And no matter how stupid the Federation was, they would still be able to analyze Night Owl's motive by now. They would most likely have to fight each other. No one knew that he could also establish a Tier 3 time passage. This was his greatest advantage right now. What he needed to do was to gather as much as he could. Gather as many resources as he could, and complete the modification of the Tier 3 space-tearing device before Night Owl. He would once again control the main storyline mission with his own hands. With this thought in mind, Fang Heng opened the construction materials list. Materials required for the construction of the Tier 3 space-tearing device. Survival points, 150,000. King of Gods points, 1,000. High energy crystal, 3. High-level spare parts, 500. Special insulator, 69. Type 2 alloy metal, 27. A row of densely packed construction requirements made Fang Heng's heart turn cold. Good heavens, so many advanced resources. A Tier 3 space-tearing device possessed a powerful ability, and the construction difficulty was also extremely high. Fang Heng composed himself and compared the items one by one. Survival points were enough. Other advanced materials could be bought with money, or the Federation could find a way to gather them from the black market. However, this would result in a large sum of survival points and money. Roughly speaking, it would take up quite a bit of his savings. In addition, Fang Heng had also obtained some King of Gods points from the Federation and Old Black previously. In the past, he had saved most of them and had always been frugal. He had also saved up 900 points, so it wasn't a big problem. He could afford the others even if he gritted his teeth. The biggest problem was the high-energy crystal. Only a Tier 5 creature would drop high-energy crystals. Where could he find a Tier 5 creature? Even if he found one, would he be able to defeat it? Moreover, he needed 3 more. Fang Heng felt the difficulty of the mission and frowned. He recalled the Tier 5 Mother Spider he had met in the Meteorite Company. That battle had not been easy. Because the matriarch was a non-combat creature, he had a chance to kill it. Most Tier 5 mutated zombies were combat type. If they fought head-on, it would be difficult. It would be difficult to collect Tier 5 crystals in a short period. It was better to focus on development for the time being and lure the people of Paradise Island back to the shelter. Then, he would think of a way to go to the Meteorite Company's quarantine zone to take a look. They had already passed through there. There might be a Tier 5 mutated zombie. Also, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. If Night Owl wanted to complete the construction of the Tier 3 space-tearing device, he still needed to complete the shelter to be above level 70. This was especially difficult. The Federation would not let them complete it easily. Fang Heng felt that he still had quite a bit of time. One step at a time. Ever since he learned how to meditate, Fang Heng's schedule had become more regular. He only needed to meditate for 3 hours a day, and the effect was even better than sleeping for 8 hours. He was in high spirits. Moreover, after every meditation, Fang Heng could feel that the seal in the sea of consciousness was becoming clearer and clearer. Unfortunately, if he only went offline for 3 hours to rest, he would still experience the negative effects of fatigue after he returned to the game. Therefore, Fang Heng felt very helpless. He still needed to spend 8 hours every day outside of the game. In the stands of the gym, Mo Jiawei was excitedly introducing Fang Heng to the assessment teams. Those are the assessment teams from the Federation. The assessment is in half a month. They are here to test the students who have signed up for the assessment. At the same time, they will also do some background checks and psychological assessments. Mo Jiawei was not very good at fighting, but he was still very excited to see others fight. This was especially so for these students. They had been carefully groomed by North River Heavy Industry since they were young. From now on, they would be the core players of the North River Heavy Industry. In the mid-stage game, these people were the mainstays. Good. Amazing. On the stage, the students and the Federation assessment officers were having a heated fight, and cheers could be heard from time to time. Mo Jiawei had always thought of himself as a support player. Watching others fight was like watching a show. Fang Heng was not very interested. He was more concerned about Mo Yunxiao. When he was analyzing the ritual runes, Mo Yunxiao encountered considerable difficulties. He felt that he could not do it alone, so he informed Fang Heng and left the city not long ago to discuss the runes with his good friend. It had been 3 days since he left, but there had been no news. Hey, Fang Heng, look over there. Mo Jiawei pointed to two young men in black work clothes and sunglasses in the corner. They are the chief examiners sent by the Federation. Oh. Fang Heng looked at them and quickly moved his eyes away. On the sidelines, under the black sunglasses, two pairs of eyes were also looking at Fang Heng. Lu Zhengguo was one of the chief examiners this time. He touched Gong Hui's arm. He is Fang Heng, the rookie in Server 8 that I told you about. He's very popular in District 8. I heard from the people in District 8 that he has built a large shelter and can control the zombie team. Chapter 270, Testing Him. Chapter 270 Testing Him. With this ability, Fang Heng developed rapidly in the early stages of the game. Gong Fen responded coldly, zombie. Is he good at holding things? Can he block a punch from me? Don't say that. It's a pretty good skill. According to internal evaluation, it's an S-level talent. According to the current situation, it's only a matter of time before he reaches the Overlord level in Server 8. To maintain the stability of the low-level game world, the higher-ups will most likely choose to cooperate with him. As Lu Yu said this, his eyes revealed a look of envy. If that's the case, he'll have nothing to worry about in the future. He'll become a powerful B***starred. But it's a pity. I heard that recently, District 8 was scammed by Night Owl's people. The main storyline mission was cut off. I reckon that District 8's development has reached its peak. Gong Fen was not very interested and said, I don't care about the low-level games. Alright. A few days ago, there was a large number of bat incidents in the gym that spread on the internet. Do you know about it? Gong Fen was slightly interested. For the first time, he raised his head and looked seriously in the direction of Fang Heng. Is it him? I don't know. The local intelligence department has gathered all the information that they collected on the internet that day, and they have also compared them. They confirmed that the bats hovering in the sky formed some kind of special occult rune. Someone must have activated Tier 1 materialization. Gong Fen frowned. Occult. Such a big commotion. Is it a high compatibility materialization? What else could it be? It's such an ordinary registration and simulation training. Just 2 people should be enough. Why are we here? Lu Yu curled his lips and continued, the leader has instructed us to use this opportunity to probe North River Heavy Industry and see if they have secretly trained some small monsters. We need to find a way to confirm the risk. It's best if we can find the identity of the player who caused the anomaly that day. Gong Fen said, do you suspect that Fang Heng caused the anomaly that day? I've done my research before. Fang Heng had just arrived in the city a week ago. On the second day after he arrived, the bat incident happened in the gym. He also appeared in the gym that day. Furthermore, I've confirmed that he's an unregistered Tier 1 materialization player. Got it. I'll go and test him. Gong Fen felt a buzzing sound in his ears. He impatiently interrupted Lu Yu's incessant chatter. Why didn't you just say that it was an order from the leader? Why did you take such a long detour? Don't put too much effort into it. That guy is very important. Server 8 still needs him to maintain stability. Our Federation also has cooperation with him. Hey, look, he has left. This is a good opportunity. Oh right, the leader wants information on his various attributes. Try to probe more. The information should be as accurate as possible. You're so annoying. Gong Fen waved his hand as he spoke and walked towards the passage where Fang Heng left. Fang Heng did not know that he was being targeted. 2 minutes ago, he had just received a message from Mo Yunxiao. The flight that Mo Yunxiao took last night had just returned to the city this morning, and he had already returned to the villa. During this trip, Mo Yunxiao had already gotten some clues regarding the occult runes. He sent a message to Fang Heng to go to the villa to look for him when he's available. Fang Heng replied, I'll be right there. Then, he immediately rushed to the villa. In the pathway of the gym, Fang Heng heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning his head, Fang Heng saw a young man wearing sunglasses walking toward him. Eh? The chief examiner from the Federation. I've heard a lot about you. Please advise. Gong Fen was afraid of trouble and didn't like to talk much. He nodded at Fang Heng and then quickly rushed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng was a little confused when he saw Gong Fen rushing toward him. Wasn't Gong Fen a member of the Federation? Why were there so many people looking for him to fight recently? In the blink of an eye, Gong Fen had already arrived in front of him and kicked him sideways. Fang Heng was swift in his actions and he dodged a sidekick. Before he could counterattack, a fist came at him again. Gong Fan's follow-up attacks came like a tidal wave. One after another. Fang Heng was being suppressed by Gong Fan and he cried out in his heart, "This guy's a martial artist." However, Fang Heng was unexceptionally calm. He tried every means to dodge Gong Fan's endless attacks and find a loophole to counterattack. Gong Fan was also amazed. He didn't expect a newbie in the elementary game to be able to block his continuous attacks. He quickly assessed Fang Heng's overall strength in his mind. He was very strong. His moves were agile and there were no unnecessary movements. This meant that he had undergone professional training and his body had formed an instinctive reaction. His agility attribute was not low either. Otherwise, he would not be able to completely avoid all of his attacks. Gong Fen wanted to test Fang Heng's strength attribute, so he deliberately made an opening. What a good opportunity. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He aimed at his opponent's face and threw a punch. The moment he threw the punch, Gong Fan's pupils constricted. Gong Fen suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately raised his hands in front of his body to dodge. Awesome. Go for it. In the stands by the gym, Liu was watching the match excitedly. He even whistled and cheered from time to time. He noticed that Gong Fen had returned and asked casually, "How was the test? Did that guy catch your eye?" Test? Test your head. Liu was stunned and turned around. A mark appeared on Gong Fan's eye socket. Just by looking at it, one could tell how painful the punch was. Liu was stunned. "No, what's going on? Did you lose?" Gong Fan's face darkened. "I didn't lose. Your information is not accurate. There are two possibilities. First, he has already activated Tier 2 materialization and can do close combat. Second, his basic attribute of strength is over 25, and he has undergone extremely rigorous training. Fang Heng was indeed a professional player before." Liu coughed a few times guiltily. "Ahem, but according to my information, he has been away from the professional arena for some time. Moreover, his performance in the previous match-fixing team was also very average, and he even played fake matches." Liu felt a hint of killing intent in Gong Fan's eyes. "This was just a mistake in the information, to be honest. What's your evaluation of him?" Gong Fan snorted and turned his head away. "Not bad." Liu's heart skipped a beat. To make Gong Fan say, "not bad." This meant that with his Tier 2 materialization, he could not do anything to Fang Heng. In this case, Fang Heng's strength evaluation had to be reformulated. "Do you think that the bats incident that day has anything to do with him?" "I don't know. I only evaluated his close combat strength. At least he didn't display any outstanding Tier 2 materialization ability during the battle, so I can't determine his level of materialization." Chapter 271, Reading. Chapter 271 Reading. Fang Heng rubbed his fists, thinking to himself that the people of the Federation were really stupid. That guy was quite strong. When he got back, he would report to Chen Yu, deduct his salary and have him write a check. The gymnasium was a distance away from Mo Yunxiao's villa, so Fang Heng conveniently called a taxi. Fang Heng reached the villa. "Mr. Mo is in the study now. He said to bring you there if you came." The assistant led Fang Heng to the backyard of the villa where there was a small independent building. The smell of paper books entered his nose. Bookshelves were placed in front of the four walls of the room, and they were filled with thick books. Mo Yunxiao was climbing a high ladder, taking out a book from the upper shelf. "Fang Heng, you came at the right time. This time, I went to visit an old friend who has studied occultism for many years. I took the time to chat with her about you. You're lucky. We found something. Come, help me hold it." Mo Yunxiao said and threw the book in his hand to Fang Heng. Fang Heng reached out to take it. He felt that the book was wrapped by a gentle strength and fell steadily into his palm. In the next moment, Fang Heng was shocked. A voice quickly flashed in his mind, and then a line of small words quickly appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Hint: you have come into contact with an unknown book. Hint: you do not possess any related skills and cannot appraise this book. Hint: your basic perception is greater than 20. You can feel that this book contains weak energy. How is it? Did you receive the game hint? Fang Heng was stunned. He looked at Mo Yunxiao, whose back was facing him. What's going on? This book is something that was brought out of the game. A player who has activated Tier 1 materialization can receive the game hint. Mo Yunxiao explained casually and continued to search the bookshelf. It was brought out of the game. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat and he lowered his head to open the book to look. The book was densely packed with a type of text and symbols. Fang Heng could understand most of the words, but when they were combined, he was completely unable to understand the meaning. Especially those twisted words. Just looking at them gave Fang Heng a huge headache. Another row of words floated across Fang Heng's retina. Hint: your will attribute has passed the test. You have not suffered any backlash from reading. Hint: you do not possess any related skills. You have not passed the test. You cannot obtain any useful information from reading. Mo Yunxiao took a book and walked down the ladder. If you want to unlock the mystical ritual runes on the back of your hand, it's best to start from occultism. Mo Yunxiao smiled gently. To tell you the truth, I've also been learning recently. There are still some discoveries. Madam Liv and I agree that the mark on the back of your hand doesn't have any negative effects such as traps, backlashes, or restrictions. That's great. After confirming that the mark on the back of his hand didn't have any negative effects, Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. His mood had also relaxed quite a bit. At least now he could confirm that he was safe. Yes, it's a positive contract. As for the effect of the modified mark, since the mark on the back of your hand isn't clear and complete yet, Madam Liv isn't able to get any more information. However, there's one thing. From the runes on the back of your hand, you can see the shape of a hexagram. In occultism, the hexagram runes correspond to the strength of a seal. Mo Yunxiao gestured for Fang Heng to sit on the other side of the low table. Madam Liv wants to meet you in person, but due to some special reasons, it's not convenient for her recently. So she entrusted me to ask if you're interested in learning occultism. If you're interested, she's willing to be your guide and guide you to learn occultism. If there's a chance in the future, she's willing to recommend you to join the occultism seminar. Fang Heng asked, who's Madam Liv? Mo Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, to be exact, she's a veteran player who studies occultism. What about the occultism seminar? It's a loose organization. Most of its members study occultism, and most of them are high-level players who are proficient in occultism. When they encounter an event or a difficult problem related to occultism, everyone will gather together to discuss and learn. Fang Heng hummed in acknowledgement and began to ponder. Occultism seemed to be something that was used in high-level games. It did not seem to be of much use at the moment. There's no rush. You can think about it carefully and give me an answer later. Mo Yunxiao began to brew tea. Also, Fang Heng, the Tier 1 ritual that you activated is very special. The Tier 2 materialization unlock method for ordinary people is no longer suitable for you. Because the mark on the back of your hand has been modified, you have to think of a way to complete the next stage of the mark and complete the Tier 2 materialization ritual to unlock it. When the time comes, the mark on your arm will be further improved and we will be able to get more effective information from it. Mo Yunxiao placed the brewed tea in front of Fang Heng. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're stuck at Tier 1 materialization or not. Anyway, we've confirmed that the mark won't have any negative effects on you, and you can't use the occult runes in your current game, right? Hearing this, Fang Heng frowned. Can't use it. That wasn't quite right. His runes could increase the strength of all attributes in the zombie apocalypse game by 10%. If he could find a way to upgrade it to Tier 2 materialization, theoretically, he could get a higher level of improvement. Learn. He had to learn. And this was related to the secret of the mark on the back of his hand. Fang Heng quickly made a decision. He raised his head and said, Mr. Mo, I want to try learning it. Of course. It seems that you are still interested in occultism. Madam Liv had already expected this. It's a pity that she hasn't been able to leave recently, so she entrusted me to guide you through elementary occultism. After you complete the elementary guidance, I will bring you to see Madame Liv. Mo Yunxiao handed over the book in his hand. This is the Introduction Guide to Occultism. It confirms that your basic attribute of will is higher than 12 points and that you can only use it if your intelligence level is higher than 6 points. Remember, the will attribute is the key. If you don't meet the requirements, forcefully reading will result in mental contamination. You absolutely cannot force yourself. In the game, the will and intelligence attributes are relatively difficult to obtain. You can only rely on yourself to slowly think of a way. In addition, reading books will also consume your mental strength at the same time. You must pay special attention to not force yourself to read when your mental strength is exhausted, so as not to affect your will attribute. Okay, I'll remember it. Fang Heng nodded and carefully took the book. A row of hints appeared in his retina. Hint: your will has passed the test, your intelligence level has passed the test. Hint: you have obtained a book occultism guide, current reading progress, 0%. Hint: you can read the book, and there is a chance that you will have mastered the skill. Chapter 272, Reading Progress. Chapter 272, Reading Progress. Mo Yunxiao nodded and said, after you finish reading the books, you will be able to master related skills in the game and complete the introduction to Tier 1 occultism. You can enter this study room at any time. You can also browse through the books here. As Mo Yunxiao spoke, he pointed to a row of red bookshelves to the west. Most of the books on the red bookshelves are related to occultism. As I said, don't force yourself. Many books require willpower. If the attribute is not enough, you will be mentally polluted. If you are unlucky, you will be cursed. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mo. Sorry for disturbing you during this period. You're welcome. You can browse through the books in the study room at will, but you cannot take them out of this study room. This is a rule set by the Mo family over the years. I hope you can understand and abide by it. Then I won't disturb you while you're reading. I still have to enter the game to take a look. After watching Mo Yunxiao leave, Fang Heng opened the book in his hands and flipped through it page by page. The Introduction to Occultism. The various difficult-to-pronounce runes and syllables on the pages made it extremely difficult for Fang Heng to read. He felt more like he was learning a new language. And it was the kind that was particularly troublesome. After reading for less than half an hour, Fang Heng felt dizzy and could not read any more. This was probably the state where Mo Yunxiao said his mental strength was exhausted. Fang Heng thought to himself, then took out the cover of the book and looked at it. A line of small words appeared on his retina again. Hint: current reading progress 0.21%. Only 0.21%. Was there any way to increase reading efficiency? Fang Heng stood up and placed the book on the wooden table. There was no other way. He returned to the game to take a look. Hint: during the time you are offline, 3 hours and 45 minutes, your zombie team has cut down 382 trees, dug 1,662 units of the coal mine, smelted 1988 iron nuggets. Hint: during the time you are offline, 3 hours and 45 minutes, your zombie team has cleared out a portion of the quarantine zone. You have obtained 2,282 survival points, Evolution Crystal Fragments *201, Complete Evolution Crystal Fragments *38, Tier 1 Evolution System *8. Fang Heng opened the game log and took a quick look at the game hint. Upgrading to Tier 3 space-tearing device required 3 high-energy crystals, so he needed to find a way to kill a Tier 5 creature. At the moment, his hard power was not enough. He needed to find a way to improve quickly. Leveling up was the most direct way. Leveling up a character could unlock the upper limit of skill levels, increase the basic attributes and increase the number of zombies in the group. It was equivalent to strengthening the overall strength. Unfortunately, it was not easy to find a Tier 1 evolution crystal. Through the hack in the quarantine zone, he could probably gain 2 to 3 Tier 1 evolution crystals in an hour. However, after 3 hours of hacking, his zombie team would die because of the high concentration of poisonous gas. It would take 2 to 3 months to level up purely by hacking. The efficiency was slow. Fang Heng lowered his head and thought for a while. Apart from leveling up, if he could further improve the combat ability of the zombie team, it would be much easier to deal with the Tier 5 mutated zombie. Fang Heng was going to consult Qiu Yaokong. More than a week had passed. He didn't know if the laboratory had produced anything good. When he came to the underground research laboratory, Fang Heng saw that many researchers were busy. The only person he didn't see was Qiu Yaokong. "Where's Qiu Yaokong?" Li Bo was busy. He turned his head and answered, "He encountered a technical problem. I heard that a technical team from the Dark Knights had sent out an invitation regarding some research. God Qiu went there to participate in a learning exchange." Fang Heng thought to himself, "Good guy, he's involved in a professional seminar." Fang Heng slapped his forehead, feeling a little regretful. Why didn't Qiu Yaokong say so earlier? If he had known earlier, he would have asked Qiu Yaokong to bring more gifts there and trick a few more researchers from the Dark Knights. To come back, huh? Li Bo, didn't you go? Go out. Stop joking. It's so dangerous outside. Wouldn't it be courting death if I went out? Li Bo shrunk his neck as he spoke. Oh, no. I mean, the research cannot stop. God Qiu is not around. I have to be responsible for the entire experiment's records. The laboratory cannot do without. Cough cough. Fang Heng coughed lightly. He was too embarrassed to expose him. Li Bo was afraid of death. He was still thin-skinned. Saying a few words about him would lose his loyalty again. What have you been researching recently? Li Bo was holding a document that he was looking through. Liquor modification. The first phase of the clinical trial is very good. We are already preparing for the second phase of the trial. We have already preliminarily developed the related liquor-modified T-virus. It is estimated that we will be able to carry out the second phase of the clinical trial in a week. There was no doubt about the liquor's combatability. If they were able to expand their mass production, the strength of a large group of liquors gathered together would be astonishing. If more ants could kill an elephant, a few hundred liquors could go up together and a Tier 4 creature definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. A Tier 5 creature would most likely be in a difficult situation too. We still encountered quite several technical difficulties that need to be overcome. Li Bo nodded and said, when God Qiu left, he instructed that if you're free, boss, you can help speed up our research progress. Come on. Fang Heng knew that this was the mission. He was ready to do something big. Hint, player-triggered mission experiment, liquor modification. Optional Mission 1, High-Precision Parts Modification. Mission description, find special high-precision parts, improve laboratory hardware, improve laboratory environment and increase research speed, click here for details. Optional Mission 2, Liquor Research. Mission description, collect more liquor samples, this sample will be obtained by killing the liquor. Optional Mission 3, Staff Expansion. Mission description, your laboratory needs more researchers to improve research efficiency, look for a high-level researcher to join your shelter. Optional Mission 4, T-Virus Resources. Mission description, look for more initial T-Virus. Optional Mission 5, High-Efficiency Raw Materials. Mission description, your laboratory needs more efficient experimental materials. Please try to collect them, click here to see the details. Accepted. Fang Heng waved his hand and accepted all the missions. There was no penalty for failure in this type of mission anyway. Fang Heng was in high spirits. He had been trying to level up in the shelter for a while and now he was fully focused on building a Tier 3 space-tearing device. He had time to focus on the liquor modification. Fang Heng carefully checked the missions he had received. One step at a time, he put aside the resource-related missions. Currently, all the resources in the shelter had been invested in the construction of the space-tearing device. So, the first task was to collect and kill monsters. Kill the liquor. This task was good. Unfortunately, I can't kill my liquor clones to complete the task. Fang Heng felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't exploit this bug. Chapter 273, Poaching. Chapter 273 Poaching. Currently, Mo Jiawei was flying back and forth in a helicopter to Paradise Island to build a space-tearing device. He also needed to collect various materials to build a Tier 3 space-tearing device. Liao Bufan was staying in the shelter to welcome the players who would participate in the next Blood Moon and deal with the players who delivered ores every day. They couldn't get away. He had to do it himself. However, where should he find the liquors? After thinking for a while, Fong Heng had an answer. Go find the Dark Knights. They should have a mission related to killing the liquors. Fong Heng was glad that his shelter had completed the space-tearing device. It was much easier to travel. The Dark Knights had dozens of strongholds. As long as he searched one by one, he could surely find a mission related to the liquors. Speaking of which, the Dark Knights also had a research team. If they sold elite mercenary groups to the outside world, would they also sell research personnel to the outside world? Maybe they did. It was time to go and pick a bunch of Dark Knight's wool. Hi, David. At the Dark Knight's branch, David did not seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? You look tired. Didn't sleep well. Fong Heng took out a bottle of melatonin from his backpack and handed it over. Try this. Hint, your friendship with David has increased. Thank you. I haven't been able to sleep for the past 2 days. David sighed softly as he spoke. The first-generation meteorite has been destroyed. It's too difficult to repair the meteorite. The Dark Knights have decided to temporarily give up on this clue and try to find another way. Fong Heng patted David's shoulder. It's okay. I'll help with the investigation. My luck has always been good. Haha, you're right. David braced himself. There will always be a way. This operation on Paradise Island was not a fruitless one. At least we found a large amount of water of life on the island. Save one. More. With the water of life, we can save more lives. The survival ability of the Dark Knights battle teams will also be greatly improved. As David spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and called out to Fong Heng. Oh right, Fong Heng, you came at the right time. The previous mission on Paradise Island has been completed. The rewards have not been settled with you yet. Also, the information about Tsugawa Hidehara's pupa project last time provided us with a lot of help in our research. Hint, you have received the mission pupa project reward. You have received 5,000 Dark Knights honor points. Hint, you have received part of the main storyline mission reward. You have received 1,500 Dark Knights honor points. It was too little, not enough to spend. In total, it was only 6,500 points. Fong Heng was currently worrying about resources. 6,500 points could only buy a small portion of rare ores that were difficult to obtain from the Dark Knights. It was no wonder that the reward was small. On this trip to Paradise Island, the first-generation meteorite that was needed for the final mission had not been found. Fong Heng checked the mission log and asked, David, there has been no news from the meteorite company. Could they have left a sample of the first-generation meteorite? Yes, we have considered this and have been investigating for a long time. According to our investigation, after the initial outbreak of the biochemical crisis, the top management of the meteorite company seemed to have disappeared overnight. We couldn't find any news at all. All right then, David. Recently, did the Dark Knights have any missions related to the liquor? Well, I've been in a bad mood recently and want to find trouble with the liquors. David was slightly surprised. He then nodded and said, yes, I will help you make a list later. It will be easier to look for missions at the contact points of the Dark Knights. Thank you, David. Also, do you Dark Knights want to look for a researcher in the future? Fong Heng, the researcher that we train is very rare. We don't have enough for ourselves. If you can help me find him, we are willing to provide a large number of honor points as a reward. Speaking of this, David felt much better. For example, research personnel, Chiao Yaokong. Our researchers praise him very much. We are willing to provide a large number of honor points. This Chiao Yaokong, let's forget about it. He thought, good guy, the older one is usually the wiser one. I didn't poach any researchers from you, but you're thinking of poaching my researcher. Fong Heng felt that way after hearing David's comments. Wait, poached. In an instant, Fong Heng had a flash of inspiration. Dad, I've been looking for you for a long time. Colonel Barker is looking for you. The team is about to set off, and the allocated materials are missing 2 boxes of special combat uniforms. Xiao Ling hurriedly walked in from the door. Oh, no, I forgot. Xiao Ling, help me take care of Fong Heng. David said to Fang Heng, "I'm sorry, Fang Heng, I have something urgent to deal with." "It's nothing, go to your work." Fang Heng raised his head and looked at Xiao Ling with a wicked gaze. David was not easy to fool. Xiao Ling seemed to be quite innocent. Xiao Ling's eyes were very big, like a manga character. She noticed that Fang Heng was staring at her, which was quite strange. "Fang Heng, is there anything I can help you with?" "Hi, Xiao Ling, I need to check all the missions issued by all the Dark Knight's contact points." "Well, only those related to researchers, such as rescue missions. You can eliminate the others." Rescue mission." "Yes, can you find it?" Xiao Ling turned on the central computer of the Dark Knights to check. "There should be." "Let me check." Our Dark Knights have a modified survival radio internet, and we can often find some information to ask for help. I found it. These recent missions are all related to scientific researchers, and many of them are in danger. Recently, our combat personnel have been in a shortage, and many rescue missions that are not urgent have been temporarily put on hold. If you can complete the rescue and bring them back to the Dark Knights, we can provide you with a large number of honor points as a reward. Xiao Ling. That's great. This is exactly what I need. I'll accept all of these missions. With a wave of his hand, Fang Heng directly checked all of them and received them with one click. Hint, you've received the mission, Escort Team, Emergency Rescue, Danger Signal. Hint, your current rank of Dark Knights is Colonel. You can accept up to 12 missions at the same time. Hint, the mission you have received has reached the upper limit. Fang Heng selected one of the missions to check. Mission name, Escort Team. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description, the Dark Knights received a request for help at the coordinate point Putin District, 2812-9341. The target of the mission, Professor Jiang Cheng, has a remarkable ability in scientific research. After the apocalypse, they have been staying there. Recently, their materials were about to be used up. Mission requirements, please escort Dr. Jiang Cheng and the other survivors back to the Dark Knights. Chapter 274, Poached. Chapter 274 Poached. Chi. At an abandoned factory outside the city. Two lickers were fighting fiercely. Fang Heng and a few NPCs were standing in the central control room. Through the surveillance screen, they could observe the tragic situation outside. The bloody scene made the NPCs pale. Fang Heng set up a barbecue grill and sprinkled cumin on the skewers. Hint, your zombie clone licker has killed a licker. You have received 12 survival points. You have received a complete evolution crystal *1. Current mission completion rate, 35%. Hint, you have completed a large skewer of meat. Your cooking skill experience points +1. Don't worry, the lickers outside will all be settled soon. Come, eat the meat, my speciality is cooking. It's very delicious. Everyone, have a taste. Fang Heng distributed the skewers to everyone. Hint, your friendship with Jiang Cheng, Song Shishir, and Li Wen has increased slightly. The room was filled with the aroma of the roasted meat. However, the scene on the monitor made everyone lose their appetite. Jiang Cheng took the barbecued meat and took a bite. The aroma of barbecued meat assailed everyone's nostrils. The texture of the meat was mixed with the mellowness of the oil. The slightly charred skin greatly enhanced the sense of taste and satisfied the taste buds and hungry stomachs. Delicious. Song Shishir did not expect the barbecued meat to be so fragrant. After the apocalypse, Jiang Cheng and the other survivors were trapped in the factory. They relied on instant noodles and canned food to fill their stomachs every day, but the food was barely sufficient. Where could they be able to eat the food so deliciously as now? Thank you, Fang Heng. You saved us. If it weren't for your Dark Knights, God knows how long we would have been trapped here. What? Dark Knights? Fang Heng blinked at the NPCs. No. I think you're mistaken. I'm here to welcome you on behalf of Paradise Island. If you're willing, I hope you can join our Paradise Island shelter. Jiang Cheng and the other NPCs were stunned. They held the skewers and looked up at Fang Heng, confused. Aren't you from the Dark Knights to bring us back? Of course not. Have you heard of the prison? It has beautiful scenery and abundant materials. There are professional chefs to take care of 3 meals a day. There is also a special passage leading to an overseas island. I promise to provide you with adequate protection. Hint, player is evaluating. Hint, evaluating the attractiveness of your shelter, your friendship with NPCs. Jiangqing looked at his 2 companions and hesitated. But, Fang Heng, we have agreed to join the Dark Knights, is that so? Sorry, I didn't know about this beforehand. Fang Heng shook his head and looked troubled. All right, then I suggest that you consider it. As Fang Heng said that, the 2 lickers slowly climbed out of the shadows behind him. After all, it's very dangerous to run to the Dark Knights from here. You might be threatened by zombies halfway. Jiang Cheng's face turned slightly pale. Before he could speak, Song Shishir covered his mouth. Mr. Fang Heng, Jiang Cheng means that he is willing. Li Wen nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Fang Heng, we are very happy to join your shelter. We hope that under your leadership, we can contribute our greatest strength to the construction of the shelter. Jiang Cheng struggled for a moment and silently accepted reality. Hint, Jiang Cheng, speciality, research, character evaluation, loyalty, 63, joins your shelter. Hint, Song Shishir, speciality, research, character evaluation, C+, loyalty, 87, joins your shelter. Hint, Li Wen, speciality, mercenary, character evaluation, B, loyalty, 72, joins your shelter. Hint, your shelter's research efficiency has increased slightly. That's great. I knew it. We hit it off the moment we met. Ha ha ha. Success. He was simply thrilled to poach others. After all, it was a game, and Fang Heng did not have any psychological burden when it came to taking advantage of the game's features. Of course, it would be best if he could poach Old Black. Fang Heng was still very vengeful about the main storyline mission. He roughly looked at the attributes of the NPCs. Their attributes were not bad. A-level researcher was relatively rare. Initial loyalty was only 63, which was very low. Fang Heng was not afraid. His shelter had many benefits. As long as he stayed for a few days, the NPC's loyalty would increase. He had to trick them back. Fang Heng checked the situation outside the factory again. Most of the liquors outside have been cleared. I'll take you back first. I promise that you'll love the environment there. Jiang Qing sighed. He felt that the meat in his hands was not fragrant anymore. Let's hope so. Hint, your mission escort team failed. 300 Dark Knights honor points deducted. Only 300 points. 300 points for an A-level NPC with 2 complementary items. Ha ha ha. He made a profit. Fang Heng was in high spirits. He was not sleepy at all. Under Fang Heng's escort, Jiang Cheng and the others were brought back to the prison shelter. The thick city walls and sentry tower gave Jiang Cheng and the others a great shock. A private shelter. No, it looked more like a fortress rebuilt after a disaster. After entering the prison and registering, Jiang Cheng received his personal toiletries materials and a few sets of clothes. He took a comfortable hot bath. After the apocalypse, this was the first time Jiang Cheng stayed in a quiet single room. Hot food was already on the table. For a moment, Jiang Cheng was in a daze. This living environment was much better than he had expected. Since he had come, he should just take it in stride. Hint, Jiang Cheng's loyalty has increased to 78. There is still a chance that he will leave your shelter by himself. Please take note. 5 in the morning, Dongxi District. Fang Heng spent almost an entire night bringing 2 batches of NPCs back to the shelter. The plan was the same. It was just a lie. Initial loyalty was not important. As long as the NPCs were lured back home, their loyalty would quickly increase. After all, the treatment provided by the prison was very good. Fang Heng was very confident about this. He sat in front of a bonfire and checked the status of the zombie team. The third task on hand was more troublesome. He needed to dig through the construction site that had been buried by the explosion. There were a few survivors trapped below. Fang Heng didn't need to do it himself. A group of zombies were slowly digging with shovels. As he waited in boredom, a red game hint flashed across his vision. Hint, Your apocalypse radio has received an emergency message. Eh? A message from the survival radio. Strange, the range for the personal survival radio to receive messages was extremely small. This was also Dongshi district, so there shouldn't be many good friends here. Who sent this message to him? Chapter 275, Promotion Quota. Chapter 275 Promotion Quota. Fang Heng turned on his survival radio. Haozhou, Fang Heng, we've encountered a great deal of trouble. If you happen to see it now and are still willing to help me, leave your contact information in real life immediately. I'll contact you within 10 minutes after receiving the news. Thank you, sorry to bother you. It's Haozhou. He's also in Dongshi district. When he had just entered the game, he had unintentionally accepted Old Black's request on the internet and joined Haozhou's team to enter Hope Town to complete the mission. They had not interacted for long, but Fang Heng felt that Haozhou was a very reliable leader. After the incident in Hope Town, Haozhou had also taken the initiative to stay behind to settle the matter. After receiving the King of Gods points from the Federation, he immediately split the loot. He alone took on all the responsibility and accepted the Federation's investigation. Fang Heng estimated that it would take 2 to 3 hours for the zombie team to dig the passage. Since he was available, he could provide help to Haozhou. Thinking of this, Fang Heng immediately sent his contact information to survival radio. Then, he threw down a sleeping bag and went offline. Dongshi district. In an abandoned hut. Haozhou's team of 4 sat around the bonfire. The entire team was shrouded in a sense of despair. From yesterday until now, they had searched for every possible way to complete the mission. But they couldn't. They also sought the help of many people. After everyone heard about their mission objective, they tactfully rejected it. On one hand, the mission requirements were extremely difficult. On the other hand, this mission would cause them to become enemies with another big game company called Kronken. Very few people were willing to do this. Just now, Haozhou and the others tried again. They still failed. There were less than 10 hours left before the end of the mission. They decided to give it their all and look for their friends via the survival radio. However, 5 minutes had passed and they did not receive any reply from anyone. Suddenly, a pleasant surprise broke the silence. It's Fang Heng. Haozhou could not help but shout out because he was too shocked. Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta were stunned at first, and then they were pleasantly surprised. There was a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. They did not expect to actually contact Fang Heng. During this period, Fang Heng's prison shelter was the talk of the town in District 8's forum. It was just too famous. Like the others, Sister Li's eyes flashed with surprise. But soon, the excitement faded. Will Fang Heng help us? He's doing well in the game. Now. Will it affect him if he goes against Kronken? Hearing this, they fell silent again. Haozhou said, it's okay. I believe that Fang Heng has his own judgment. It's normal that he doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Now that we have this opportunity, we have to give it a try. Kuan Ba nodded in agreement. Yes, give it a try. I'll go offline now to contact Fang Heng. You guys take care of the situation first. After saying that, Haozhou threw down the simple bed and hurriedly went offline. Not long after he went offline, Fang Heng received a call on his phone. Fang Heng. It's been a while. How are you? Pretty good. Fang Heng added in his heart, it would be even better if there was no one competing with me for the main storyline mission. I heard that you've developed very well in the game. The forums are all discussing the prison shelter. When I first heard that the leader of the prison was you, I was really shocked. Ha ha ha, it's luck, I have good luck. Fang Heng humbled himself. No, I believe this isn't luck. The last time I saw you, I felt it. With your ability, it's only a matter of time before you obtain such a result. After a few words of praise, Haozhou continued, Fang Heng, we've encountered a mission this time. It's very troublesome and might bring you trouble, so don't force it. If you refuse after listening to it, we can understand. Fang Heng's expression turned serious. Okay, go ahead. At first, Fang Heng thought it was just a normal mission and thought it would be convenient to help. Fang Heng, you know the company Kronken, right? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Is it related to them? Kronkin is one of the first large companies to establish a shelter in the game. They have the support of the 12 corporations. 12 corporations. In the Northern Federation, the 12 corporations are very powerful. Fang Heng asked, "What about the specifics? Did you have a conflict with them?" "It wasn't a conflict, but there was friction with the mission. Some time ago, after a series of pre-mission conditions, we received a high-difficulty mission. The mission required us to find a way to enter a city and safely retrieve a sculpture from there." Hao Zhou shook his head and sighed. "After our field investigation, we discovered that the target location, Yin City, has been declared occupied by Kronkin Company." Fang Heng understood the situation. It was very common for a guild to declare the ownership of an area in the game. Their prison had also declared that they had occupied 28 areas in one go. After all, there were only so many resources. Whoever had the biggest share would be the strongest. Normally, when players encountered something like this, they would most likely sneak in to complete the mission. As long as they were careful, they would be fine as long as they were not discovered. What happened after that? The Kronkin Company has a very tight security around Yin City. We tried to sneak into Yin City a few times, but the effect was not very good. It was not easy to succeed once, but the follow-up to the mission required the sculpture to be taken out of Yin City. The sculpture was too big, and it was difficult to hide it, so the mission was quite troublesome. Fang Heng nodded and roughly understood the mission's goal. He felt that the mission difficulty wasn't too high, and he didn't take the Kronkin Company to heart. How about the mission reward? Speaking of this, Hao Zhou's mood rose a bit. Fang Heng, the mission reward is the promotion quota. Fang Heng was a bit disappointed. He wasn't interested in the game promotion quota, and he had already obtained the quota. Hao Zhou continued to explain. It's a special quota that can increase the number of resurrections. Fang Heng suddenly understood. In the game, there were two kinds of promotion quotas. One was the normal quota. After a player received a hint from the game that he could be promoted, he could exit the elementary game world and enter the intermediate game world. This kind of normal promotion method only had a fixed reward, which was a free 5-year offline time. In theory, a player could stay offline for 5 consecutive years. There was also a special quota. Special quotas had all sorts of effects. The common ones would be giving players an extra 3 to 30 years of free offline time or giving players a 60-day increase in all attribute percentages after entering an intermediate game. The mission reward that Hao Zhou received was relatively rare. It could be considered one of the more powerful ones. After entering the intermediate game for a period of time, after death, one could be resurrected for free and the number of deaths would not be counted. For players, this extra reward would allow them to integrate into the intermediate game world faster and better. Chapter 276, Art Gallery. Chapter 276 Art Gallery. However, Fang Heng was still not very interested in this. A higher level game. He was not interested. After he completed the main storyline of Zombie Apocalypse, wouldn't it be nice for him to take over the world? However, since he was helping out, he didn't care so much. If a slot was available, it would be good if he could get one. Hao Zhou continued, also, according to the completion rate of the mission, it might be possible to get a skill book. Skill book. Fang Heng immediately nodded and agreed. I'm in. Where are you now? Give me the coordinates and I'll meet up with you guys. We'll talk about the details of the mission when we get back to the game. Okay, we're in Dongxi District, outside Yin City, 3871, 2938. Hao Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart and reported the coordinates. There are still a large number of zombies in Yin City. We need to be ready for battle. The two hung up the phone and went online. After going online, Fang Heng controlled the zombie clones to meet up at the coordinates of Yin City and rode the motorcycle alone. Since there was a possibility of a war with the Kronkin Company this time, he had to display his abilities. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng returned to the Dark Knight's contact point and took back the 3 tyrants and all the liquor combat units from the shelter. Under the cover of the night, the zombie army was quickly assembled. Fang Heng climbed onto the vine chair that extended behind the tyrant form. Let's go, let's go. The 3 tyrants took big strides and stepped onto the wide main road. Behind them, a layer of liquors was lying on the ground, crawling quickly. Fang Heng has promised that he will participate in our mission. They got help. After knowing that Fang Heng would participate, everyone felt at ease. The two brothers, Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta, even high-fived each other. They felt that this mission seemed to have been completed by more than half. The news of Fang Heng's arrival revived the stagnant team. Before Fang Heng arrived, everyone discussed the follow-up plan. Hao Zhou thought for a while and said, Fang Heng can control part of the zombies to fight. Last time, when we cooperated with him, he used the zombie team to open the sewer. This time, we might be able to use the sewer as an entrance. Maybe it doesn't need to be so troublesome, Sister Li added. I heard that Fang Heng's prison army can control the lickers. If it's true, then we can deal with the guards outside the city and force our way into Yin City. We can take advantage of the fact that the Kronkin Company doesn't have time to react, then seize the statue and retreat quickly. Kuan Ba was excited and waved his hand excitedly. Yes, 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 lickers. I've seen the video of Lucia from the Dark Knights. It's amazing. Don't be too excited. I heard that the one controlling the liquor isn't Fang Heng, but a high-level NPC from the Dark Knights. Hao Zhou smiled bitterly. The forum is too deep. We can't tell if it's real or fake. This part about controlling the liquor is too mysterious. Everyone was discussing excitedly when they suddenly stopped at the same time. Outside the residence, heavy footsteps approached from afar. Let's go outside and take a look. Everyone immediately picked up their weapons and left the temporary residence to investigate. Outside the door of the temporary residence, Fang Heng stood there casually. Behind him, 3 tyrants stood side by side. Just standing there gave people a sense of oppression. Everyone looked at Fang Heng and remained silent for a long time. Long time no see, guys. Fang Heng waved at Hao Zhou and the others. What's wrong? Why's everyone so quiet? Aren't you happy to see me? As Fang Heng spoke, he took out a few bottles of beer from his backpack and threw one bottle to everyone. Hao Zhou took the beer, opened the bottle cap and gulped down a mouthful. It was the tyrant. When he first saw it, he wondered if he was hallucinating. Kuan Ba still couldn't believe it. He asked, Fang Heng, are you the one controlling this tyrant form? That's right. The opponent is a little strong this time, so I have brought out all my trump cards. Fang Heng patted the tyrant form's shoulder as he spoke. Hao Zhou said that we should be prepared for battle. We should seek stability. Hao Zhou did not know what to say for a moment. This is too stable. The two brothers, Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta, looked at each other and swallowed their saliva at the same time. Just now, they were discussing whether the liquor that they saw in the forum was real. Now it seemed that Hao Zhou was right. The forum was too deep. Not a single word of truth. Liquor. Where did that come from? The tyrant under Fang Heng's control was the most ruthless. At first, Sister Li also had an expression of disbelief, but she quickly came back to her senses. Now that the team had the help of the tyrant, their combat ability had increased by more than half. Everyone, there are still more than 7 hours left until the mission is completed. We need to speed up. Hao Zhou said as he submitted a mission invitation. Time is tight. Let's talk as we walk. Hint, player Hao Zhou is sharing a mission with you. Heart of the Apocalypse. Mission name, Heart of the Apocalypse. Mission description, Sandy Nealon is the curator of the art gallery in Yin City. When the apocalypse came, his collection was also left in the art gallery in Yin City. He hopes that you can think of a way to preserve these treasures of human civilization. Mission requirements, Sandy Nealon needs you to take out the sculpture, the Heart of the Apocalypse, from the art museum in Yin City and bring it back to the Apocalypse merchant camp. Additional mission reward, rescue as many artworks as possible from Yin City. Mission event remaining, 7 hours and 12 minutes. Description, the completeness of the transferred item, the quantity and value of the item will affect the final mission evaluation. Fang Heng looked at the mission description and raised his head. Alright, we'll set off now. Dawn arrived. Hao Zhou and his group rode their bicycles and quickly headed towards Yin City. Hao Zhou gave an introduction of the mission to Fang Heng. A few days ago, we received a mission from a down-and-out NPC. After completing a series of prerequisite missions, we got to know Sandy and obtained the final mission from him. After receiving the mission, we immediately went to Yin City to investigate. We didn't expect that Een City had already been completely controlled by the Kronkin Company. Later, we also tried to negotiate with the Kronkin Company and offered to enter the city to complete the mission. However, we were rejected. Sister Lee explained, we have made many tactical models. With the ability of our team, infiltrating the city's art museum is completely feasible. The biggest difficulty of the mission is how to evacuate from the city. The heart of the apocalypse is a large-scale sculpture. It's already very troublesome to take the sculpture away from the city under the siege of the zombie horde in Een City. Now we have Kronkin Company in the picture. Their people have set up sentries at the periphery of Een City. If we come out of the city, they will notice us. At that time, they will attack us. He roughly understood the difficulty of this mission. Chapter 277, Flatten. Chapter 277, Flatten. Fong Heng, do you have any ideas? Ideas? Of course, he was going to attack. Fong Heng's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he felt that he had been a little reckless recently. What about you guys? Any suggestions? How about the sewer? Hao Zhou and the others had originally planned to borrow Fong Heng's strength and use the sewer to find a way to sneak into the city without anyone noticing. Then, they would move the sculpture out of the sewer. As for the survival rules of the sewer, that would depend on Fong Heng. An ordinary player really couldn't learn it. Sewer, let's see the details. Everyone rushed to the outside of Een City and temporarily settled down in an abandoned building to make a battle plan. Fong Heng looked at the sewer map that Hao Zhou had collected beforehand and shook his head. No. The sculpture is too big. If we use the sewer as our exit pass, we have to think of a way to widen the sewer entrance. If we are not careful, the exhibits will be damaged and this will affect the completion rate of the final mission. Secondly, the construction of the city sewer does not extend too far away from Een City. After coming out of the passage, we will still be at risk of being discovered by the player from the Kronkin Company. Fong Heng pondered and continued, last but not least, it's also the most troublesome. If we want to move out all the artworks in the gallery, it will take a lot of time. It's too slow to transport them through the sewer. It was still alright when they heard the first part. When they heard Fong Heng say that he wanted to move out all the artworks in the gallery, everyone fell silent and looked at each other. Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta's eyes lit up. Move out all the artworks in the gallery. This plan was simply too brilliant. Hao Zhou coughed lightly and focused everyone's attention. Fong Heng, do you have a better idea? Indeed, I have a better idea. I don't think there's a need to go through so much trouble. Fong Heng looked at everyone and announced the boorish plan that he had long prepared. Why don't we do it the hard way? The hard way? What do you mean? Simple. Fong Heng raised his head and looked at the shadows of the sentry tower in the distance. He said slowly, flatten them. Flatten, did this mean war? A formal war with the Kronkin Company? With just a short sentence, Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta were immediately filled with fighting spirit. Before this, they had also been bullied by the Kronkin Company. Now, with the help of Fong Heng's zombie team, they could compete with the Kronkin Company. Use the tyrant to flatten them, Fong Heng said and patted Hao Zhou's shoulder. Don't be so serious. Didn't you say to get ready to fight? Hao Zhou opened his mouth, but didn't say anything for a long time. Indeed, he had asked Fong Heng to get ready for battle, but he didn't want Fong Heng to flatten the entire Kronkin Company at that time. Fong Heng looked around the team and asked, how is it? Do you have any other plans? The two brothers, Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta, shook their heads first. What other plans could there be? Wasn't it just a competition of size? Whoever had the biggest fist would listen to the other. It would be reckless, but that's how things work. Okay, let's move out immediately. I will lead the tyrant to attack the sentry tower and the shelter of the Kronkin Company. The lickers will follow you to the art gallery in Een City. When the time comes, we will meet in the art gallery. Can you do it alone? Do you want some people to go with you? No need. It will be troublesome if there are too many people. After a few simple discussions, Fong Heng waved his hand and gave the order to Tyrant to attack. Start from the two most conspicuous sentry towers. It was a game after all, so it was just one fight after another. Fong Heng did not have the slightest psychological burden. Today, the world was divided into four major federations, collectively known as the Global Federation, which was controlled by the Federal Central Assembly. Fang Heng's position belonged to the Eastern Federation. He had heard from Mo Jiawei that the 12 corporations belonging to the Northern Federation had never been on good terms with North River Heavy Industry. Even during the vampire apocalypse, North River Heavy Industry had been suppressed by them. In short, the Kronkin Company was an enemy. The tyrant form strode forward and approached the sentry tower. Fang Heng found a hidden corner. He was going to hide in the dark and secretly trick them. On the sentry tower, the player in charge of guarding the Kronkin Company had just finished the shift. As usual, it was another peaceful day. The player on duty, Zhang Yun, took out some reading materials that he had prepared long ago to pass the day. Yin City was a remote place. There was a large number of zombies in the city, so very few people would come here. Zhang Yun stretched and raised his head. He suddenly saw a small black dot in the distance. Zhang Yun rubbed his eyes. The black dot gradually approached the tower. It was getting bigger and bigger. What the hell? Tyrant. 3. Where did they come from? Oh no. They were coming for the sentry tower. Zhang Yun's hair stood on end and he suddenly jumped up from his chair. In his panic, he picked up a shotgun and aimed it at the tyrant's head. Bang. 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 3 shots in a row, 1 shot to the head and 2 shots to the shoulder. The tyrant was not affected at all. On the contrary, it sped up a bit and strode towards the sentry tower. Zhang Yun's back was soaked in a layer of cold sweat. In an instant, he realized that his brain must have been fried. Was he thinking of using a hunting rifle to fight the tyrant alone? Seeing the tyrant rapidly approaching the sentry tower, Zhang Yun immediately stuffed the hunting rifle back into his backpack and turned around to flee. If the sentry tower was finished, then it was finished. He could not risk his life. At the bottom of the sentry tower, the tyrant quickly approached. It raised its huge fist and smashed it towards the sentry tower. When its fist landed on the sentry tower, the entire sentry tower shook heavily. Bang bang. Bang. Seeing Tyrant punch the sentry tower several times in a row, Fang Heng, who was watching the battle from a distance, realized that something was not right. What was going on? Why didn't the sentry tower counterattack at all? He took out his binoculars to take a closer look and saw that the player guards on the sentry tower had long disappeared without a trace. TSK, they ran quite fast. Fang Heng curled his lips, showing no interest. He waved his hand to guide Tyrant to stop attacking the sentry tower and continue to attack the Kronkin Company's shelter behind. Enemy attack. Zombies. It's the Tyrant. Sound the alarm. The entire camp was filled with ear-piercing sirens. It was just early in the morning and Kronkin Company's shelter manager, Lope, was still sleeping outside the game. When he received the hint that the game shelter had been attacked, he was shocked and hurried back to the game. It's Tyrant. The zombie Tyrant has attacked our shelter. Listening to his subordinate's report, Lope instantly woke up. Tyrant. Are you sure? That's the Tyrant. It's true. They are attacking the shelter. Lope pushed the player next to him and walked out of the shelter. In the camp, 3 Tyrant forms were constantly waving their fists, attacking all the buildings within their sight. Most of the players' weapons were bows and arrows. These wooden bows and arrows could not penetrate the Tyrant's defense at all. The Tyrant form did not even bother to counterattack the player, directly swinging its fists to demolish the house. Cold sweat dripped down Lope's cheeks. Chapter 278, Escaped. Chapter 278 Escaped. Taking advantage of the chaos in the shelter, Haozhou led his team to the east gate of Yin City. The entrance to the east gate of the city was blocked by an iron gate with a railing. Through the gap in the railing, the team saw a dense crowd of zombies on the other side of the iron gate. The zombies were immediately attracted by the smell of the players in the team and crowded toward the iron gate. The old rusty iron gate kept creaking, which made people worry that it would not be able to withstand the pressure of the zombies and collapse. The 2 brothers, Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta, put on their equipment and got ready for battle. Then, they turned around and looked at Haozhou. Captain, what should we do? Haozhou raised his binoculars and observed the inner part of Yin City for a moment, then quickly set up a plan. They're all ordinary zombies, so they're not a big threat. I'll set up explosives to make a hole and break through the iron gate. After that, Sister Lee will activate the perception barrier. We'll break into Een City first. The density of the zombie horde inside the city is much smaller than outside. When the time comes, we'll just kill our way in and force our way into the art gallery. Hao Zhou's team had been cooperating for a long time, and they had a good understanding of each other. Help me cover for a while. Hao Zhou took out an explosive pack from his backpack as he spoke. He was about to walk to the iron gate and plant the explosive pack. When the explosive blew up the iron gate, it would also get rid of the zombie horde. To blow up the iron gate and the zombie horde, we need 2 sets of small explosives. Hao Zhou muttered to himself as he walked forward, calculating in his mind. Swoosh. 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 He was distracted for a moment and several gusts of wind sounded in his ears. A few red shadows flew past him quickly. What the hell? Hao Zhou was shocked. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked over. Dozens of lickers flitted past him and pounced toward the iron railings. They jumped high into the air and slashed their sharp claws across the air. Ordinary zombies couldn't stop a high-level hunter like the licker. The zombies were cut in half, and the rusty iron railings were cut into pieces by the sharp claws. The iron gate was instantly torn open. The lickers immediately started killing the zombies before they even have time to break free from the iron gate. The strong smell of blood stimulated the player's nostrils. In a short moment, the zombie horde was torn into pieces by the lickers. In a few minutes, no zombies were found standing at the east entrance of the city. The lickers carried out Fang Heng's order faithfully. They continued to spread out into Een City, looking for their next target. The scene before their eyes was too shocking, and the depressing scene made Hao Zhou and the others momentarily at a loss. Slaughtered. Even though they had seen some prison soldiers controlling the lickers in battle in the video before, now that they had witnessed it with their own eyes, the lickers' combat ability was much stronger than in the video. Sister Lee was extremely alarmed. She was very sure that the lickers that Fang Heng controlled were not ordinary. Their various attribute abilities had been greatly improved compared to ordinary lickers. With these lickers, it was only a matter of time before they cleared all the zombies in Een City, let alone the miscellaneous soldiers blocking the entrance. In that case, the plan that they had laid out previously seemed to be completely useless. Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta looked at each other, then turned their gazes to Hao Zhou at the same time. Hao Zhou also stood at the same spot with mixed feelings in his heart. How long had it been since they last met, and Fang Heng's strength had already risen to such a powerful level? During this period, his entire team had been fighting day and night. He believed that his strength had been completely transformed compared to a month ago. Even if he could not be compared to Fang Heng, the gap wouldn't be too big. But now that he's aware of the licker's ability, Hao Zhou felt that the strength of the entire team wasn't enough. If he were to fight the licker one-on-one right now, he would at most rely on the props to save his life. Captain, shouldn't our plan? Seeing Hao Zhou freeze on the spot, Kuan Ta walked up and patted his shoulder, using his mouth to signal the zombie horde that had already entered Een City. Hao Zhou quickly adjusted his mood. Fang Heng was his teammate. The stronger his teammate was, the happier he should be. At least this mission was safe. There's a change of plan. We'll follow the lickers. Hao Zhou took a deep breath and said excitedly, together, we'll charge in. Hint, your shelter has been attacked by a tyrant. The shelter's durability has decreased by 1078. Please defend in time. Hint, your shelter is under attack. Please defend and repair in time once the shelter's durability is reduced to 0. After leaving the shelter, Lope watched as the tyrant madly swung its fist to punch the shelter. The veins on his forehead bulged. Are you idiots? Lope could not help but shout at the player who was using the wooden bow and arrows to deal with the tyrant. Are you going to use the wooden arrows to kill the tyrant? Seeing the confused player who stopped attacking with the wooden arrow, Lope was even angrier. Trash. A bunch of trash. Forget about those tyrants. Can you hold on? Quickly load the valuable resources from the shelter into the vehicle. The players finally reacted. Go. Hurry up and leave. Lope gritted his teeth and stared at the 2 tyrants who were close by. Ordinary arrows and even firearms could not cause fatal damage to them. Saving strength and reducing losses was the best solution. But why? Why did the tyrant target their shelter? Lope could not figure this out. Fang Heng was hiding under a tree far away from the shelter. Fang Heng could not help but twitch his lips when he saw the player driving the truck out of the shelter. Trying to escape. Tyrant hadn't even flattened the place yet and he was already escaping. He should have put up some resistance. This was boring. Boring. Fang Heng had originally thought that the other party would more or less resist, such as using King of Gods points to exchange for a rocket launcher or something. Although the effect wasn't great. He didn't think that he would surrender so quickly. It was really boring. Seeing that the Kronkin Company player was no longer a threat, Fang Heng left behind a tyrant to continue demolishing the base, bringing the remaining 2 tyrant forms into Yin City to provide support. Yin City, Art Gallery. Hao Zhou had already led his team to the second basement of the art gallery. The strength of the lickers was far beyond the imagination of the players in Hao Zhou's team. After the lickers entered the city, they took the initiative to spread out and hunt down the zombie horde that wandered around Yin City. The number of zombies in the entire city was greatly reduced. Sister Li did not need to activate her perception barrier at all. The team killed a few zombies that they encountered along the way and quickly entered the art gallery. Chapter 279, Pack It Up. Chapter 279, Pack It Up. Considering that the lickers would break into the art gallery and destroy the exhibits, Fang Heng did not choose to let the lickers enter the art gallery. Hao Zhou and the others felt that they were finally of some use in the mission. According to the information provided by the curator, Sandy Nealon, the sculpture was in the vault on the second basement. Hao Zhou immediately led the team to clean up the entire gallery and searched it thoroughly. It took a lot of effort to find the vault key on the 3rd floor. In the end, they took another big detour before opening the vault door. The giant sculpture of the mission target, the Heart of the Apocalypse, was lying quietly in the center of the vault. When they saw the mission target, the team of players looked at each other and fell into silence at the same time. They had heard that the Heart of the Apocalypse was a large sculpture, but they had not expected it to be so big. It was a full 2.5 meters tall. It looked like 4 or 5 young men would need to work together to lift it up. How could such a large sculpture be moved out? Hao Zhou asked, "How's the cargo elevator?" "It can't be used. I've checked before. There's no backup power supply in the art gallery, and the elevator can't be activated unless we can find a generator to generate electricity ourselves." Hao Zhou suddenly felt a headache coming. Where could he find a generator at this time? He could only use the stairs to slowly transport it up with the help of the wooden planks. Hao Zhou made a decision. "I'll first think of a way to build a platform and transport the sculpture to the staircase." Although doing so was extremely inefficient, it seemed like this was the only solution at the moment. The few of them immediately took action. They made a high-level wooden plank on the spot and installed rolling wheels under the wooden plank. Finally, they tried to lift the large sculpture onto the wooden plank. 3, 2, 1. Up. Hao Zhou's face flushed red and the veins on his neck bulged. However, the entire sculpture did not move at all. "No, it's still too heavy." Hao Zhou panted heavily and said, "Don't force it. It'll be more troublesome if we break the statue. Let me try this." Kuan Ba took out a bottle of short-term strength enhancement potions with negative effects from his backpack. Just as he was about to drink the potion, heavy footsteps came from the pathway on the second basement. Bang, bang. Everyone was alert and raised their guns to aim at the passage. As the footsteps approached, a huge shadow appeared at the passage entrance. Fang Heng jumped down from the tyrant's back and came in front of everyone. "Fang Heng. You're back." Seeing that it was the tyrant that Fang Heng controlled, Hao Zhou was obviously relieved and motioned for everyone to put away their weapons. "How's the situation at Kronkin Company?" "It's been resolved for now. The defense of the Kronkin Company's shelter is too weak. It's not strong enough." Fang Heng's tone was disdainful. "But they escaped pretty quickly. Before I could even flatten them all, they drove off with their truck loaded with materials. I left a tyrant there to continue dismantling the shelter. It's not a big problem." D*MN, how long had it been? In less than an hour, he had scared the players of the Kronkin Company away. Having seen the strength of Fang Heng's lickers, Hao Zhou could roughly imagine the scene of Fang Heng's tyrants attacking the Kronkin Company's shelter. Fortunately, Fang Heng was not their enemy. Fang Heng shook his head and said, "Sigh, I thought they could hold on for a while longer." Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta looked at each other again. Why did Fang Heng's tone sound like he was a little disappointed? Fang Heng walked forward and his gaze focused on the large sculpture that everyone was moving. "Let's not talk about them. What about you guys? How's the mission?" "We found it. Here, the heart of the apocalypse. This is it." Kuan Ta patted the large sculpture beside him as he spoke. "I just didn't expect it to be so heavy." Kuan Ba added, "There are still many sculptures in the vault. They're all big things. Just moving out the heart of the apocalypse is already difficult enough. It's going to be very difficult to overcome the mission difficulty." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows when he heard this and looked at the interior of the vault behind everyone. There were sculptures of all sizes piled up inside the entire vault. After thinking for a moment, Fang Heng raised his head and said, "All right, leave this to me first. You guys go to the first and second floor. The artworks there are relatively small. Think of a way to move all the artworks to the entrance. At that time, we'll pack them up and bring them back to the Apocalypse camp to hand in our mission." "You alone?" Kuan Ba blinked his eyes in surprise and looked at Fang Heng in puzzlement. "This thing is very heavy." "Heavy? It's no big deal. Come, I'll show you guys something." As Fang Heng spoke, he turned to the side and took 2 steps to the side, pointing his chin at the tyrant behind him. The tyrant accepted Fang Heng's command and strode forward. It walked to the front of the sculpture and tried to lift the entire sculpture. The sculpture shook slightly. It couldn't move it. So heavy. Fang Heng was a little surprised as well. He controlled the other tyrant to come up and help. The 2 tyrants exerted their strength on both sides at the same time and lifted the entire sculpture up into the air. Good heavens! He forcefully turned the tyrants into porters. Kuan Ba swallowed his saliva. But he was still a little worried. "Fang Heng, letting the 2 of them carry, is it really stable?" The tyrants were undoubtedly very strong, but it seemed that they were strained. If they were careless and fell midway, the mission would be over. "Don't worry, they are very stable." Fang Heng was very confident. Look. Fine vines quickly grew out of the tyrant's body. The vines firmly fixed the statue in the middle of the 2 tyrants' bodies. "It's much more stable, isn't it?" Hao Zhou's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Vines. They looked a little familiar. This vine seemed to be the vine parasite that he had seen in Hope Town back then. Hao Zhou was deep in thought, and he had some understanding in his heart. The tyrant in front of him was the same as the licker outside, both had been modified. They were much more powerful than ordinary zombies. Seeing that Fang Heng's tyrant had easily finished moving the items, the team's morale soared. The 2 brothers, Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta, nodded in unison. "Fang Heng, I'll have to trouble you with the large sculptures in the vault. Let's split up." Hao Zhou knew that they had really found the right person for this mission. If it was anyone else, without the help of the tyrant form, they would not have been able to complete the mission so easily. With Fang Heng's help, they were able to make the most of their time and think of a way to move more exhibits back and increase the mission reward as much as possible. They were full of energy. Watching Hao Zhou's player team and the tyrants carrying the large sculptures, Fang Heng turned his head and looked at the vault again. Inside the vault, there were more than 100 sculptures of all sizes, with the large sculptures accounting for more than half of them. In addition to the exhibits in the exhibition halls on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor. Faced with such a good opportunity, he had to be greedy to death. In addition to the promotion quota, the mission reward this time also included a skill book. The higher the completion rate of the mission, the better the skill book rewarded. Chapter 280, Trail Cart. Chapter 280, Trail Cart. Fang Heng was in high spirits. He quickly opened the game log. The 100-man team of Vine zombies was about to arrive at Een City. The players from the Kronkin Company had been completely chased away. The next question was how to bring a large number of exhibits back to the Apocalypse Merchant Camp. From Een City to the Apocalypse Merchant Camp, relying on tyrants to transport the exhibits on their own would not guarantee that they would make it in time to complete the mission. He needed a large number of transportation tools. Got it. For the skill book, I'll take a gamble. He muttered to himself, threw a simple bed on the floor and went offline on the spot. For a full 2 hours. Haozhou's team of 4 acted as if they were on steroids, moving all the exhibits from the first 3 floors of the art gallery to the entrance hall. Not a single one was left. This is the last box. The second and third floors are all empty. The 2 brothers, Kuan-ba and Kuan-ta, carried the last box of exhibits down from the 3rd floor and gulped down a bottle of Gatorade to expedite their recovery speed. I've also checked the 6 exhibition halls behind the 1st floor again. I didn't miss anything. Looking at the pile of artworks that filled the entire hall on the 1st floor, Sisterly frowned. So many. The 4 of them had been busy moving the artworks out of the exhibition halls. When they came back to their senses, they realized that the hall on the 1st floor had already been filled with artwork. Haozhou, we can't bring back so many artworks, can we? Haozhou didn't expect that the art gallery would be filled with so many artworks. He felt that Fang Heng wouldn't be able to settle all of them. The time limit of the mission was less than 4 hours. They would be able to go back and forth between the art gallery and the Apocalypse camp with a full load at least 2 times. It could be considered amazing if they could even bring back 1/10 of the artworks in the hall. Let's wait a little longer. Fang Heng should have his plan. His zombie team should be able to move materials. Haozhou thought for a moment and said to the others, let's separate the most valuable items first. The others nodded and immediately began to classify the artworks according to their value. Chi 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 chi. Not long after they started, a sound came from outside the art gallery. It sounded like no way. Haozhou suddenly realized something. He immediately put down the artwork in his hand and walked out of the art gallery. He looked up and saw 2 helicopters hovering in the sky above the city. Lucia poked her head out from the back of the helicopter and shouted, Fang Heng. Is Fang Heng here? Sisterly, who followed Haozhou out, also looked up. Helicopters. Fang Heng got a helicopter to carry materials. Kuan-ba waved excitedly at the sky, yes. Inside. Lucia heard him and her eyes revealed an excited expression. She suddenly jumped down from the sky. She landed steadily on the ground. Fang Heng said that there are many valuable items for us to help carry. I've brought a team over first. 5 more cargo trucks are coming soon. Cargo trucks. 5. Haozhou did not expect that Fang Heng would be so resourceful. He could mobilize 5 trucks and 2 helicopters to help carry the artworks in such a short time. He whispered, he even got helicopters here, and they're so big. The bigger the better. The more we move, the more generous our reward will be. Kuan-ba and Kuan-ta could not wait any longer. Let's go inside and move the famous paintings. Hint, you have used your authority as a colonel in the Dark Knights. You have urgently deployed the members of the Dark Knights and used some of their materials. You have borrowed a transport vehicle *5, 24 hours, and a transport helicopter *2, 24 hours. Hint, you have used 26,000 Dark Knights honor points. In the game, items that could not be stored in a backpack could not be transported through the space-tearing device. When he was in Pine City, Fang Heng had thought hard about how to send the armored vehicle back to the shelter. He first dismantled the armored vehicle into small and medium-sized parts, then took the parts back to the shelter to reassemble them. Not long ago, when he was transporting the minerals, Fang Heng did the same. He divided the military truck into various parts and then transported them through the space-tearing device before reassembling them again. When he saw Fang Heng use this move for the first time, Mo Jiawei was also shocked. He felt that Fang Heng had cheated in the game. The ordinary players could not do this at all. First of all, the player did not have such a high skill level in mechanical maintenance. It was one thing to dismantle it, but once it was dismantled, it could not be put back together. Secondly, even with such a high-level maintenance skill, the player's vitality was not enough to complete the dismantling and assembly in a short period. What a coincidence. Fang Heng's zombie clones could participate in the maintenance together. Was this not considered cheating? If he was in Een City now, Fang Heng could only sigh in his heart and say that it was a pity. Time was too tight, so he didn't have time to return to the shelter to disassemble and assemble the trucks again. Fang Heng had no choice but to deploy the entire school of the Dark Knights to quickly mobilize the resources of the nearby contact points and gather 5 trucks and 2 helicopters. Even if his military rank in the Dark Knights was high enough to be a colonel. Even if his relationship with Lucia was so good that Lucia was willing to find a team to work for him for free. However, he still had to pay the rental fee and gas money. What a pain. This would cost a lot of Dark Knights honor points. After meeting up with Fang Heng, Lucia commanded the team of Dark Knights to move the materials on the transport vehicles to the parking lot behind the art gallery. Lucia felt strange. Fang Heng, aren't we transporting materials? What do you need these wooden planks for? There are too many artworks that need to be moved. The current transport capacity is not enough to move them all, so I have to make some tools myself. Fang Heng explained and began to control the zombie team. The scene he saw in the basement not long ago inspired him. While the Dark Knights were moving the materials to the vehicles, Fang Heng controlled the zombies to move the materials in batches. Then, he made long wooden planks, pulleys and hemp ropes. Hint: in 11 minutes, your zombie clone has completed wooden planks, blueprints, *27, pulleys *82, hemp ropes *267, Type F simple connecting device *99. With the components ready, Fang Heng tried to assemble the wooden planks and pulleys. A simple cart had been completed. Hint: you have completed the creation of a special combination tool. You have not yet learned the blueprints of this tool. You cannot gain additional attribute bonuses, and it will be more easily damaged. The 2 zombies staggered forward and extended vines from their bodies, tightly binding the front end of the cart. Fang Heng walked forward again and pulled the vines to test their toughness. It's very sturdy. There's no problem at all. Lucia stood by the side, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. A cart. Fang Heng, you're amazing. Chapter 281, Stage 2. Chapter 281 Stage 2. At the entrance of the art gallery, Hao Zhou and the others had just stuffed a small portion of the valuable paintings into the truck. Kuan Ba wiped the sweat off his forehead. It's not enough. There are still a lot of sculptures at the entrance of the first floor. We need to make some space for them. Okay, we'll keep a big truck to carry the heart of the apocalypse. After we send one batch, we'll come back and move them a few more times. Hao Zhou wasn't greedy. In his opinion, with a big truck, they could probably move it back and forth 3 or 4 times. Although they wouldn't be able to move all of them, they could still move most of them. I'm afraid only Tyrant can move the heart of the apocalypse. As they were talking, Kuan Ba saw something, and his expression became strange. Everyone followed Kuan Ba's gaze. Not far away, Fang Heng brought a group of zombies and walked around from the back parking lot. Behind him, 5 or 6 zombies were divided into small teams. They gathered together and used vines to directly wrap around the cart and pull it forward. There were also the lickers. Their bodies were also tied with hemp ropes. The other ends of the hemp ropes were tied to the front of the cart with pulleys. Kuan Ba rubbed his eyes and turned to look at Kuan Ta, who looked like he had seen a ghost. Brother, is he going to treat the lickers as his labor workers? An hour later. On the highway, the group of Dark Knights returned with a full load, occupying the entire main road. Trucks and helicopters cleared the way in front, and at the back, a zombie team was transporting the carts slowly and moving forward. As the carts were heavy, the team moved very slowly. It was a strange scene. Even now, Hao Zhou's team still felt like they were in a dream. 2 days ago, when they had just received the mission, they had indeed thought of emptying the art gallery. But 2 days later, their dream came true. They did it. All the artworks in the gallery were taken away in one wave. Kuan Ba followed the group of zombies. As he walked, he suddenly couldn't help but giggle. When he went back, he would be able to complete the mission at least 10 times more. The reward would be at least 10 times more. What level could he reach with this promotion? He was looking forward to it. Fang Heng was also looking forward to it. The reward of a mission like a skill book was very rare. It was not easy to come across a skill book. Naturally, he would try his best to find a way to increase the level of the reward. The speed of the zombie team was slow and they spent another 2 hours transporting the items. When the time limit of the mission was almost over, the military trucks of the Dark Knights slowly drove into the Apocalypse merchant camp of Dongxi district. As the zombies could not transport the artwork into the camp, Fang Heng left them outside the camp to wait. Seeing so many trucks driving into the camp, Hubbard, the merchant of the Apocalypse camp, was stunned. "Hey! Hubbard!" Fang Heng saw an acquaintance, stuck his head out of the window and waved to greet him. He recognized Hubbard. There was a time when the prison shelter needed a furnace to expand production. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei used the space-tearing device in the shelter to teleport around the world. One by one, they explored the Apocalypse camp, selling materials and buying furnaces. At that time, Fang Heng had emptied Hubbard's shop, so his favorability rating with Hubbard was quite high. "It's Fang Heng. I was wondering who else can transport materials to my truck by truck." Seeing the big customer come, Hubbard smiled. He took out a bottle of beer and threw it at Fang Heng. "But I remember telling you last time. Our warehouse is full. We don't need it for a while." Hearing the NPC merchant, Hao Zhou and the others looked at Fang Heng from the car window. Didn't he develop in the prison? How did he know the merchants here? And he seemed to be on familiar terms with them. Hao Zhou was even more curious. He wanted to know what Fang Heng had done to leave such a deep impression on the NPC. Fang Heng took the beer bottle and also took out a bag of drunkard peanuts from his backpack and threw it at Hubbard. No, you're wrong. I'm here to complete the mission." "Mission?" Hubbard glanced at the Dark Knights and Hao Zhou's group who were moving the sculptures out of the truck. "I got it. It's that idiot Sandy Nealon." Hubbard came to a realization and sighed as he spoke. It's already so late, and he still can't forget his art gallery. What nonsense about art being the treasure of human civilization. Can't he understand it? In the current apocalypse outside, the most important thing is to survive. Hubbard was complaining when a surprised voice sounded from the side. "Oh my God. You've done it. It's done. Oh. I can't believe it. You brought all these treasures back. Be careful. This painting has been around for 20 years. Be gentle. Be gentle. I beg you." Fang Heng looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with a head full of white hair shouting in surprise. "Hey! Sandy!" Hubbard and Fang Heng walked forward together. He patted Sandy's shoulder heavily and said snappily, "You didn't say that there would be so many things here." "More." "No, it's too little. Hubbard, you have to know that these artworks are the crystallization of our human civilization. They are the marks of our existence in this world, the spiritual civilization." Hubbard only felt a headache. He stopped Sandy from continuing, Okay. Then, how much are you willing to spend for these human treasures?" "Money." Sandy felt that he had been greatly insulted. With a red face, he approached Hubbard aggressively. "This is art. Hubbard. It's art. Don't use your dirty money to measure art." Hubbard spread his hands and looked helpless. "Sandy, I understand your art, but this is a shelter built for survival. I can't put your things away. You need to find another place for your art. You know nothing." Because he was too agitated, Sandy was trembling all over. "These are treasures. You people don't know what's good for you. You will regret it." Sandy turned his head angrily and looked at Hao Zhou and the other players. "Hao Zhou. Did you hear what they said? These people don't know what art is. I don't want to stay here anymore. We will leave now." Hint: due to your outstanding completion of the mission to find the heart of the apocalypse, follow-up mission The Apocalypse Artist has been triggered. Mission name: Apocalypse Artist, Team. Mission description: you have returned a large number of artworks from the art gallery in Een City, but the Apocalypse Merchant Camp cannot accommodate that many artworks. Mission requirements: please help find a home for Sandy's artworks, please protect Sandy and his artworks in the meantime. Mission time limit: 10 days. Additional description: as time goes by, the value, quality, of the artwork that lacks maintenance will gradually decrease. The decrease in the value of the artwork will reduce the completion rate of the mission. Hint: this mission is a follow-up mission of Tier 2. After the mission is completed, it will be calculated together with the reward of Tier 1. Upon completion, the reward for Tier 1 will be greatly increased. Hint: if the damage to the Tier 2 artwork is serious, it may cause the first Tier 1 mission reward to be reduced. Hint: if Sandy dies during the mission will fail by default. The Tier 1 mission reward will also be deemed as unobtainable. Hint: you can also directly give up the follow-up mission and receive the mission reward of this tier. Chapter 282, Eat Up. Chapter 282 Eat Up. Seeing the row of hints appearing on their retinas, everyone fell silent for a moment. There was a follow-up mission. Moreover, this follow-up mission was simply a joke. Where could they find a place to store so many useless statues? Haozhou quickly exchanged glances with the other team members. He didn't reject the mission immediately, nor did he agree to accept the mission. Instead, he tried to get more information from Sandy. It was like an additional question. It was very difficult, but he could think of a way to try. Mr. Sandy, please don't get too agitated. Do you know where I can bring your artwork to? Sandy said angrily, these people only have money in their eyes. This is a stain on art. Haozhou's heart sank. This was bad. The additional question would most likely not have an answer. Sisterly asked, Mr. Sandy, then do these artworks have any special abilities? Humph. Of course, they have special abilities. I've said it before, they are all treasures left behind by the human civilization. They are priceless treasures. They cannot be measured by money. Sandy said with a heavy humph. He took out a pack of tissues from his backpack, climbed up to the nearest sculpture and carefully wiped it. The others also showed surprised expressions. After Sandy wiped it, the sculpture that originally had the words, Mission Item, on it changed. Item, Sculpture Chanter of the Church. Level, S, Type, Artwork. Description, the work of contemporary art master Anthony Gormley. Placing it in the shelter can unlock the art layout, Art plus 19. Description, when the shelter's art level is above 100 and the shelter level is above level 90, a special construction building exhibition hall can be unlocked. An exhibition hall can enhance the attractiveness of the shelter to certain special talents, and improve the morale and mood of the shelter members. The actual effect is related to the art level of the shelter. Description, the artwork needs daily maintenance by special personnel. If the maintenance cannot be provided for some time, the artwork will have a negative effect. It was an extremely rare S-level item in the game. However, after looking at the description of the attribute of the item, Haozhou and the others had a faint feeling of pain in their balls. After evaluating the artwork, they only had one word for it. Rubbish. To a player, a statue took up too much space. They even had to employ someone to take care of it. It was not ordinary maintenance. In the game, this kind of maintenance required NPCs with special skills, and maintenance items also cost money. What was the use of it? The exhibition hall looked pretty good. However, the prerequisite of a level 90 shelter had barred all players from building the exhibition hall. A player could not afford it. It was a complete late-stage item. Only a large-scale player like the Federation would need it. And the Federation was not stupid. They did not have enough food to eat, so they did not have the time to bother with these fancy artworks. Fortunately, the only good news was that they still had 10 days of mission time to help Sandy find a sucker, find an NPC shelter in the game and throw the items inside. Haozhou was very calm. He had already begun to think about rejecting this mission and just exchange for the Tier 1 reward. It would be good if they could settle the additional question, but if they could not do it, it would be a waste of points, so there was no need. At the moment, it seemed that the mission was almost impossible to complete. Looking at the mission hint in detail, Fangheng was very happy. So it was not a useless piece of equipment. Fangheng had been thinking about it when he received the mission. This Tier 2 mission was too troublesome. Should he just eat up all the sculptures by himself? After all, so many sculptures needed to be transported by truck. A day of delay would consume a lot of his honor points. He might as well solve it as soon as possible and dump the artworks in his shelter. Perhaps the other player's shelter was too small to fit in, but his shelter level had already risen to level 107. There were already 30 warehouses for materials. He didn't have to worry about his debts. It was just a matter of building a few more warehouses. Would he look a little stupid if he piled so many whiteboard sculptures in his house. Now, after confirming that these sculptures were not whiteboard equipment and that they could be used to build a special building such as an art gallery, Fang Heng gladly accepted them. More or less, they could increase the attractiveness of the shelter. In the future, it would be easier to go out and trick NPCs to come to his shelter. It was better than nothing. Fang Heng made a decision, so he nodded and said, "Mr. Sandy, I have a shelter that I built myself, and I am very willing to store your artwork in my shelter. I wonder if you are willing." "Really?" Sandy was pleasantly surprised. His face immediately changed as he looked at Fang Heng with great admiration. "I knew it. There will still be people who know what's good for them in this world. But is your shelter big enough? Can it hold so many artworks? Also, is your shelter safe enough? These expensive artworks need to be maintained. It will cost a little every day." Fang Heng nodded. "Of course, I promise you, Mr. Sandy. Even though it's the apocalypse, art is always art. I believe that when the end of the apocalypse comes, everyone will remember the contribution you made to the preservation of human civilization." Fang Heng. Sandy looked at Fang Heng excitedly, as if he was a close friend that he had known for hundreds of years. "I know. I knew someone would understand me. Hint, your friendship with Sandy has greatly increased." Hao Zhou and the others looked at each other silently. They were just thinking about finding a sucker and now Fang Heng volunteered to be the sucker. Hao Zhou felt even more indebted to Fang Heng. Who would be willing to pile such trash in the shelter? Only for the sake of the mission did Fang Heng make such a sacrifice. Hao Zhou sighed in his heart. He patted Fang Heng on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Fang Heng, don't force yourself. It's already very good to do this. You can give up on the Tier 2 mission. It's okay. It's just a small matter." Fang Heng waved his hand and checked the map. There was no doubt that these large-scale sculptures could not be transported through the space rift. They could only be slowly dragged back by trucks and zombies. This place was very far from the prison area. It would take about 17 to 18 hours to get there. It would probably be the next day after they went back. "Mr. Sandy, my shelter is very far. We shouldn't delay. We'll set off now." Sandy nodded. "These are very precious. We must be careful." Fang Heng signaled the Dark Knights to get on the car and set off for the prison shelter. After bidding farewell to Hubbard, they bought a few barrels of gas tanks and filled them up. The long line set off again. Hao Zhou and the others followed Fang Heng back to his shelter. After walking for more than half an hour, Fang Heng felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. After staying up all night last night, he also felt a little tired, so he had to go back and sleep. "Aren't you all sleepy? I have to go offline to rest. I'm a little tired." "We're okay. Leave this to us." Kuan Ba and Kuan Ta each took out a bottle of coffee and gulped it down. Although they were very sleepy, seeing that the mission was about to be completed and a large mission reward was about to be pocketed. Who could sleep? Hao Zhou was the same. He was extremely excited and didn't feel sleepy at all. "All right, I'll sleep first. If there's a problem, call me anytime." Fang Heng gave Lucia the authority to control the zombies, then threw a simple bed into the truck and went offline. Chapter 283, Artist. Chapter 283 Artist. After almost an entire day, the art convoy finally returned to the prison shelter. Seeing such a powerful city defense structure and the scale of the shelter, Sandy's expression was very exaggerated. "Fang Heng, this place is beyond my expectations. Your shelter's defense is too strong. It's much better than Hubbard's shabby base. But, Fang Heng, the maintenance of the artworks will consume a lot of resources. Can you promise to protect my artworks as best as you can?" "Of course, this is art. They deserve the best protection." For the sake of the mission, Fang Heng agreed immediately, his face full of righteousness. "And I will also build an exhibition hall in my shelter to conduct a formal artistic evaluation." Fang Heng thought to himself, since he had so much artwork in his shelter, he naturally couldn't treat them like trash. He was going to build the art museum. Hint, your favorability rating with Sandy has increased significantly. Sandy's eyes lit up when he heard Fang Heng's words. He stared at Fang Heng as if he was looking at a beautiful piece of art. Oh my god. Fangheng. You are different from those shallow survivors out there. I can see the sincerity in your eyes. That's great. That's great. This place exists just to store my artworks. I'm excited. Sandy was so excited that he was a little speechless. He nodded to himself. Yeah, I've decided. I'll stay here with my artwork as well. I'll take good care of them. Fangheng. In the next second, a game hint appeared in Fangheng's vision. Hint, your favorability rating with Sandy has increased significantly. Hint, Sandy has joined your shelter. Hint, player's current shelter can build a special building Sandy's art gallery, normal art gallery advanced building. Hint, your shelter's attractiveness has increased. Fangheng was speechless for a moment. Forcefully joining. Sandy could also use cheats. Fangheng quickly opened Sandy's attribute to check, muttering in his heart. If his attribute is trash, I have to think of a way to chase him away. Character, Sandy Nealon. Evaluation, S, Strength, 2, Agility, 2, Intelligence, 29. Will, 2, Basic Science, Level 5. Appreciation of Art, Level 97, Appraisal, Level 47. Bookmaking, Level 27. Cooking, Level 1. Painting, Level 18, Efficient Reading, Level 26, Will to Survive, Level 42. Hunger, Level 35. Art Forgery/Forgery, Level 75. Awakened Talent Skill, Art Fanaticism, Level 3. Talent Skill Description, increases shelter's attractiveness by 5%, increases shelter's survival radius range by 65%. For every level increase of this skill level, an additional 1% of attractiveness and 5% of the spread bonus will be gained. When persuading other NPCs, there will be an additional success rate bonus. He didn't expect it. Sandy had reached the S-level threshold. He was also an S-level character. Alright then. Fangheng dismissed the idea of chasing Sandy away. The shelter's additional attractiveness and increased survival radius acceptance range were still very tempting. The talent attribute effect could increase the success rate of convincing other NPCs. Did that mean that the success rate of his poaching plan could be further increased? For a moment, Fangheng's malicious gaze lingered on Sandy's face. Sandy did not notice Fangheng's gaze. He dug into his pocket and took out 5 gold medals. He walked up to Haozhou's team of players and personally put the medals on them. Thank you, everyone. You have risked your lives to save my artwork from that hell in Een City. You all have helped me so much along the way. You even provided me with such a good shelter to place my artwork. I have nothing to show for it. This is the medal that the art gallery created during its 100th anniversary. Please don't underestimate it. It's not just a simple medal, but an honor. I believe that when the end of the apocalypse comes, your contribution to preserving the spirit of human civilization will be remembered by future generations. A game hint appeared in front of Fangheng. Hint, you have completed the Tier 2 mission Apocalypse Artist. Hint, you have obtained an item, the Art Gallery's 100th Anniversary Medal. Item, Art Gallery's 100th Anniversary Medal. Type, Medal, Special Item, cannot be traded, does not bear weight, automatically activated in the backpack. Description 1, having a medal is regarded as qualifying to advance in the game. Description 2, when you first choose to enter the advanced game world as the main world, you will receive a 20% attribute increase within 30 days and an additional 3 rebirth chances within 90 days. After the rebirth, you will not be punished by death, the rebirth chance will only be effective within 90 days. Not bad, 3 free resurrections within 3 months, but it doesn't seem to be of use and there's no way to trade. Sandy walked in front of Fangheng, and he solemnly put on the medal for Fangheng. Fangheng, I noticed it when I first met you. You have a keen sense of art that surpasses that of ordinary people. Your understanding of art is beyond ordinary people. I think this book will be very suitable for you. The additional reward was coming. The advancement medal could only be considered a benefit. It was better than nothing. What he cared about the most was the skill book. This is the reward that I prepared for you alone. It represents my most sincere friendship. I hope it will be useful to you. Hint, after the team contribution assessment, you have completed the mission in excess and gained Sandy's trust. Your mission reward will be increased by an additional 33.34 times. Hint: the system has randomly selected 3 skills related to the storyline character, Sandy Nealon. You can choose one of the following rewards. Option 1, Skill Book, Art Appreciation Type, Skill Level, A+. Option 2, Skill Book, Reading Type, Skill Level, A+. Option 3, Skill Book, Bookmaking Type, Skill Level, A. All 3 skill books only had one name, but the specific attribute could not be seen. Almost at a glance, Fong Heng's gaze was attracted by the second reading type skill. In the real world, he was troubled by reading books. The occult skill book provided by Mo Yunxiao was too tiring to read. The messy words in the book made Fong Heng dizzy. He spent half an hour reading but only attained 0.21% of the reading progress. It would take at least a few months to finish reading it. After acquiring the reading skill, wouldn't he be able to improve a lot? Chapter 284, Intelligence. Chapter 284 Intelligence. It doesn't seem right either. He was currently only at Tier 1 materialization, so his skills in the game could not be used outside of the game. After calming his mind, Fong Heng carefully checked the remaining options 1 and 3. Option 3's bookmaking was only an A-level skill. Eliminated. It would be a loss if he learned it. He had to learn an A+ level skill. As for the remaining options 1 and 2, he had to take a gamble. Fong Heng felt that the remaining 2 skills were incomprehensible, so he might as well choose the second option that was most likely to help him improve, reading skill type. Hint: your outstanding performance in the mission has earned you a special reward skill book, Efficient Reading. Skill book, Efficient Reading, Soul Binding. Skill level, A+. Description: after use, you can immediately master the skill of efficient reading. Skill level 1, increases players' intelligence by 5 points. Increases players' reading efficiency by 50%. For every 1 level increase in skill level, an additional 0.4 intelligence, this skill can be upgraded to level 30. Skill description 2, reading can improve your temperament. This will give you an additional favorability rating when you meet a certain character for the first time. Skill description 3, actively using the skill allows the player to enter an efficient reading state, increase reading efficiency by 500% and consume 1% of the current maximum stamina per minute. He made a good choice. It's intelligence. A skill book that increases intelligence. Fong Heng's eyes lit up in excitement. Regardless of whether or not the increase in reading efficiency was useful outside of the game, just the increase in basic intelligence was enough to earn back the ticket price of this mission. Among all the attributes, Fong Heng's weakest attribute was intelligence. And in the game world, reading certain books required intelligence as the foundation. If his intelligence attribute was not enough, then he would not be able to read higher-level occult books. High-efficiency reading could be considered as making up for his weakness. This was a bloody win. Fong Heng thought as he slapped the skill book on his head. A faint white light flashed. Hint: you have learned a skill-efficient reading. Hao Zhou and the others were also extremely satisfied with the medal they obtained after some research about it. The attribute of the medal was much better than the free resurrection that they had previously expected. The free 3 deaths within 90 days gave them a lot of room to make mistakes, allowing them to take risks and complete some high-difficulty missions after entering the intermediate game. They would take a gamble. They would enter the intermediate game and make a perfect start. Fong Heng, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission this time. Hao Zhou and the others gathered around Fong Heng and thanked him together. Don't be so polite. We're already so familiar with each other. Everyone benefits from each other. I've also earned an advanced skill book. Next, we're going to form a team and enter the intermediate game together. As Hao Zhou spoke, he looked at the luxurious prison shelter behind Fong Heng. When they first saw the shelter, Hao Zhou's team was shocked. With the size of a shelter of this level, Fong Heng was going for the overlord of the entire server. I think you will still choose to stay here for a while, right? Yes, indeed. The development of the shelter is not bad. I have no plans to enter a higher level game for the time being. Intermediate games were different from elementary games. Most players who chose to enter intermediate games had strong confidence in themselves. They were confident that they could survive in a worse environment. In comparison, they were more ambitious and more difficult to deal with. Hao Zhou and the others looked at each other. He said, "Fang Heng, we have obtained some insider information about the game. Our world is undergoing a huge change. Only by entering a higher-level game can we obtain enough strength to protect ourselves. This was revealed to me by a comrade of mine in the Federation. I have a deep relationship with him, so I believe what he said." "That's right, Fang Heng, why don't you come with us to the higher-level game?" Kuan-Ba also invited Fang Heng along. "Fang Heng, with your strength, you'll be able to make a name for yourself after entering a higher-level game. At most, you'll be able to eat and drink without worries for the rest of your life here. It's indeed very comfortable, but don't wear down your spirit. You rascal, if you don't know how to speak, then don't speak." Kuan-Ta grabbed his shoulder and stopped him from continuing. "Fang Heng, think about it. The intermediate game is the true start of the game. That's where you'll be able to display your strength. This place is still too small for you. Resources are also limited, and the upper limit is too low." Fang Heng could feel that everyone's persuasion came from their hearts. He also understood the danger that Kuan-Ta and the others said. The game was about to invade reality. Since the Night Owl organization could already use the space-tearing device in the game to attack the server, it was very likely that the intermediate game could also use some special methods to invade the elementary game server. At that time, there was a high chance that the zombie apocalypse would be crushed by the advanced game. Fang Heng's face was serious. He had to be prepared. While thinking, Fang Heng raised his head and said, "Yes, thank you. I understand. I've heard about the great changes in the world. However, I still want to save up for some time in the elementary game." Hao Zhou patted Fang Heng's shoulder and said, "Well, you're better than us. We believe that you have your judgment. Let's not talk about it anymore. Good luck." Fang Heng nodded. And said jokingly, "You guys too. Maybe we'll meet in the advanced game world soon. Next time we meet, don't pull your hips too hard. Ha ha ha. Okay. Then we'll leave first and wait for you in the advanced game." Hao Zhou also laughed out loud. "In the future, when you enter the intermediate game, feel free to look for me if you encounter any trouble. You're not in a hurry to leave right now. Why don't you stay here tonight? I'll treat you guys to barbecue." Upon mentioning Fang Heng's barbecue, Kuan-Ba immediately nodded in agreement. "That's great, Fang Heng. I love barbecue. OMJAS. In the messy rented room, Old Black was facing a computer. The Federation has already discovered that the first-generation meteorite has been destroyed. It's much faster than we expected. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it is, it's already too late. I think they've already realized that all the top engineers in the server have died." As Old Black spoke, Fang Heng's face appeared in his mind. Following this, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. "Unless they're willing to activate that thing, otherwise. There's no such possibility. The Federation will not do that. This will cause a large number of player deaths. The Federation cannot afford such losses." A gloomy voice sounded from the other end of the phone. "The Federation has already detected our presence. They are now focusing their attention on servers 2, 3, and 5. The pressure is extremely great. Activate the emergency plan and divert their attention." "All right. Is there enough time? How much more time does the 12 corporations need to get ready?" "Soon, just a little bit more. Don't worry, everything is planned. Soon, the end will come." Old Black shrugged. "All right, I look forward to witnessing that day with you. Remember to transfer the money to my account first." After hanging up, Old Black thought for a while and reached out to call Fang Heng. After 3 busy sounds, Old Black pressed the phone and sent a text message. Chapter 285, Practice. Chapter 285 Practice. At night, they ate and drank to their heart's content. Fang Heng invited the players from Hao Zhou's team to stay in a luxurious single room in the shelter for a day. After a day's rest, Hao Zhou and the others would officially form a team and enter the advanced game world. Fang Heng did not have any plans to enter the advanced game world for a short period. He still had more important things to deal with. When he was delivering the goods, Fang Heng had been offline for more than 10 hours, so he wasn't sleepy at all. He would try out the skill book that he obtained. Fang Heng brought more than 10 zombie clones to the basement of the shelter. In the game, the player had to read a few specific books to learn about them. It was very troublesome. Fang Heng had tried to let the zombie clones do it for him before. Unfortunately, zombies couldn't read. But now, it was different. The skill-efficient reading could also be activated by consuming vitality. Could it also work on zombies? Zombies didn't have vitality. Unlimited reading. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and prepared to try it out. He took out a few miscellaneous books from the warehouse and then controlled the zombie clone to walk up to him and use the efficient reading skill to forcefully read the books. The zombie clone held a book and quickly flipped through the pages. A long reading progress bar appeared above its head. At the same time, a hint appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Hint: your zombie clone has entered the efficient reading state. By reading the book, How to Become a Top Actor, you have gained 1 experience point for the efficient reading skill. Ha! It works. Fang Heng slapped his thigh excitedly and immediately called a group of zombies over to the basement. The zombie clones lined up in front of Fang Heng and took out some miscellaneous books from the storage box that were meant for the players to do pleasure reading. Rows of game hints floated across Fang Heng's vision. Hint: your zombie clone has entered the efficient reading state. You have finished reading the book 996. Let's all roll it up. You have gained 6 experience points for the efficient reading skill. Hint: your zombie clone. Hint: your skill has been upgraded to level 17, the current upper limit. Please upgrade your character's level. In just half an hour, the zombie clones had maxed out the efficient reading skill. Seeing the game hints, Fang Heng threw the 2020 Hengtong Movie Theater Guard's diary he was reading into the bonfire. He immediately opened the character's attribute to check. The effect of the A+ level skill was remarkable. The efficient reading skill provided him with 11.8 basic intelligence points. The current character's total score was 19.5 basic intelligence points. Compared to before leveling up the skill, it had more than doubled. He would go to the real world to try out the skill effect. Fang Heng threw a simple bed on the spot and went offline. Offline, Fang Heng couldn't wait to return to the study room behind the villa, eager to start reading. Fang Heng turned on his phone to take a look. Apart from the important summary of the company's information sent by his assistant Pei Anan every day, as well as Xiaoxi's persistent greetings and recent reports, he also received a text message from an unknown source. There were only a few words on the text message. Server 5 Old Black. What did it mean? What happened to Server 5? The cell phone number that sent the text message was empty. He could not dial it back even if he wanted to. TCH, the Riddler would die. After thinking for a moment, Fang Heng cursed softly. He had more important things to do now. Previously, when he was learning the skill, Fang Heng had a premonition. Since efficient reading increased the basic attribute of intelligence, did that mean that the speed and efficiency of reading were also related to intelligence? The more Fang Heng thought about it, the more he felt that this guess made sense. Back in the study, Fang Heng sat on the futon and meditated. After all the distracting thoughts were removed from his mind, Fang Heng once again picked up the occult guide on the low table. Hint: given that your will has passed the test, your intelligence has also passed the test. Hint: you have obtained the book Occult Guide, current reading progress, 0.21%. Focusing on reading, Fang Heng quickly immersed himself in the contents of the book. The next day, the morning sun gradually lit up the room. The drowsy feeling came again. I can't read anymore. Fang Heng stretched himself and put the book by the side. He casually looked out of the window. What? It's already dawn. Did he read all night? Last time, he only read for half an hour and already felt dizzy. This time, not only did he suddenly become engrossed in reading, he managed to read for 6 hours in a row. That's right. Intelligence must have something to do with reading. Fang Heng lowered his head to check the reading progress again. Hint: current book Occult Guide reading progress 2.82%. Compared to last time, the reading progress had greatly increased. However, Fang Heng was still not satisfied. The reading efficiency was still a little slow. If he wanted to finish reading all the books, he would need to spend more time. Feeling a bit helpless, Fang Heng closed the book and sat on the futon. He focused his mind and meditated, quickly recovering the mental strength that he had used up. Hint: your shelter has completed the construction of Sandy's art gallery. Hint: the probability of your shelter's NPC defecting has been permanently reduced by 10%. Hint: your shelter unlocked art attribute. This attribute can increase the range of your survival radio's reception and transmission. At the same time, it makes it easier for you to meet NPC survivors. Hint: every month, you can receive an additional 3 NPCs with specific expertise. Hint: only non-hidden expertise. The level of the NPC obtained is random and the highest level obtained is A+. You can increase the probability of obtaining high-level NPCs by raising the art level. Every month, he would get 3 NPC survivors with specific expertise for free. Fang Heng immediately chose the research staff that the shelter currently lacked the most. Hint: 3 random NPC survivors with scientific research expertise will visit your shelter within 24 hours. Please be prepared. Fang Heng, look. It's too beautiful. Isn't it? Sandy stood in the center of the vast art gallery. He opened his hands and closed his eyes slightly, feeling the aura of art. Maybe. The construction of the art gallery was very simple. It was all basic materials. Once it was ready, it would be built directly via the game system. There were so many players in the prison now. Should he open the art gallery to them and charge them entrance fees? Sandy said excitedly, Fang Heng, to commemorate this incredible day given the reconstruction of an art gallery, I suggest that we celebrate. Of course. Let's celebrate. Tonight, we'll take in a few more survivors and researchers who are wandering outside. Hey! Fang Heng. Sandy protested, even though our relationship is very good, I don't like to keep running outside. My artwork needs my care, do you understand what I mean? Hint: Sandy's loyalty has been reduced to 97. Chapter 286, Modification. Chapter 286 Modification. Fang Heng glanced at Sandy. For the past 2 days, he had brought Sandy to the Dark Nights every night to accept missions and carry out the plan to poach them. The effect was exceptionally good. They had poached nearly 20 researchers in total, including 2 A-level researchers. Celebrate. What suggestions do you have? How about making a batch of gold commemorative medals? Carve my name, Sandy, on the back of the medals. This historic moment should be remembered. Our names should be forever recorded in the history books. Fang Heng thought that this proposal was not very good. Medals did not have any attribute and it was a waste of gold resources. All right, persuade a researcher to join the shelter in exchange for a customized commemorative medal. You Fang Heng. This is art. This is an insult to art. I thought you could understand me. This was Sandy's sore point. He gritted his teeth and insisted, at least 3. Very good. When can we leave? Sandy was full of energy again and returned to his usual fanaticism. I will convince them to join our shelter. Believe me, this is a haven for artists. They have no reason to refuse to join us. Right now is fine. Fang Heng was about to take Sandy with him when a C-level researcher, who had just joined the shelter, knocked on the door and came in. Boss, God Chiu asked you to come over. The second phase of the liquor experiment is ready to begin. The second phase of the experiment is ready. Fang Heng was pleasantly surprised. During this period, it was useful to poach so many people to come to the shelter. The research level of the shelter had increased by 10 levels and the research speed had also increased significantly. Great. I'll go now. Fang Heng changed into a protective suit and went to the large-scale research room in the newly built basement. More than 30 researchers gathered behind Qiu Yaokong. They each took notes with pen and paper, looking very respectful. Liquor Phase 2 Clinical Experiment, testing the effectiveness of the liquor-modified T-virus, testing the success rate of the T-virus optimization and modification on the liquor. Qiu Yaokong's tone was as calm as usual. He held a checklist in his hand and turned to look at Fang Heng who had just pushed the door open. Can we begin? Of course, anytime. Chiao Yaokong pressed the red button. Ka ka ka. 3 cultivation pod doors opened at the same time. The current Phase 2 clinical experiment is based on the modified T-virus following the meteorite company. Once the experiment is successful, theoretically, we can carry out liquor modification without limit. Unlimited modifications were good. However, he would not choose to convert all the zombie clones into liquors. Liquors could only be used as a combat unit, and could not be used for resource collection and other operations. Most of the zombie clones had to be used for development. Currently, I'm at level 17 and I have a total of 202 zombie clones. Fang Heng made a mental calculation. The number of liquors should be around 50. The remaining 3/4 of the zombie clones needed to be used for daily resource collection and shelter construction. As for combat, 50 liquors and proliferator clones made a total of 200. That was enough. 200 liquors were enough to trigger a qualitative change. Of course, the prerequisite for unlimited liquor modification is sufficient raw materials. Chiao Yaokong nodded and said, the synthesis of the liquor-modified T-virus requires some special materials, which are difficult to find. Anyway, let's start the test. While speaking, Chiao Yaokong gestured to the 3 cultivation pods with his eyes. Fang Heng nodded, then controlled the 3 zombies to walk into the 3 cultivation pods. The door of the cultivation pod closed at the same time. The yellow liquid was injected into the cultivation pod. A series of bubbles appeared in the cultivation pod. Hint: current evolvable transformation detected, direction liquor transformation. Hint: current evolvable transformation success rate, 100%. Hint: you have spent 500 survival points *3 to accelerate liquor evolution transformation. Hint: you have spent 8,000 survival points *3, complete evolution crystal *15, permanent solidification to complete the evolution of liquor *3. A row of game hints quickly swept across Fang Heng's eyes. The zombie's skin that was soaked in the solution quickly festered, and the limbs of its body quickly mutated. The many NPC researchers who stood behind Chiao Yaokong and watched the experiment let out soft exclamations. Their eyes lit up as they buried their heads and recorded their observations. Fang Heng could not help but look back at Chiao Yaokong. Amazing. God Chiao. Last time, he had a success rate of more than 80, but this time, he directly upped it to 100. In a short moment, the liquor transformation was completed, and the hatch opened again. Hint: you have completed the liquor transformation *3. 3 liquors climbed out of the cultivation pod and docilely climbed to Fang Heng's side. Under the watchful eyes of many researchers, Chiao Yaokong walked to the liquor, squatted down again and poked the liquor's head with the tip of the pen. The liquor stuck out its red tongue as if it was demonstrating its power. Chiao Yaokong looked at it coldly and lowered his head to record the data. Phase 2 experiment successful. Clap 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 clap, the NPC researchers in the laboratory applauded one after another, looking at Chiao Yaokong with admiration. Hint: your shelter has completed the liquor transformation research. Your shelter's researchers are in high spirits, character experience points gained. Hint: some of your researchers' character levels have increased. Just as I thought. After the last modification, the success rate has increased. Amidst the applause, Chiao Yaokong slowly turned around. He felt that the success of the clinical trial was the norm. Currently, the remaining research materials can be converted about 72 times at most. If there are any more, I will need more T-virus raw materials and other rare resources. As he said that, Chiao Yaokong stood up and turned to look at Fang Heng. How is it? What are your thoughts? My thoughts? I think you are a genius. Chiao Yaokong. Don't repeat this kind of fact. It's a waste of time. Chiao Yaokong looked at the group of NPC researchers behind him. The next stage of research is how to fuse the vine parasite with the liquor. After we go back, everyone draws up a feasibility report and analysis research plan. I want to see it tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, the smiles on the researchers' faces froze. Fang Heng felt that the atmosphere in the entire room had suddenly become extremely depressing. Chiao Yaokong's gaze swept across every researcher. Aren't you going back yet? Are you guys not going to sleep tonight? The NPC researchers came to a realization one after another, and in the blink of an eye, they had all dispersed. Chapter 287. New Activity. Chapter 287 New Activity. After the researchers left, Fong Heng hurriedly asked, "A liquor that can fuse with a vine zombie. Can that be done?" The liquor's predatory ability, coupled with the vine zombie's strong defensive ability. Wouldn't that mean there would be no shortcomings? There are still a few challenges that need to be overcome. The problem isn't too big. We can use this opportunity to train these students. They are still too inexperienced. There are only a few that are of some use. He felt that Qiu Yaokong's expectations were too high. Probably only an A-level researcher was competent enough for him. Let's begin. How many liquors are you going to transform this time? Let's make it a whole number. We will start with 50 liquors first. Hint, current book - Occult Guide reading progress 6.22%. After reading every day, Fong Heng stretched his body and was ready to find something to eat. Just as he left the study, his cell phone rang. Deng Xin. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Fong Heng was a little surprised. He wondered if Deng Xin's luck had always been bad. Twice in a row, after she received Old Black's mission, she happened to meet Fong Heng, who sabotaged her mission. The last time, Deng Xin followed Fong Heng to the quarantine zone for a mission. After that, she wisely chose to join Fong Heng's work studio and sign a contract. Recently, Fong Heng had not paid much attention to Deng Xin. He had almost forgotten about her. He did not expect Deng Xin to suddenly take the initiative to contact him. "Fong Heng, Old Black has contacted me." Fong Heng raised his eyebrows and his curiosity was immediately piqued. Didn't Night Owl already cut off all the main storyline missions in Server 8? In theory, their goal had already been achieved. What's the next step? What's the matter? Tell me in detail. When she initially decided to work with Fong Heng, Deng Xin was still apprehensive. Although she had signed a contract with Fong Heng's gaming company, it was still possible for her to hide it if she wanted to. After some thought, Deng Xin and the team discussed for a while and everyone unanimously decided to be on Fong Heng's side. Recently, with the popularity of the prison faction on the internet, Deng Xin was even more determined about this idea. On one side, there was the dangerous character, Old Black, who was related to the anti-Federation forces, and on the other side was the popular and promising Fong Heng. Even a fool would know which side to choose. The specific target of the mission is still unclear. 20 hours ago, I received an invitation from Old Black and immediately went to the target location to gather. I wanted to contact you at that time, but I couldn't get in touch. I'm now in a transport van. It wasn't easy for me to find an opportunity to secretly go offline and call you. Fong Heng asked, what else do you know? Old Black didn't reveal any information related to the mission. I only heard that Old Black has been secretly recruiting a group of people recently. We're not the only team in the black market that accepted his invitation. As usual, Old Black requested that the entire mission be kept secret. Deng Xin was worried that Fong Heng didn't trust her, so she explained, Old Black has always been very careful. He's always been like this. He only tells us the mission information at the end. What's the specific location of the mission? I'm now in the Gobi district, 2813, 9982. I've secretly asked the driver about it before. It's about an hour away. Deng Xin reported the coordinates to Fong Heng. Old Black is very steady. Once we accept the mission, we're not allowed to go offline during the period. We'll stay in the game by drinking coffee until the whole mission is over. I can't go offline for too long in case I get discovered. Okay, I will rush over now. Fong Heng lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, everything will be as usual for now. When the time comes, I will contact you through the in-game survival radio. After hanging up the phone, Fong Heng immediately thought of the text message he received from Old Black not long ago. He did not quite understand the meaning of the text message, but one thing was certain. Night Owl organization was preparing to play some tricks again. The matter of the first-generation meteorite had been set up by Night Owl, causing the main storyline mission to be temporarily frozen. Fong Heng had been feeling dispirited because of this. He would need to create some trouble for them. It would be best if he could reap some benefits along the way. Fang Heng decided to go over personally to take a look. After making up his mind, Fang Heng immediately returned to the game. Through the teleportation passage, Fang Heng arrived at the Dark Knight's contact point closest to Deng Xian's coordinates. A barren desert region. In the game, survival in the desert region was relatively difficult. Perhaps to balance the difficulty of the game, a cactus plant could often be seen in the desert. The juice of the plant could provide sufficient water. However, food was scarce. Hence, the desert was considered a beginner's death zone by the player. Fang Heng rented a motorcycle from the Dark Knight's contact point and rushed along the desert road to the coordinates. Halfway there, Fang Heng noticed a military truck speeding past him. He looked up and saw two black shadows in the distance. It was a large sentry tower. The height of the sentry tower was about 15 meters tall. At this stage, very few player shelters could build such a high-level sentry tower. Was it an NPC? Or perhaps the Federation? Fang Heng opened the built-in map to check. That's right, not far away in the desert region, there was a large-scale shelter built by the Federation. It had been more than a month since the game started. The Federation mobilized all sorts of resources and completed the construction of the first batch of shelters in the server of District 8. There were a total of 5 shelters, which were located in various corners of the game world. There were good and bad things about building a shelter in the desert region. The good thing was that the vision of the desert region was clear. If they were attacked by the enemy, they could be discovered and dealt with early. In addition, it was easier to mine oil shale and other fuel resources in the desert. The troublesome part was obtaining food. Fang Heng rode his motorcycle on the road before the Federation's large-scale shelter. A few Federation players looked at Fang Heng warily. At this stage, the Federation's shelter was not open to ordinary players. Many of the people living in it were relatives of the Federation's higher-ups. Therefore, the establishment of the shelter was exceptionally strong. The area near the shelter was also guarded by the Federation soldiers. Any player who approached it would be dismissed. Fang Heng observed the situation briefly and rode his motorcycle away quickly. On the way, Fang Heng received a message from Deng Xian's survival radio. Deng Xian, we're here. The coordinates for the Gobi district, 2789-9910. The map showed that the gathering place where Deng Xian and the others were was about 3 kilometers away from the Federation shelter. So close. Old Black couldn't be planning to attack the Federation's shelter, right? He felt that it would be a bit difficult to rely on Old Black's hired men to fight against the Federation's shelter. They most likely had other plans. It would be too conspicuous to make any movements during the day. If they were discovered, they would be in trouble. Fang Heng stopped his motorcycle and rested by the side of the road. When the sun was setting and the sky was completely dark, he got up and left the road, heading towards the coordinate point area. Chapter 288, Prey. Chapter 288, Prey. Fang Heng's high physique attribute and the vampire bloodline's night vision ability made him largely immune to the effects of dark fear. Soon, when he was close to the coordinates, Fang Heng noticed that there was a flash of fire in the Gobi Desert not far ahead. There was a cave entrance in the middle of the Gobi Desert's bare rock. The fire was coming from inside the cave. Fang Heng didn't go in to investigate immediately. Instead, he hid behind a rock and tried to send a message to Deng Xian to ask about the situation through the survival radio. Fang Heng, I'm outside the cave. Are you inside the cave? How's the situation? Deng Xian, yes, my team and I are now gathered in the cave. Old Black didn't show up for this operation. The operation is headed by Lu Kui. After entering the iron mine, she gave us a shovel and asked us to dig inside the iron mine. Dig a cave. Seeing Deng Xian's reply, Fang Heng became even more curious. He tried to feel in the direction of the rock wall. With the help of the vampire bloodline's night vision ability and high perception attribute, Fang Heng noticed that 2 black shadows were hiding behind the desert rocks not far away. Who could they be? He lowered his footsteps and activated his aura concealment skill, carefully approaching the 2 players. The 2 players did not notice that someone was approaching from behind. They were hiding behind a rock, carefully observing the cave ahead through binoculars. As they got closer, Fang Heng heard the 2 of them whispering to each other. Hiss, this godforsaken place, why don't we light up a bonfire, it's so cold. What are you thinking about? Light a bonfire. Aren't you afraid that others will see you? This mission is very important. Superiors have warned us not to disturb them. I know. I'm just saying. You said that they have been in there for so long, but why haven't they made any movements? What are they doing in there? Don't worry about it, as long as the investigation records are fine. Once they leave the cave, immediately notify the shelter. Fang Heng stopped in his tracks and gave up on the idea of going over to say hello. He dodged into the darkness. Were they from the Federation? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. The current game environment was still in the early stages of the game. Other than a small number of players with special talent attributes, most of the other players could not move at night. Only the Federation and some large gaming companies could find such a player to conduct investigative work. And there was only the Federation's large-scale shelter within a radius of 100 miles. Listening to the conversation between these two players, the Federation had already discovered traces of Night Owl. Moreover, they had not made a move at the first moment. Instead, they were hiding outside the iron mine to observe. Fang Heng felt that this was getting more and more interesting. After retreating into the darkness, Fang Heng put on a mask and activated his aura concealment state. He circled from the side and approached the cave entrance. There were 2 player guards outside the cave entrance. Fang Heng leaned against the rock wall and slowly approached. He hid in the blind spot of the 2 players' field of vision and once again sent a message to Deng Xin via the survival radio. Fang Heng, I'm at the side of the rock wall outside the cave entrance. You think of a way to come out so that we can have a chat. Deng Xin, I'll give it a try. In just a moment, Deng Xin walked out of the cave. Deng Xin said to the 2 players guarding the cave entrance, the next group of players will take the shift in 10 minutes. Go back and report the situation to Lu Kui. I'll watch for you for a while. The 2 player guards didn't think much of it. They just thanked her casually and walked into the cave together. In the cave, there were still a few pairs of eyes staring at Deng Xin. Deng Xin didn't leave the line of sight of the others. She pretended to want to breathe fresh air and walked out of the cave casually. Soon, she heard a soft shout from the side. Deng Xin. Deng Xin stopped and pretended to be casual. She stretched and responded in a soft voice. Fang Heng, I've checked. The interior of the cave used to be an abandoned laboratory of the Meteorite Company. For some reason, it was completely blocked by the Meteorite Company. The passage was completely blown up. Lu Kui wants us to dig out the entire passage and enter the laboratory. I just saw the construction map provided by Lu Kui. Given our speed, it will take about 2 days to completely dig through the passage. Fang Heng frowned when he heard that. Meteorite Company. Abandoned laboratory. Sounded like a fancy business. What tricks was Night Owl up to this time? Deng Xin said as she turned around and threw a piece of paper in Fang Heng's direction. This is the construction map that I drew based on my memory. Also, this rock is very strange. My team members accidentally dug it when they were digging the passage. Lu Kui also told us to try our best to collect these rocks. Okay, I got it. Fang Heng picked up the piece of paper that Deng Xin threw from the ground. When he opened it, he saw that the map on the paper was hand-drawn. He could roughly tell that this was the interior structure of the cave. There was also a small piece of shrapnel wrapped in the paper ball. Fang Heng held the shrapnel in his palm and observed it. Item, special small rocks. Description, this is a relatively special rock. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blue fluorescent light coming out from it. It looked very strange. Additional description, you can feel that the rock seems to contain some kind of special energy, perception attribute greater than 20, additional information obtained. Was it an ore? Fang Heng was even more puzzled. I heard that this operation is related to the Federation. Night Owl is planning to use this opportunity to strike hard at the Federation's influence in Server 8. Also, I just noticed that there's a large number of explosives hidden in the cave. The power of the explosives is enough to blow up the entire cave. Explosives again. What exactly was Night Owl trying to do? Fang Heng became more and more perplexed. Fang Heng, Lu Kui might get suspicious. I have to go back first. Okay, if there's anything, contact me through the survival radio. The two of them exchanged a few simple words and left. Fang Heng glanced at the Federation's surveillance team's location in the distance and returned the way he came. He was not sure if the Federation people had noticed him. Fang Heng decided to return first. The Federation might know something, so he first found a safe place and went offline to ask Qin Yu about the situation. If it didn't work out, at least Phase 2 of the liquor transformation experiment was about to be completed. When the time came, he would directly bring the liquors over and crush them all the way. So, Fang Heng, our Federation is the same as you. We were all ruthlessly tricked by Night Owl. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yu felt a heavy sense of powerlessness. He was unwilling to accept this fact and sighed deeply. The possibility of continuing with the main storyline mission in District 8 is not high anymore. I suggest that you focus on other missions and not fight to the death with the main storyline mission. Qin Yu thought that Fang Heng was here to ask him about the main storyline mission, so he persuaded Fang Heng to give up. Fang Heng nodded. What he learned from Qin Yu was about the same as what he had guessed. The first-generation meteorite had been destroyed. When the Federation came back to their senses, they realized that most of the great engineers in Server 8 had already died. Qin Yu said, but it doesn't matter. If the main storyline mission cannot be completed, it won't affect the players too much. The Federation will do its best to protect the safety of the people and completely eradicate Night Owl. Fang Heng didn't call because of this matter. He immediately redirected the conversation to the main topic. Alright, do you have any news related to the Night Owl organization recently? Chapter 289, Crystal Oregon. Chapter 289, Crystal Oregon. Oh, Night Owl. Qin Yu stammered. About that actually, I've recently been deployed somewhere. I'm no longer in charge of that side. Why are you asking about this? The corners of Fang Heng's mouth twitched, and he said, so after you have been used, they kicked you out of the investigation team, is it? Fang Heng, don't rub salt into the wound at this time. Qin Yu smiled bitterly in his heart, picked up the coffee on his desk and took a small sip. I've been entrusted with another role by the leaders. Recently, I'm mainly in charge of the overall planning of the recent Blood Moon incident in Server 8. Fang Heng interrupted, do me a favor. I heard that Night Owl might be doing something in the Desert Gobi region. Help me find out if there's any specific news from there. Is that so? I haven't heard about it. I'll go and ask around. Wait for my call. Fang Heng hung up the phone, sat cross-legged on the futon and closed his eyes to meditate. About half an hour later, Qin Yu's call came again. Fang Heng, you're right. I've asked a few friends about it. There has indeed been a secret emergency operation in the past 2 days. The location is in the Desert Gobi region. I have a feeling that this matter might be related to Night Owl because the person in charge of the operation is Zhang Jie. Qin Yu's tone was also a little uncomfortable. I just tried to ask Zhang Jie, but he said, it's a secret, and did not reveal anything after that. It's him again. Zhang Jie. Fang Heng's impression of Zhang Jie had never been very good. If it was Qin Yu who was in charge, Fang Heng was prepared to discuss it with him and seek revenge on Night Owl together. Since the person in charge was Zhang Jie, there was no need to do that. Sensing that Fang Heng had gone silent, Qin Yu had a bad feeling. Fang Heng, something on your mind? Don't do anything rash. Leave it to our Federation to handle. Yes, I know. Contact me if there's anything next time. Hearing the call hang up, Qin Yu sighed silently. He felt that with Fang Heng's personality, he would most likely cause some trouble again. After thinking about it, Qin Yu decided to send a message to Fang Heng to tell him to be more vigilant and be more careful. He had just finished typing and sent it over. Fang Heng refuses to accept your call. He was blocked. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and turned off his phone. Fang Heng decided to do it himself. Federation. Night Owl. His 200 liquors would be enough to crush them, right? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows. He would let them fight first, and then he would sit back and reap the benefits. After making up his mind, Fang Heng returned to the research room and prepared to lead the group of liquors that had just completed their evolutionary transformation to join the battle. Qiu Yaokong, how's the liquor transformation going? Qiu Yaokong was operating the machine table with a few researchers. He did not even turn his head. The last batch is still in the process of transformation. It will be completed in 10 minutes. To save some money, Fang Heng did not choose to use his survival points to complete the transformation in an instant. Instead, he would use the time slowly. He walked to the side of Qiu Yaokong. "Oh right, there's still this thing. Help me check it." Qiu Yaokong took the small rock in Fang Heng's hand and carefully examined it under the light. "Interesting. Where did it come from?" "I picked it up from a cave in the desert." Qiu Yaokong walked to the experiment table at the side and put the rock under the microscope to observe. "It's a very strange crystal structure. It's very rare. I need to conduct a thorough examination." Half an hour later, Qiu Yaokong found Fang Heng with a detailed inspection report. "Fang Heng, you found another good thing." Even Qiu Yaokong thought it was a good thing. "Do you still remember the high-level energy crystal that you obtained from the meteorite company in Pine City not long ago?" "It's this." Fang Heng had a very good impression of the high-level energy crystal. It was a blue square crystal. The high-level energy crystal contained extremely powerful energy. It was a little difficult to use as a power source, but it could be used to activate the space-tearing device. "Yes, it's a homologous ore, but the ore in your hand is a very low-quality crystal. Its utilization rate is very low, so it can't be made into a high-level energy crystal. It can be made into the lowest-level energy crystal. I've seen the information you brought out from the meteorite company. Where did you find it? I'm sure there should be a high-level crystal ore nearby." High-level crystal ores are usually produced in small quantities. If there's a chance, it's best to think of a way to collect them. It was a high-level ore. Fang Heng was first delighted, but then he realized that something was not right. Night Owl had gathered a group of players from the black market just to mine. There must be a problem. Combined with the information from Chen Yu and Deng Xin, there were very few official members of the Night Owl organization who were operating in Server 8. Most of Night Owl's operations were through Old Black acting as a middleman, recruiting mercenary groups like Deng Xin from the black market to work. This meant that the investment of the Night Owl organization in Server 8 was very small. At this stage, they had no intention of establishing a shelter at all. If that was the case, did Night Owl need this kind of high-level energy crystal? Not only did they not have the space-tearing device, but they also had no way to transport the ores to another game world. Just to sell for money. Fang Heng lowered his head. He suddenly thought of what Deng Xin had said, that Night Owl had buried a large number of explosives in the iron mine. A trap. Night Owl had deliberately let the Federation discover them, then lured the Federation into the passage, and then thought of a way to bury them alive together with the crystal ores. Good fellow. Fang Heng called him a good fellow. The best hunters often appeared as prey. Was it the Federation who had set up a trap for Night Owl or Night Owl who had plotted to trap the Federation? But if that was the case, what would happen to the laboratory that had been deliberately sealed and buried by the meteorite company? He felt that his intelligence was a little lacking. Fang Heng cursed softly. Regardless of whether the Federation had taken the bait or not, he had already taken the bait. The space-tearing device was too useful. It was too convenient. During this period, he often used the space-tearing device to run around the world. He was already addicted. The remaining high-level energy crystal could continue to open the space-tearing passage for about a day. If he did not find new energy, he would not be able to continue using the device to teleport. In addition, after the completion of the Tier 3 space-tearing device, there was also a gap in the energy. According to Victor, the Tier 3 space-tearing device would give rise to a time passage. At that time, it would consume even more energy. He needed more high-level energy crystals. Crystal ores. He had to get them. Fang Heng took out the hand-drawn map made by Deng Xin from his backpack. No matter what tricks Night Owl and the Federation are up to, I want these crystal ores. It doesn't matter if it's by brute force or dirty means. Chapter 290, Praising. Chapter 290, Praising. What? You've been together with him for so long, and there's no progress at all. Xiao Ling was surprised and she covered her mouth in disbelief. Sister's figure is so good, but Fang Heng can withstand it. That's impossible. Lucia also felt wronged. She lowered her head and silently used the whetstone to sharpen her short dagger. Xiao Ling suddenly thought of something and looked at Lucia with sympathy. Sister, Fang Heng isn't from Nantong University's School of Infrastructure, is he? Lucia looked up, her face full of bafflement. She didn't understand what Xiao Ling was saying. Sister Lucia, didn't you notice that the relationship between Colonel Fang Heng and First Lieutenant Mo Jiawei is not so simple? Xiao Ling explained in a serious tone, it seems that they are always together during every operation, right? Do you think they are? Ah. The two of them. Xiao Ling nodded crazily. Something's wrong. Lucia kept silent, lowered her head and continued to sharpen her knife. Her sharp and cold eyes were reflected on the shiny blade. Don't give up. Sister is so charming. Even a gay can be straightened by you. Oh right, I spent a lot of effort to find the tea ceremony last time. Did you see it? Does it work? I tried it last time, but it didn't work well. Yes. It works. You have to persevere. Sister Lucia. Xiao Ling nodded, just like what I said last time, a man is a creature that likes to be worshipped. Praise him fiercely. I don't believe that he can control himself. Lucia nodded and muttered to herself, praise him fiercely, praise him fiercely. David walked in. Lucia, Colonel Fang Heng just came to look for me. He looked very anxious and said that he needs your help. Do you have time to go find him? He just left. Hearing Fang Heng's name, Lucia suddenly stood up and clenched the dagger in her hand. Okay. I'll go over now. Xiao Ling waved at Lucia, Sister Lucia. Good luck. Remember. Praise fiercely. Sir, we have already compared some of the images we have captured with the database. Most of the players who appeared in the cave are often active in the black market. We have confirmed that the Night Owl organization hired these players behind the scenes. We suspect that they are excavating inside the iron mine. The target may be a special crystallized creature. Zhang Zhi did not speak. He carefully flipped through the files in his hands. He had experienced a similar mission in the old district. The crystallized creature and main storyline mission had a lot of relevance, but this mission was not important. It was equivalent to a relatively late-stage side mission. Completing the mission could increase the completion rate of the main storyline and change the direction of the outcome. The prerequisite was that the player needed to complete the main storyline mission. If the main storyline mission could not be completed, then no matter how many side missions there were, it would be a waste. The mission difficulty was quite high. For the Federation, now was not the best time to trigger the mission. In addition, the crystal ore related to the mission was also very valuable for mining. That was the raw ore of the late-stage high-level energy crystal. However, the extraction and synthesis of the high-level energy crystal were very complicated, and it was also very troublesome to gather, so it was not needed in the early stages. For various reasons, the Federation was unable to take out so much manpower and material resources in the early stages to mine ore resources that were not needed for at least half a year. However, the Federation was also very clear about the importance of the blue crystal ore, which was why they had chosen to establish a shelter in the nearby desert area and send people to guard the crystal mine area. Zhang Zhi did not expect Night Owl to make a move so quickly, and it was aimed at the crystal mine. Sir, the reserve fighters have already gathered in the shelter and are on standby. They are ready to attack at any time and capture all the members of the Night Owl organization who participated in this operation. No, wait a little longer. Do we still have to wait? The vice-captain of the temporary combat team, Tang Chu, frowned slightly. Sir, if we wait any longer, will there be any accidents? If the ore is collected by Night Owl in advance or destroyed, there's no rush. Crystal ores are different from ordinary ores. Different. Zhang Zhi shook his head and did not answer. He did not feel like explaining to these people, nor did he want to explain to them. As it involved part of the main storyline mission, once he explained, his King of Gods points and personal survival points would be deducted. The more information was leaked, the greater the deduction. After deducting his points, they would deduct his basic attributes. No one could withstand such a punishment. A Federation soldier knocked on the door and walked into the room. Captain, it's an emergency. The investigation team found a large number of zombies moving along highway number 702. There are about 400 to 500 of them. Tang Chu frowned and looked at Zhang Zhe. At this time, could it be related to the Night Owl organization? Zhang Zhe immediately put down the file in his hand. Take me there to have a look. Everyone quickly came to the sentry towers. Zhang Zhe took the binoculars and looked at the highway. On the road, a large group of zombies were huddled together, staggering along the road. Their target is not the shelter. Noticing that the target of this wave of wandering zombies was not the shelter, Tang Chu heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Zhe frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with this wave of zombies. However, he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. On the surface, everything looked normal. A Federation soldier said, "It should be a random zombie tide. It will disperse soon. If we don't provoke it, we won't be attacked." "Sir, should we call our people back?" "No, we don't need to. Send a few more people to follow them. Ask them to check the crystal mine again." Zhang Zhe was a little uneasy. He decided to send a few people to follow them to take a look. The Federation soldier saluted and was about to go downstairs to pass on the order. Sir, at the side, a recruit's lips trembled. "Look over there, what's that?" Everyone followed the recruit's gaze and looked into the distance. A faint red color appeared on the horizon. The red color gradually formed a line. Zhang Zhe's pupils constricted. Lickers. Hundreds of lickers gathered together and quickly swept across the road. From afar, it looked like a red wave. They were heading straight for the shelter. The players on the sentry tower felt their scalps go numb. So many lickers. Several thoughts flashed through Zhang Zhe's mind. Were the lickers controlled by the Night Owl organization? They were heading for the shelter. Was this part of Night Owl's plan? Night Owl's goal was the shelter. Then what was the situation at the crystal mine? Not good. They're heading towards the shelter. Tang Chu was the first to react. He immediately turned around and gave the Federation soldier an order. Sound level 1 alarm. All players enter combat mode. Summon all reserve players to come online immediately. Everyone gather and prepare for battle. Chapter 291, Luck. Chapter 291 Luck. Hint, your zombie clone has excavated. You have obtained shrapnel *2. Hint, your zombie clone has excavated. You have obtained small rocks *4. In front of Gobi Desert. Fang Heng opened a packet of durian-flavored Oreos and stuffed one into his mouth. Then, he handed the rest to Mo Jiawei. Here. Have a taste. No need, God. I'm not hungry yet. Mo Jiawei and Fang Heng were standing on a high cliff not far away, looking down. More than 300 zombies gathered together, wielding iron picks and constantly digging into the interior of the mountain wall. The rocks they dug out had already piled up to a few small hills. Fang Heng stuffed another piece of biscuit into his mouth. After thinking for a while, he decided to play dirty this time. Fang Heng, have you noticed that Lucia seems a little weird today? Eh? What's weird about her? I think she looks at me with a murderous look in her eyes. Mo Jiawei rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then asked with confusion, am I overthinking? I don't think I've ever offended her. Yeah, I don't understand either. I think you're overthinking. Mo Jiawei didn't think about it anymore. He looked at the big hole dug by the zombie team and asked, is the crystal ore we're looking for inside? I think so. Fang Heng opened the blueprint of the cave and explained it to Mo Jiawei. It's like this. The Night Owl organization has prepared explosives in the passage opening on the other side. The Federation should also know about Night Owl's actions, but they haven't made any moves yet. They're just secretly observing from the side. I also don't know what kind of trick they're playing, so let's be straightforward and dig a passage through here directly. We'll think of a way to be faster than Night Owl's people. We will secretly dig out all the ores inside, pack them up and take them away. Fang Heng once again reiterated the strategy to Mo Jiawei. In short, try to get as many benefits as possible. Don't get into a conflict with the Federation and Night Owl's people. They can fight each other, and we can mine the ores. Hearing that, Mo Jiawei nodded in agreement. He then lowered his head to look at the zombie team that was busy digging. But, Fong Heng, with so many zombies gathered together, isn't the commotion a little big? We won't be discovered by Night Owl or the Federation, right? We only started digging after crossing the other side of the Gobi Desert. If anyone wants to discover us, they have to cross the Gobi Desert as well. Night Owl's people are still busy digging, so theoretically, they won't be able to discover us. What about the Federation? Mo Jiawei was more worried about the Federation. The people of the Federation have been keeping an eye on this mine and the Night Owl organization. It's a little troublesome to investigate at night. It's daytime now. If we send more people to strengthen the inspection, I'm afraid we might be exposed. You're right. So to prevent accidents, I asked Lucia to bring the liquors to play with the people from the Federation. Let them get busy. Play. Listening to Fong Heng's casual narration, Mo Jiawei felt a chill down his spine. He wasn't sure what Fong Heng meant by playing with toys. However, when Mo Jiawei was called by Fong Heng to participate in the special mission last night, he had seen the red liquors with his own eyes. It was too terrifying. If he were in the Federation, he wouldn't have the mood to go to the other side of the Gobi Desert to investigate when he saw a group of liquors surrounding the shelter early in the morning. He hadn't slept all night, so he was a little tired. He forced himself to perk up. I'll have to rely on you from now on, Jiawei. Mo Jiawei was confused. He pointed at his nose. Up to me. What do I have to do with it? Mo Jiawei felt strange. He was woken up by Fong Heng in the middle of the night, and then came to watch the zombies mine. He felt that he didn't have much use. At most, he would help Fong Heng look after the simple bed when he went offline. Of course, there's something to do. Fong Heng's expression was exceptionally serious. Brother, stop pretending. I already know everything. During this period, I often go to the gym. I've heard of your amazing deeds. You're very lucky, right? When Mo Jiawei heard this, his expression froze. Fong Heng, don't listen to their nonsense. It's all fake. It's a lie. It can't be fake. In the beginning, I was also skeptical. Later on, I thought about it and realized that it was true. Generally speaking, you were born as the chosen one, the direct heir of North River Heavy Industry. You're the only one and there is no competitor. Once you enter the game, you immediately have an S-level talent, and the mission that you randomly accepted turns out to be the main storyline of the Dark Knights. Going into details, when the sewer exploded, the shrapnel that fell from your head was always the smallest. I also heard from the other brothers in the gym that when you were young, your great-grandfather tested your uncle's business skills and gave them a sum of money to invest in their businesses. He wanted to see which of them could get 100 million as fast as possible. In the end, your sixth uncle brought you to the casino. Is that true? Listening to Fong Heng's serious narration, Mo Jiawei felt like crying. Indeed, but that time at the casino, my sixth uncle even lost his underwear. Fong Heng's words were conclusive. Then there must be something wrong with this casino. There's no choice. The time is too short, and I can't find a high-level geological exploration player to find the specific mineral point of the crystal ores, so I'm relying on. As Fong Heng spoke, he handed the hand-drawn map to Mo Jiawei. Come, point at a random location. Fong Heng, don't do these metaphysical things. Hurry up and pick a random location. I won't let you take the blame. Mo Jiawei had never thought that Fong Heng had dragged him here for this. Seeing that he couldn't escape from it, he could only silently point at a random location. Then, let's do it here. What do you think? I think it's not bad either. Fong Heng glanced at the spot that Mo Jiawei pointed at, then controlled a part of the zombie team to change the angle and start digging in another direction. 8 hours later. Mo Jiawei and Fong Heng each drank 2 tons of coffee. Fong Heng, we've been digging for so long, but there's still no movement. Did we pick the right place? Don't worry. We'll see. You have to believe in your ability. Mo Jiawei thought to himself, what ability do I have? Fong Heng was calm. At this stage of the game, the player's level was too low. There was no way to find the exact location of the crystal mine. Anyway, it was just a random bet. He was half serious and half joking when he asked Mo Jiawei to guess. Fang Heng had a backup plan. A large number of zombies crowded together to dig, which would affect the efficiency. Therefore, he divided the zombie team into 3 teams. 2 teams were digging in different directions, and 1 team was responsible for transporting the excavated stones. One team was digging along the passage pointed out by Mo Jiawei, while the other team was digging toward the location of the laboratory marked on Deng Xin's hand-drawn map. Fang Heng felt that if Mo Jiawei failed, he could still try to get information about the crystal ore from the laboratory. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. While he was thinking, the game suddenly gave a hint of a new message. Hint: your zombie clone has excavated, you have obtained inferior blue crystal ore *2. Hint: you have learned the method to identify blue crystal ore from the NPC Qiu Yaokong. It's here. It's from Mo Jiawei's passage. Chapter 292, Iron Mine. Chapter 292, Iron Mine. We found something. Let's go and take a look. The excavation efficiency of the zombie team was extremely fast, and they had dug out 2 caves hundreds of meters deep along the passage. The 2 of them went to the deepest part of the cave together. In front of them, the zombie team was still waving their iron axes and digging the cave. One by one, the zombies were transporting the ores out of the cave. Fang Heng checked the crystal ores that were excavated. Item: inferior blue crystal raw ore. Level: D. Description: inferior grade. After special chemical purification, it can be used to extract CD-level blue crystal ores. Success. That's it. Fang Heng turned around and gave Mo Jiawei a thumbs up. Mo Jiawei's luck was not bad. They were already able to dig up the ore, which meant that they were heading in the right direction. No way. We found them. Mo Jiawei felt that this was a bit ridiculous. Fang Heng praised, I told you, a fly does not bite an egg with no cracks. Your luck is not bad. What metaphor are you using, Fang Heng? You have to believe in science. Mo Jiawei was quite speechless. If I have the ability, wouldn't I be able to dig up the blue crystal ore with just a casual dig? To prove himself, Mo Jiawei randomly picked up an iron pick on the ground and smashed it against the rock wall at the side. The rock wall made a loud sound. Look, it's just a coincidence this time. My luck is just SOSO, it's not believable. To prove that his character was not that good, Mo Jiawei raised his pickaxe again and aimed at the spot where he had just hit, trying to smash out a stone to test his character. Bang. The pickaxe smashed into the rock wall again. Ka 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 ka. The entire rock wall showed fine cracks under this heavy strike. The cracks spread out rapidly in all directions like a spider web. The rock wall in front of him formed pieces of shrapnel and collapsed backwards. After the dust settled, a black hole appeared in front of Mo Jiawei. Fang Heng opened his mouth in disbelief. He shone his flashlight into the hole. Behind the hole was an artificially mined iron mine. Blue fluorescent stones could be seen on the walls of the iron mine. Blue crystal raw ores. Fang Heng was also stunned. He turned his head and looked at Mo Jiawei, who was also stunned. When he first heard the story of Mo Jiawei's uncles doing business, Fang Heng thought that Mo Jiawei's 6th uncle was a joke. It turned out that his 6th uncle was the one with great wisdom. They found the ores. The next step was naturally to take all the ores away. Fang Heng patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder vigorously. Mo Jiawei, I've said it long ago. You're a talent. Fang Heng took out a shotgun and used the handle of the gun to clean and expand the hole until it could accommodate an adult. After entering the iron mine, Fang Heng looked around. This iron mine had been mined before. The walls were full of holes, and there were still messy mining tools on the ground. Strangely, the entrance of the iron mine on the right side had been sealed by a large amount of shrapnel. Fang Heng squatted down and picked up a miner's hat from the ground. He noticed the logo of the meteorite company on the miner's hat. Item: damaged miner's hat. Description: this item has been damaged. It can provide weak protection to the head when worn. It looks like the meteorite company had been here before and have even collected the blue crystal ores here. Mo Jiawei followed him into the iron mine and looked around. He soon noticed that the exit was blocked by rocks. The entrance to the iron mine has been sealed. Is it a landslide? Did the mining team meet with an accident? Fang Heng sniffed. There was a familiar smell in the air. It doesn't seem like an accident. There's no corpse here, and there's still the smell of gunpowder. It feels like the entrance was sealed by an explosion. Ah. The entrance was sealed on purpose. He felt that it was strange. The meteorite company must have understood the value of the high-level energy crystal. There was still more than half of the ores left in the iron mine. Why did they suddenly stop mining? What had happened that forced them to make such a choice? Fang Heng, come. And take a look. There's a box here. Mo Jiawei found a wooden box in the corner and called Fang Heng over to check. The box was not locked. There was also a symbol of Meteorite Company on it. Fang Heng walked to the side of the box and carefully opened a gap in the box. A faint blue light shone through the gap on Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei's faces. D*M in it, there was half a box of blue crystal ores in the box. Fang Heng casually picked up a piece of ore and examined it. Item: Premium Blue Crystal Raw Ore. Level: S. Description: the premium blue crystal raw ore contains powerful energy waves. After special chemical purification, AS-level blue crystal ores can be extracted from it. Jackpot. Who cares why? Since they had found the iron mine, they should start mining immediately and move all the ores back home. Let's go, start digging. Without saying anything else, Fang Heng controlled the zombie team to drill through the hole and enter the abandoned iron mine. The zombies waved their shovels and started digging at the blue spots on the other wall. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Federation's shelter in the desert area was still under level 1 state of siege. They had been in a stalemate with the Lickers outside for the whole day. The Lickers' actions were too strange. They did not seem to have any intention of attacking the shelter. But they did not leave easily. Instead, they stayed at the periphery of the shelter and kept wandering around. 5 hours ago, when the Lickers first retreated, the Federation players let out a sigh of relief. But before they could deactivate the alarm, the Lickers suddenly turned around and headed straight for the shelter. They went back and forth a dozen times. Sometimes they were close, sometimes they were far away. The Federation players in the shelter were all under a lot of mental pressure from the group of Lickers. They were afraid that they would suddenly attack the shelter. Half an hour ago, the group of Lickers had entered the shelter's range. Tang Chu gradually lost his patience. He felt that the group of Lickers seemed to be playing with him, constantly challenging his bottom line. Captain Yu, the Lickers has entered the attack range. Should we try to attack? No. Absolutely not. Yu Jia, the main person in charge of the shelter, firmly refused. This group of Lickers is behaving strangely. They are not attacking the shelter either because they are apprehensive, or maybe they are not targeting us. Chapter 293, Asking for Help. Chapter 293, Asking for Help. If we act rashly, we might arouse their hostility and force them to attack the shelter. At that time, we will be even more passive. Tang Chu could not refute. He knew that Yu Jia was right. But are we just going to wait? Maybe we can try to attack and force them to retreat. We can't afford to gamble. The shelter's current defense is not strong enough to withstand such a large number of Lickers. Even if we force the Lickers back, we can't afford to suffer casualties and losses. This will make us lose most of the combat ability against the zombies in the upcoming Blood Moon. Tang Chu clenched his fists. He could not bear to sit and wait for death. He turned his head to look at Zhang Jie. Sir, is this group of Lickers related to the Night Owl organization? I'm not sure. Zhang Jie maintained his calm on the surface, but he was actually very uneasy inside. In his opinion, this group of Lickers that had suddenly appeared was too strange. It was indeed very likely to be related to Night Owl. Did Night Owl have the ability to control the Lickers? Sir, could it be someone from the prison? I've come into contact with some intelligence before. The player in the prison can control Lickers in battle. Yu Jia had also heard of Fang Heng's prison shelter. He raised his head and asked, "Are you talking about Fang Heng?" No, it can't be him. Zhang Jie firmly rejected it. I just met Fang Heng not long ago. I even worked with him for a short period of time during the mission. He can indeed control a small number of Lickers, but there are definitely not that many. Moreover, the prison is very far away from us, and the energy consumption of the space-tearing passage is very high. It is impossible for the prison to transfer such a large number of lickers. Most importantly, the prison has no motive to attack our shelter. In the command room, everyone fell silent again. Zhang Jie asked, "Are our people still monitoring Night Owl? Do they have any new special reports? We keep in contact with the monitoring team every 15 minutes offline. We just confirmed it 3 minutes ago. So far, we have not found anyone leaving or entering the iron mine. We believe that the Night Owl organization is still excavating inside the cave. We've conducted an analysis of the iron mine in advance. Based on the number of players entering the iron mine, it will take at least 2 days to dig through and enter the laboratory." Zhang Jie looked at the time. It had already been almost a day. There was only 1 day left. Theoretically speaking, it was almost impossible for Night Owl to be related to the group of lickers outside. However, the timing of their appearance was too coincidental. Zhang Jie felt apprehensive and insecure inside. "Let's organize a small team. I want to go over there and see for myself. Now. This is too dangerous. What if those lickers attack us?" Zhang Jie's eyes narrowed. "Colonel Tang Chu, this is an order. Night Owl is more dangerous than the group of lickers outside." Tang Chu's expression turned solemn. Yu Jie nodded and said, "I will stay here and provide backup. I wish you good luck." 10 minutes later, Zhang Jie and Tang Chu finished their preparations and left the right side of the shelter with a team of 12 Federation elites. The team maintained a high level of vigilance and gradually moved away from the lickers from the side of the shelter. Every member slowed down their footsteps and held their breath, trying not to attract the attention of the lickers. Tang Chu's heart was in his throat. He prayed in his heart that he would not be discovered by the lickers. In the distance, behind a broken bunker, Lucia revealed herself. A layer of blood-red light appeared in her pupils. After the modification from the biological weapon project, Lucia's super-strong vision allowed her to immediately capture the movements of the party of players. Following Fang Heng's instructions, Lucia stretched out her hand and pointed at Zhang Jie's team. The lickers waiting outside the shelter received the order and immediately rushed toward Zhang Jie's team. D*MN it. They're coming. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The soft sounds of "chi" were like a life-threatening charm. Tang Chu quivered, shouted and took the lead to turn around and run. It was too terrifying. Hundreds of lickers gathered together and madly rushed toward them. The extreme pressure made Tang Chu unable to breathe and he couldn't even think of resisting. The entire team only had one thought in their minds. The entire team practically rolled and crawled back to the shelter. Da-da-da-da-da. Outside the shelter, the 10 automatic cannons that the Federation spent a large sum of money to buy opened fire at the same time. Unfortunately, the output of the automatic cannons was still too weak. Chi. When the lickers saw that the players had already retreated back into the shelter, they quickly retreated the same way. They retreated again, maintaining a safe distance from the shelter. Inside the shelter's command room, the operators let out a long sigh of relief when they saw the group of lickers outside retreating through the surveillance screen. Their foreheads were covered in a layer of cold sweat. Tang Chu's back was drenched in sweat when he escaped back to the shelter's command room. He felt like he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Tang Chu cursed in his heart. Fortunately, they had only walked a dozen meters. If they had gone any further, they would have died outside. Yu Jie had the operator replay the lickers' attack on the main screen. The lickers are afraid of the shelter. They are retreating very quickly. A researcher wearing glasses raised his glasses and said, "Sir, we have compared the images. The defensive ability of these lickers is stronger than that of normal lickers. The hit rate of the automatic cannons previously was over 56%, but our attacks had almost no effect. We did not kill any lickers." The entire hall fell into silence. After a short exchange, the player discovered a cruel truth. The damage of the automatic cannons on the licker was negligible. If they tried to fight it head-on, they would most likely lose. Tang Chu gritted his teeth. "If the lickers don't leave, are we trapped here and can't get out?" No one responded to Tang Chu. Being trapped here was good, but if the lickers went crazy and attacked the shelter that they had spent a lot of effort on could be destroyed. In the silence, the chief researcher adjusted his glasses and said, "Leader, I have a suggestion. Fang Heng from the prison shelter is working with the Dark Knights. They have found a way to control the liquor and control it to fight. I think they know more about the liquor than we do. Maybe they have a way to solve our predicament. I suggest we ask Fang Heng for help." Hearing this, hope was rekindled in everyone's hearts. Yu Jie turned to look at Zhang Jie. "I heard that you seem to be very familiar with Fang Heng." Hearing Fang Heng's name again, Zhang Jie frowned. "Not really. We participated in a mission together." Able to talk. Zhang Jie was very unwilling to look for Fang Heng, but if he did not handle Night Owl's problem well, he would also be in trouble. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jie said, "I'll go and try." Chapter 294, Cheating for Trucks. Chapter 294, Cheating for Trucks. Hint: your zombie clone is collecting blue crystal ores. Obtained inferior blue crystal raw ore *2. Hint: your zombie clone is collecting blue crystal ores. Obtained normal blue crystal raw ore *1. The difficulty of collecting blue crystal ores was very high, and the mining efficiency was extremely slow. Fortunately, before the zombie team arrived, they had all changed into premium shovels and they also had unlimited stamina. Fang Heng glanced at the game hints and continued to sort the ores with Mo Jiawei. After all, the zombies only knew how to mine and transport ores. They couldn't distinguish the grades and types of ores. They had to sort the ores themselves. "Fang Heng, I didn't expect the mine to be so small." "It's almost finished." "Yeah, it's indeed a little small." Fang Heng hummed in agreement. He felt that he hadn't finished yet. There were very few premium blue crystals in the abandoned iron mine. Before entering the iron mine, the meteorite company had already mined more than half of the iron mine. In just a few hours, half of the iron mine had been dug out by hundreds of zombie clones. They had only dug out 2 boxes of premium iron ores. Fang Heng estimated that in 3 to 4 hours, the premium ores in the core area would be finished. If they continued, they would be able to dig out many low-level ores in the nearby area. However, the ore yield was low and the ores they dug out were all low-level ores. It took a lot of time and effort, and it was far less satisfying than digging out the high-quality core area. Mo Jiawei looked at the small hills made of 20 boxes full of ores and a dozen low-level ores. "Wait, we have to think of a way to send the ores back to the shelter." This was also a problem. Fang Heng wondered if he should go back to the shelter first and think of a way to get a few trucks to transport the ores. This would waste a lot of time and it would probably be delayed until tomorrow morning. "That's right. I'll go back and get some trucks. If there's anything urgent, contact me offline." Just as Fang Heng was about to leave, a game hint flashed across his vision. Hint: receive a call from a special function outside the game cabin. Call message: Fang Heng, Mr. Chen Yu from the Federation has contacted you. He said that there's something very important that has something to do with the matter at hand. Chen Yu. Fang Heng was puzzled for a moment. He turned his head and said, "There's an emergency contact outside. I'll go offline first, you help to take care of the rest." Fang Heng threw down a simple bed on the spot and quickly went offline. "Oh. So, Chen Yu, are you asking me for help?" After listening to Chen Yu's entire story, Fang Heng's expression was a little strange. He forced himself to hold back his laughter. The huge Federation came to him for help. Why were they getting worse and worse? On the other end of the phone, Chen Yu also felt like his balls were hurting. He had just received a call from Zhang Jie, and Chen Yu directly put the phone aside, thinking of pretending that the signal was bad and ignoring him. But when he heard that it was related to Night Owl, Chen Yu couldn't sit still anymore. This was a serious matter, and the appearance of Night Owl was very likely to affect the safety of the people. After listening carefully to Zhang Jie's story, Chen Yu immediately realized that this matter was most likely related to Fang Heng. Not long ago, Fang Heng had just asked him about the desert region and Night Owl's matter, and then something happened to the desert region. How could there be such a coincidence? Of course, he had also heard of the familiar liquor. Chen Yu had already guessed a thing or two in his heart. If it said that this matter had nothing to do with Fang Heng, then he definitely wouldn't believe it. Ahem, Fang Heng, I didn't mention anything to Zhang Jie about you contacting me before. Thanks, but I'm quite curious. Isn't your Federation's database a little too incomplete? Isn't there any other way to control the liquor in other servers? I've investigated. No one in the entire server can control the liquor. I've only heard that there are very few ways to control liquors within the Dark Knights. Chen Yu sighed in his heart and thought about how to convince Fang Heng to help. Fang Heng, I also hate that Zhang Zhigai, but this matter is related to Night Owl. Look. I understand. We're so familiar with each other. I'll give you face. Fang Heng thought and agreed with a smile. Originally, he did not plan to make a move against the Federation shelter. The group of lickers outside was just to scare them. But, you can't make me work for free, right? No matter what, I have to spend money to travel all the way there. Chen Yu immediately understood and agreed, you're right, I understand. This money is on Zhang Zhi's head, let's rip him off. Deal. Help me negotiate. The bottom line is 5 military trucks. We need them in stock. The desert shelter should have some money, right? No problem. Charge it to Zhang Zhi's special team. If they don't agree, I won't interfere in this. Okay. In 3 hours, I'll send Lucia from the Dark Knights to the Federation shelter to pick up the goods. Once the goods are in hand, I'll help you solve the problem. After the two of them finished discussing a series of details, Fang Heng once again returned to the game world. Alright, now that the blue crystal raw ore was available, the Federation also helped to provide the delivery trucks. The transportation problem was also solved. He would just sit and wait to make a fortune. After waiting bitterly for 3.5 hours, the nervous people of the Federation's shelter finally looked forward to the Dark Knights team led by Lucia. In the command room, the player observed the outside world through the video screen. Yu Jie felt that he had made the right bet. The Dark Knights' vehicles passed by the lickers. The lickers seemed to be very afraid of the Dark Knights. They stepped back and gradually left the shelter. After a simple negotiation, Lucia left with a few elite Dark Knights in 7 military trucks. They slowly disappeared into the night. Then, the group of lickers disappeared into the darkness. It's that simple. Looking at the lickers that were gradually disappearing into the distance, Tang Chu was a little confused. Those lickers that had been circling the shelter for the whole day just disappeared with a blink of an eye. When did the Dark Knights have such strong control over the lickers? They had never heard of the Dark Knights being so strong in the other servers. Yu Jie turned on his communicator. All teams, report the situation. The radio in the command room transmitted the replies of the various reconnaissance teams. Command room, confirm that the lickers have dispersed. Area 1 is safe. Area 2 is safe. Area 3 is safe. Area 4 is safe. Confirm that the lickers have evacuated. Listening to the report, the tense nerves of the player in the command room finally relaxed. The crisis has been temporarily lifted. Everyone, please work hard. Double the number of people on duty tonight and double the number of patrol personnel. Federation players left one after another and began to make arrangements for tonight's duty. Yu Jie rubbed his swollen temples. No matter what, the lickers were gone and they could finally sleep peacefully tonight. However, Zhang Zhi still stood motionlessly in front of the monitor, staring at the screen without saying a word. Chapter 295, Crystallized Life Form. Chapter 295, Crystallized Life Form. Tang Chu found it strange and asked in a low voice. Sir, aren't you going to rest? Or did you find something? Zhang Zhi pointed at the replay on the screen and asked, did the Dark Knights leave in a different direction from when they came? Hearing that, Tang Chu also looked up at the replay. Zhang Zhi said, they left in a direction that leads to the iron mine. D*MN that good night's sleep. Tang Chu felt that Zhang Zhi was too nervous. Everything could be connected to the Night Owl organization in the iron mine. Sir, I think this is just a coincidence. After all, trucks cannot pass through the space tear. It is normal for the Dark Knights to choose another way to return to the prison shelter. Zhang Zhi didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he continued, I need to immediately form an emergency investigation team to conduct an emergency investigation in the iron mine area. Tang Chu shivered and saluted, yes, sir. Outside the desert. Fang Heng commanded the zombie team to move the ores back and forth, loading them into the truck in batches. The core area of the iron mine had been mined half an hour ago. Fang Heng didn't want to waste the remaining low-level ores, so he continued to let the zombie team excavate them. Seeing so many ores, Lucia's eyes lit up and she praised, "Fang Heng, you're amazing. They're all the highest-level blue crystal ores. Did you excavate them all by yourself? You're amazing." Not really. Mo Jiawei contributed to the exploration. It was he who found the exact location of the mine. Lucia's mood instantly became a little worse. She looked at Mo Jiawei with a sharp gaze. Cough, cough, cough. No, it's not that. It has nothing to do with me. Mo Jiawei, who was drinking water at the side, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He choked on the water and started coughing violently. Lucia, I'll need you to make a few trips later to send the ores back to the Dark Knight's contact point. These ores are very precious, and I'm worried. Lucia felt sweet in her heart. She felt that this was Fang Heng's trust in her. Okay, I'll protect these materials. Take a few teams of lickers to go with you. Be careful along the way. It's best to take a detour around the shelter. Don't let the Federation discover you. I promise to complete the mission. Lucia's expression immediately became serious and her eyes were filled with killing intent. If the Federation discovered them on the way, then kill them all. Hint, your zombie team has completed the excavation of the planned passage area. The passage to the laboratory has been dug. Seeing the game hint, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. The secret research room's passage has been dug through. Let's go and take a look first. Raising his head and downing a bottle of coffee, Fang Heng brought Lucia along with Mo Jiawei into the other excavated passage to explore. After walking along the newly excavated passage for nearly 20 minutes, an open area finally appeared in front of them. Fang Heng was the first to step into it. This was an abandoned laboratory that had been remodeled. Most of the laboratory had been remodeled. The building and the cave had merged into one, and all kinds of experimental equipment could be seen scattered inside. After confirming that it was safe, the three of them walked into the laboratory and searched for clues on their own. The original entrance to the laboratory had been sealed. Fang Heng smelled the residual smell of gunpowder in the air. It seemed like the entrance to the passage had been blown up just like the mine. Fang Heng pondered and walked to the side of the main control machine, casually pressing it. Hint, player has been detected to have relevant mechanical repair skills. Hint, the current machine is too old to complete repair. Hint, the current machine lacks power and cannot be operated. The machine could not be operated because of age and lack of power. Fang Heng noticed a white human skeleton on the seat beside him. The skeleton's coat had the symbol of the meteorite company on it. Fang Heng walked forward and took out a tattered notebook from the pocket of the skeleton's coat. Hint, you have obtained an item researcher's notebook. Fang Heng tried to open the notebook. As it had been too long, the notebook had rotted, and many of its contents could not be seen. Crystallized forms. They were an extremely special kind of life form. We had done a big data comparison, but we could not find any known life form on Earth that had a similar structure to crystallized forms. Most of the time, crystallized forms were in a dormant state, maintaining extremely low vital signs. They seemed to be able to live for eternal life. Dr. Deal was the first scientist to discover the existence of crystallized bodies, and he was the most authoritative researcher on them. He believed that humans could find a way to live for eternal life from crystallized forms. Similarly, he believed that crystallized forms were closely related to a substance called blue crystal ore. I was very happy to join Dr. Deal's research team. Under his leadership, we spent 3 years in the desert to find the blue crystal mine. Meteorite Company decided to build a laboratory here for research. I finally got what I wanted. Dr. Deal was right. We found that this kind of life form lived and purified by absorbing the strength of the blue crystal. In the beginning, when the blue crystal was lacking, they would be very docile, not aggressive, and most of the time dormant. They could feel the presence of blue crystals nearby. Dr. Deal decided to conduct an experiment and try to use blue crystals to feed the crystallized form. As the number of blue crystals swallowed increased, the crystallized form gradually became out of control. Dr. Deal's physical condition had been bad for the past 2 days. Everyone was talking about him. Rumor had it that he had fallen ill because he was too tired from the hard work of the experiment. But I knew that wasn't the case. Dr. Deal was experimenting on crystallized forms himself. The experiment was in trouble. Dr. Deal began to fall into a coma. We continued with the experimental protocol he left behind. Hopefully, we can find a way to bring Dr. Deal back. The crystallized form that was sent to Meteorite Company went berserk. I heard the crystallized form destroyed the entire main company building. We received an internal order from the Meteorite Company to stop all research on the crystallized forms, destroy all crystallized forms and all traces of research on the crystallized forms. They even had to destroy Mr. Deal's corpse on the spot. I sensed that the Meteorite Company was afraid. They were anxious to clean up everything. I understand the dangers of crystallized forms. But we've reached this point in our research. Destroy them all. I'm not resigned to fate. I'll never agree to them doing this. Mr. Deal isn't dead. He's just dormant. I'll never allow them to stop Mr. Deal's experiment. I believe that one day, the experimental subject will restart. TSK, another madman. Fang Heng closed the notebook and muttered to himself in a low voice. He called Lucia and Mo Jiwei. Hey, have you heard of this crystallized thing? The two of them turned around and gave Fang Heng a blank look. Chapter 296, The Locked Crystal Coffin. Chapter 296, The Locked Crystal Coffin. Forget it. Fang Heng shrugged and put the researcher's notebook back into his backpack. It seems that this is a research laboratory for crystallized forms, but this thing doesn't seem to have anything to do with zombies. Mo Jiwei agreed, yes, and there doesn't seem to be any strange mutated zombies here. While speaking, Mo Jiwei suddenly made a discovery. Fang Heng, Lucia, come and take a look at this. Fang Heng and Lucia walked over. Crystal coffin. In a corner of the laboratory, there were 5 crystal coffins neatly arranged. The crystal coffins were covered with dust. Fang Heng tried to wipe off the dust on the coffin lid. There were more than 10 white worms inside the coffin. They looked like the larvae of some creature, about the length of a finger. They lay quietly inside the coffin as if they had been dead for a long time. Look, it's moving. Under the watchful eyes of Fang Heng and the others, the worms slowly woke up. At the same time, they slowly moved toward Fang Heng. Fang Heng subconsciously dodged backwards. Lucia and Mo Jiwei both turned back to look at Fang Heng curiously. Fang Heng, what is on your body that attracts them? Fang Heng thought for a moment and immediately thought of the blue crystal ore and crystallized form recorded in the notebook just now. Let me try. Fang Heng took out a blue crystal raw ore from his backpack and placed it on the white glass cover of the coffin. As soon as the ore was placed on the lid, the worms immediately had a bigger reaction. They frantically swarmed towards the blue crystal raw ore that Fang Heng placed on the lid, trying to break free from the crystal coffin's restraints. Fang Heng was even more confused. They are crystallized forms. Let me take a look. Mo Jiwei felt that it was time to prove his worth. He covered his left eye with his hand and looked at the young worms in the coffin. Rows of information appeared on his retina. Crystallized body, currently at larva stage. Special mutated creature, Tier 0 mutated body, can evolve. Unknown creature, a living creature with a DNA structure similar to the primogenitor virus. Living creatures can evolve by devouring the blue crystal raw ore and other blue crystal ore products. After entering the growth stage, they can devour all life forms to absorb nutrients for self-evolution. In theory, crystallized forms have unlimited possibilities of evolution. Unknown creature. Player needs to increase his level and obtain more information. Mo Jiwei put down the palm covering his left eye, his expression somewhat incredulous. His talent skill was S level. In the past, he could easily obtain all kinds of data and information even for a Tier 5 creature. But now, he had a pitiful amount of information about crystallized forms. That's all. Yes, that's all. Fang Heng stroked his chin and sized up the worm in the coffin. This worm didn't look very strong no matter how he looked at it. It could evolve infinitely. Could it be that Night Owl's target this time was this thing? Fang Heng, why don't we bring it back? Qiu Yaokong should be able to analyze something, right? As Mo Jiwei spoke, he tried to knock on the coffin lid. The lid was very hard, making a bang 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 sound. It's quite strong. This knock seemed to have triggered some mechanism, and the entire coffin suddenly lit up, emitting blue light. Mo Jiwei hurriedly raised his hands, indicating that he had nothing to do with it. A line of small words appeared on the coffin's surface. Hint, please enter the password. Fang Heng took a look and explained, it's an electronic lock. The shaking caused the automatic trigger. Mo Jiwei heaved a sigh of relief. I told you, it has nothing to do with me. Let's look at the other few coffins. The 5 coffins were arranged side by side, separated by 3 to 4 meters. Fang Heng walked forward again and checked the remaining 4 crystal coffins. 3 of them were intact, and the inside was also filled with white worms. Only the last crystal coffin was damaged and the outer layer of the glass crystal lid was broken. The worms inside were taken away. Mo Jiwei felt strange and looked at Fang Heng. Is there someone who came here faster than us? It doesn't look like it. Lucia squatted down and examined the broken lid. Fang Heng, judging from the cracks, the lid seems to have been broken from the inside. What the hell? The worm broke the lid and escaped from the inside. Fang Heng also felt confused. The worm in its infancy didn't have any attack power, so theoretically, it couldn't break the lid. Whatever, I'm already here. Take the entire coffin back to the shelter. I'll let Qiu Yaokang analyze it then. As he spoke, Fang Heng casually walked to the side of the crystal coffin that was still intact. He reached out and touched the bottom of the coffin, trying to lift the entire coffin. Only then did he realize that the entire bottom of the coffin was embedded in the bottom. A faint alarm sounded from the coffin. Hint, please enter the password. Forced movement, destruction, and power customization will cause the self-destruct program to activate. Hint, this item is a special item. It cannot be stored in a backpack. Password. There's a self-destruct program. Fang Heng frowned and silently withdrew his hand. The dead crystallized form most likely had no research value. Mo Jiwei glanced at the other side of the laboratory that was sealed off by the meteorite company and asked, Fang Heng, do you think Night Owl's people have a password? They. Fang Heng nodded and said, that makes sense. I'll go and ask. He turned on the survival radio and sent an urgent message to Deng Xin. Fang Heng, how's your situation now? How long do you need to excavate before reaching the central laboratory? Deng Xin, we're still excavating round the clock. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be able to excavate it by tomorrow afternoon. In addition, I received news from Luqi that the Federation has encountered some trouble. Fang Heng, there's no need to pay attention to the Federation for the time being. Have you heard Luqi talk about crystallized forms, coffins or passwords? Deng Xin, I think so. She must have some special password. I haven't heard anything else. She's very vigilant and she doesn't seem to be worried that the Federation will find out about this operation. Fang Heng looked at Deng Xin's response and turned off the survival radio. There's still nearly a day left. Fang Heng muttered to himself. He looked down at the coffin under his feet and suddenly had a good idea. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had another bad idea. If he succeeded, he could probably trick the coffin back. Fang Heng, what do we say? It's okay. Let's go back and clean up the ores outside. Don't let the Federation and Night Owls people find out. I'll leave this place to you for now. I have to go back and bring some people to help. Fang Heng turned to look at Lucia. Lucia, the situation has changed. I'll go back to the shelter with you. Lucia said happily, good. Chapter 297, Unlocked. Chapter 297, Unlocked. The next afternoon. In the depths of the cave that had been excavated. With a loud bang, the large rocks blocking the entrance to the laboratory were finally cleared. Luqi was the first to enter the laboratory hall and looked around. We're here. Be careful. The target is a crystallized form. The other player entered the laboratory to search. Found it. It's here. Deng Xin found something. She shouted and called Luqi over to investigate. Seeing the crystal coffin in the corner of the laboratory, a smile appeared on Luki's face. This is the one. That's right. This is the crystallized form we're looking for. Luki looked at the crystal coffins nearby and frowned. There were 5 crystal coffins placed side by side in the corner of the laboratory. The other 4 had been destroyed, leaving only the last one in front of Deng Xian intact. There were much fewer crystallized forms than she had expected. Luki reached out and pressed on the crystal coffin. Hint, you have found an item experiment crystal coffin. The crystal coffin emitted a response and lit up with a blue light. A few lines of small words appeared on the built-in screen. Hint, please enter the password to unlock. Hint, forced movement, destruction, and power customization will cause the self-destruct program to start. Hint, 3 consecutive password input errors will cause the password program to start. The remaining number of times, 3. Luki quickly pressed the button and entered the password. Hint, password verified. After a slight sound, the tightly locked coffin was unlocked. Enough. Luki said in a low voice. She opened the lid of the crystal coffin, took out a blue crystal from her backpack and quickly threw it into it. The crystallized worms inside the crystal coffin woke up almost instantly and pounced toward the crystal. They surrounded the crystal and greedily absorbed the energy that escaped from the crystal. The worm's body slowly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a faint red glow appeared under its skin. Luki took out 2 tubes of T-virus from her backpack and stuffed them into the coffin. Deng Xian tried to get more information from Luki. She asked in a low voice, Lu, what is this? Are we here to find this? Yes, it's the crystallized form that we're looking for. The T-virus can stimulate them, allowing them to enter a rapid growth period in a short period. However, it is prone to instability and will explode easily if you are not careful. Luki closed the lid of the crystal coffin as she spoke, turning around and sweeping her gaze across the crowd. Stick to the original plan and load the explosives. We're going to send a big gift to the Federation. Just as they had agreed beforehand, everyone put on a uniform white mask. The hired players surrounded them and tried to lift the coffin together. After loading the crystal coffin with explosives, Luki led the player team out of the cave. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Deng Xian and her 2 teammates deliberately lagged behind them for a short distance and hid in the darkness of the laboratory. After confirming that Luki's team had all left, Deng Xian looked around the laboratory hall again. She frowned and asked in a low voice, Fang Heng. Are you there? Duh. Lucia fell from the high ground and stood in front of Deng Xian. Pada. There was another soft sound. Fang Heng also jumped down from the high ground. Deng Xian saw Fang Heng and Lucia who fell from the sky, and for a moment, she was still in a daze. Thank you for your hard work. You did a good job. The bonus will be tripled at the end of the month. Of course. Thank you, boss. When Deng Xian's 2 teammates heard about the bonus, they immediately reacted and thanked him together. Just now, Fang Heng and the Lickers were hiding in the shadows at the top of the cave. Fang Heng and the others saw everything that happened in the room. Fang Heng quickly walked to the crystal coffin in the corner. One of the 5 crystal coffins was taken away by Deng Xian. Looks like it's quite easy. Fang Heng said as he reached out his hand to touch the broken crystal coffin. Oh my god. Fang Heng, be careful. I spent a few hours making this. They are all works of art. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at Sandy who was climbing down the rope ladder. As he spoke, Fang Heng tore open a layer of drawing paper that was stuck to the surface of the crystal coffin. In the dimly lit cave, along with Deng Xian's intentional guidance from the side, Luki mistakenly thought that the remaining 4 crystal coffins had all been destroyed. Those were only replicas made by Sandy using drawing paper. Did you get the password? Wait a moment, I recorded it just now. As Deng Xian spoke, she retrieved the video footage from before and reported the password. Ouroboros. Fang Heng's heart pounded fiercely, and he turned around to look at Deng Xian in surprise. Deng Xian did not expect Fang Heng's reaction to be so big, so she checked the video again. That's right, the password is Ouroboros. Why did Ouroboros appear here as the password? Sandy and Mo Jiawei also climbed down the rope ladder. Fang Heng, this is my best work in recent months. The shattered crystal mirror and the lifelike worms. God, I admire myself. Indeed, it's very good. Fang Heng came back to his senses and gave a perfunctory reply. Of course, this is art. Sandy proudly extended his 5 fingers. There are not more than 5 people in the world who can tell that this is an imitation. Fang Heng temporarily suppressed the doubts about Ouroboros in his heart and quickly entered the password on the built-in screen. The mechanical claw holding the crystal coffin loosened. Password confirmed, unlocked successfully. Fang Heng looked up. Lucia, you take the crystal coffin and leave first. Take them back to the shelter for now. Be careful and try not to be noticed by others. Lucia nodded heavily and asked, what about you? There are still some things that I don't understand. I'll go and check on the Federation. Maybe I can get some information from them. Yes, be careful. Outside, Zhang Zhe led 7 elite teams of the Federation to hide around the rock cave in the Gobi district area. Sir, what exactly does the Night Owl organization want to do by entering the laboratory? They shouldn't have the ability to collect blue crystal ores. Is it for the crystallized form? What exactly is that thing? Tang Chu had always been curious. He had heard of crystallized forms, but he had never been clear about what it was. Zhang Zhe glanced at him. Captain Tang, you only need to carry out the order. Once Night Owl's men leave the iron mine and enter the encirclement, immediately carry out the hunting plan. I don't wish to let any player off. Zhang Zhe's gaze was fixated on the cave passage not too far away. Crystallized form. That was an extremely special life form. They absorbed the energy from the blue crystal ore to achieve their goal of evolving themselves. The last time Zhang Zhe fought with a crystallized form, he was still in awe. At that time, it was already the end of the game. The Federation had joined forces with the Dark Knights and paid a huge price to destroy the crystallized form that had already entered the late stage of growth, a Tier 6 mutated creature. That type of life form that could continuously enhance itself was extremely strange. Perhaps Tier 6 was far from its final form. Chapter 298, Explosion. Chapter 298, Explosion. After the Federation discovered the blue crystal mine and the meteorite company's former secret base, they had a discussion. As they had not triggered the pre-mission, they were unable to crack the laboratory's internal password to obtain the crystallized form. Therefore, the Federation decided to temporarily put the mission on hold and send people to guard it 24 hours a day. When the time was right, they would think of a way to obtain the crystallized form and mine the blue crystal ore. Unexpectedly, Night Owl obtained the laboratory's password in advance and took the lead in taking action against the blue crystal mine. After discovering Night Owl's movements, Zhang Zhe immediately received the authorization and rushed to the desert to take charge of the operation to deal with Night Owl. His initial thought was to directly eliminate Night Owl and obtain the crystallized form from them through interrogation. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. Through the player's special talent skill, the Federation had discovered that Night Owl had already planted a large number of explosives inside the iron mine. Once they sent people into the iron mine, Night Owl only needed to detonate the explosives, and it would be mutual destruction. Not only would the Federal team suffer heavy casualties, but the crystallized form that was inside the iron mine would also be affected. The crystallized form was very valuable for research. It would be a pity to destroy it. The most serious consequence was that if the explosion did not kill the crystallized form would be freed by accident and absorb the energy of the blue crystal ore without limit. After consulting his superiors, Zhang Zhe decided to let Night Owl's men take away the crystallized form in the laboratory directly. Then, he would wait for Night Owl to come out of the cave before capturing all of them in one fell swoop. Annihilate them in one shot. Captain, they're out. Zhang Zhe gripped his guns tightly. It had been a long time since he had been this nervous. He looked up and saw a group of masked players walking out of the cave. At the end of the team, a few players were carrying a heavy crystal coffin. Sir, should we do it? No, wait a little longer. Wait for them to enter the encirclement. Zhang Zhe said in a low voice as he stared fixedly at this group of players. Only when he saw his party retreat from the entrance of the cave and enter the encirclement did Zhang Zhe suddenly wave his hand and shout. Quick! Move out! The elite party of the Federation that was lying in ambush in the surroundings took out their guns and crossbow arrows at almost the same time and quickly surrounded the Night Owl players from all directions. The sudden encirclement caused a momentary disturbance in the team. It's the people from the Federation. Don't panic. Luki raised her hand, indicating for the team to calm down and stay in place quietly. Zhang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. They didn't resist. Why did they look so calm? Zhang Zhe held a double-barreled shotgun in his hand and quickly walked forward, walking in front of the leader, Luki. I suspect that all of you are related to the anti-federal organization, Night Owl. Put down your weapons and follow me back for investigation. Luki surveyed her surroundings as she raised her hands high. The other players hired by the Night Owl organization also raised their hands. The crystal coffin landed heavily on the ground. Luki knew that there was a high probability that the Federation had already noticed their movements, so she was not surprised by this attack. Captain Zhang Zhe, I've heard a lot about you. There are many comrades in the organization who have fought with you. They all say that you're a hypocritical and cowardly person. Zhang Zhe stared at the masked Luki. Who are you? Take off your mask and tell me everything you know. I can give you a way out. The crystallized form in its infancy evolves and grows by devouring and absorbing the blue crystal. The entire process is relatively slow, but if the crystallized form accidentally comes into contact with the T-virus while absorbing the blue crystal's energy. Luki was unmoved and continued to speak in a provocative manner. Captain Zhang Zhe, why don't you guess what kind of wondrous chemical reaction it will have? Zhang Zhe's pupils constricted slightly. The Federation's research on crystallized forms was far less thorough than the Night Owl organization's. What will happen? A high-intensity mutation in a short period of time. The strength of a mutated creature can reach Tier 3 to Tier 4, and there's even a small chance that it can reach Tier 5. Their evolution will become unusually unstable. During the process of evolution, they are extremely easy to explode. They are also very easy to be affected by explosions, resulting in a chain of explosions. The explosion will also stimulate the crystallized form to a certain extent, allowing them to evolve at an unimaginable speed. As Luki spoke, she opened her hand, revealing the explosive detonator in her hand. Tang Chu shouted. The Federation soldiers all took a few steps back at the same time, pointing their guns at Luki. Zhang Zhe stared at Luki. Are you threatening me? What do you want? Threatening? No, we, Night Owl, never negotiate with terrorist organizations. Luki's eyes were secretly filled with anger. As she spoke, she fiercely pressed on the remote control device in her hand. Go to hell. This is just a little bit of interest. Tang Chu shouted, get out of the way. The well-trained elite team of the Federation instantly spread out in all directions. In the next second, a violent explosion resounded throughout the Gobi Desert. A thick cloud of smoke and dust rose up from the central area. The crystal coffin instantly exploded, along with the explosives buried within the cave. Not far away, feeling the tremors under his feet, Fang Heng raised his head and drank a bottle of coffee to calm himself down. Night Owl was really a group of ruthless characters, sacrificing a small life to give a ruthless blow to the Federation. In fact, Fang Heng had just learned from Deng Xin about Luki's follow-up plan. They placed bombs on the crystal coffin and their bodies. If the plan went smoothly, they would take the crystal coffin to the nearest Federation shelter. Then they would self-destruct. If there was an accident on the way, they would self-destruct. After the mission was completed, Night Owl would give a generous compensation to this group of hired suicide players. Mo Jiawei also gulped and exclaimed, Night Owl, they are all a bunch of lunatics. It's better not to deal with them in the future. The dust gradually dispersed. Fang Heng took out his binoculars and looked into the distance. There were 7 or 8 light red worm creatures crouching on the ground. Their bodies were already nearly 2 meters long. After taking a closer look, Fang Heng realized that the worms themselves were not light red. A series of scales-like red crystals grew out of the originally white skin of the crystallized worms. White teeth were exposed from its mouth. Crystallized form, currently at larva stage. Special mutated creature, Tier 4 mutated creature, can be advanced. Mo Jiawei covered his left eye, narrating the information about the crystallized form obtained from the skill. Unknown creature, living creature with a DNA structure similar to the primogenitor virus. Slow movement. Currently, it can absorb the energy of the crystallized form, and it also has the preliminary devouring ability. Through devouring flesh and blood, it can also evolve and improve, but the devouring efficiency is relatively low. The current crystallized form has enhanced crystallized scales that can absorb damage. The white fangs have a lethal tearing effect. It can devour 99% of matter. The living body currently only possesses the lowest level intelligence. It can devour flesh and blood through perception. Unknown creature. Player needs to increase level to obtain more information. As he spoke, Mo Jiawei put down his hand and turned to look at Fang Heng. It evolved to a Tier 4 mutated body just like that. It rose by 4 levels. Chapter 299, First Wave. Chapter 299, First Wave. Tier 4. The same tier as the Nemesis. The worms were the same as when they were at Tier 0, and their movement speed was unusually slow. They wriggled slowly on the ground, gnawing at the corpses on the ground. The close-range explosion directly caused more than half of the Federation's elite team to die. Zhang Zhi's condition wasn't too good either. Even though he had been pushed away by Tang Chu at the last moment of the explosion, he had also been affected by the explosion. He quickly took out a first aid needle from his backpack and injected it into his arm. "Sir. Are you okay? Quick. Gather the team." Looking at the worms scattered in the desert, Zhang Zhi's face was gloomy and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 12. Zhang Zhi counted the number of crystallized forms left after the explosion. Among them, 4 were Tier 4 crystallized forms and 8 were Tier 3 crystallized forms. Such a creature's strength was a disaster for any shelter. Currently, the Federation could only deal with 2 Tier 4 creatures at most, which was their limit. Contact the shelter and report to superiors. Stop them. Buy time. No matter what price you pay, do not let them enter the shelter. Contact the headquarters and ask them to send reinforcements. Low-tier thermal weapons do almost no damage to them. Apply for emergency exchange. We must use highly corrosive sulfuric acid howitzers to deal with them. The elite team of the Federation was equipped with weapons, and dense bullets rained down on their skin. The bullets' damage was very limited against Tier 3 crystallized forms, but it successfully angered them. The Tier 4 crystallized worms, on the other hand, were immune to the bullets' attack. They didn't even bother with the bullets, slowly creeping toward the shelter behind the player group. Far away, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei were quietly watching the battle. "Fang Heng, what do you say? The people from the Federation shouldn't be able to hold on, right?" Fang Heng looked at the worms and couldn't help but ponder. 4 of them were all Tier 4 creatures. The reward for killing them should be pretty good. I also feel that they won't be able to hold on. Saying that, Fang Heng slowly sat down, opened a packet of biscuits and entered long-range spectator mode. There's no rush. Let's watch a little longer. The Federation should have some countermeasures. Let them think of a way to weaken them first, then we'll go up and take the reward. Mo Jiawei thought about it and felt that it made sense. Right, we can't help for nothing. We still have to get more benefits from the Federation. We'll have to contact Chen Yu later. As Fang Heng spoke, he threw a simple bed to the side. I remember that the shelter needs some rare and special materials to advance to Tier 3, right? Ah, I think so. Mo Jiawei looked at Fang Heng, who was calmly watching the situation, and then lowered his head to look at the distant Federation players who were currently engaged in a fierce battle with the crystallized forms. They were already suffering, yet Fang Heng still wanted to pick up a handful of wool from them. For some reason, his heart ached for the people of the Federation. This battle lasted for a full 4 hours. The sun was about to set. The Federation had spent quite a bit of effort to clear out all the Tier 3 crystallized worms. Only the last 4 Tier 4 crystallized worms were left. The strength of the Tier 4 worms was mostly focused on defense. They did not have any long-range attacks. As long as they did not approach, the worms would basically stand there and take a beating. The discipline of the Federation elite team was extremely good. No one would charge forward alone. After using the emergency funds to exchange for the corrosive howitzers, the Tier 4 worm's body was blasted with a few corrosive holes. The Federation players continued to attack the wounds. The worm's strong defensive ability allowed the corroded wounds to slowly recover. Therefore, the Federation had no choice but to use a few howitzers to break the defense of the crystallized worms at intervals. Zhang Jie, who was commanding the battle, was extremely tense. Although the worms' movement speed was very slow, they were still approaching the shelter. At this speed, it was estimated that the worms would reach the shelter in another hour. The family members of important Federation members who had stayed in the shelter had already left early, but the Federation soldiers would still choose to defend the shelter with their lives. It was impossible to hold on. Zhang Jie reasoned that they would never be able to defend the shelter against 4 Tier 4 crystallized forms. He couldn't think of any way to stop this wave of worms. The Federation had spent a lot of effort to build the shelter and they were going to give it up just like that. He would not be able to handle such a big mistake by himself no matter what. When this matter was over, he would definitely be punished by the Federation. His only chance was to solve this problem. "Sir, look over there." Zhang Jie's heart skipped a beat as he turned his head to look at a military truck that was approaching them not far away. The truck stopped not far from the team. When he saw Fang Heng and Lucia walking out from the truck, Zhang Jie could not help but frown. His mood was extremely bad, and he would not give Fang Heng a good look. "Fang Heng, why are you here?" "The Federation is dealing with the matter urgently. Unrelated personnel, please evacuate immediately. Your boss invited me here," Fang Heng said as he looked at the worms that were approaching the shelter. "I heard that you were tricked by Night Owl again. Someone has to help you clean up this mess. After all, I still want to continue in Server 8. Zhang Jie's face was ashen. Chen Yu walked down from the back of the truck. "Zhang Jie, this is the latest order from the higher-ups. Fang Heng will act as a staff officer and help us solve the problem of the crystallized bodies." Zhang Jie's expression changed as he looked at the copy of the letter of appointment that Chen Yu showed him. "Are you crazy too? You're endorsing him. For Tier 4 creatures, what right does he think he has to help us? These are orders from the superiors." "Good. I'd like to see how you deal with these crystallized creatures." Zhang Jie shouted angrily, meddling in my operation rashly. "I'll definitely report it to the superiors." After saying that, Zhang Jie flicked his sleeves and left. He sneered in his heart. When he first saw Fang Heng, he was indeed angry. But now, Zhang Jie felt an indescribable ease. He found someone to blame. If Chen Yu was willing to take over this mess, then the rest would have nothing to do with him. Although he would still receive a series of punishments after the incident, it was still much better than now. No one could resist this wave of crystallized forms. The destruction of the shelter was a foregone conclusion. When the time came, everything could be pushed on Chen Yu. What he needed to do now was to quickly evacuate with the important people in the shelter. Looking at Zhang Jie leaving alone, Chen Yu snorted. The word disdain was written on his face. He said in an extremely low voice, "Shame." Tang Chu and the other team captains were also very angry and dissatisfied with the act of running away and throwing the blame on others. "I am Tang Chu, head captain of the elite team of the Federation's desert shelter." "Sir, please give me your instructions. I am Chen Yu. I am in charge of this operation now." As he spoke, Chen Yu turned around and looked at Fang Heng. The latter patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. "Think on the bright side. Now it's your turn to be the steward. Let's solve this problem together." Chapter 300, Raise the Price. Chapter 300, Raise the Price. Chen Yu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Fang Heng, what arrangements do you have? Tell your men to disperse first. I'll test the strength of the crystallized form first. Be careful not to be affected." Chen Yu looked at the small team at the side, commanding Tang Chu and the others. "Listen to my orders. All teams retreat temporarily." Tang Chu saluted, "Yes." In the distance, the constantly attacking federal team quickly retreated. Fang Heng and Lucia looked at each other and nodded. Tang Chu and the other Federation players quickly retreated. He didn't know what happened, nor did he know what Chen Yu and Fang Heng's plan was. However, they soon felt a faint vibration coming from beneath their feet. "They're here, look." They looked into the distance. A patch of red appeared on the horizon again. A swarm of lickers rushed towards the crystallized worms like a torrent. Tang Chu's pupils constricted as he looked at Fang Heng and Lucia in shock. The lickers. They were back again. Did the prison lure them here through a special method? Tang Chu's heart was pounding. This was too crazy. The lickers were moving extremely fast. Almost instantly, the lickers jumped onto the crystallized worms. They waved their sharp claws, leaving scratches and scars on the crystallized worm's armor. The lickers' evolved tongue stabbed at the crystallized worm's armor. It left deep dents. The crystallized worm squirmed very slowly. It could not avoid the lickers' attacks, but its counterattack was also abnormally swift. The worm opened its bloody mouth and bit forward. The licker that was attacking the crystallized worm could not dodge in time and ended up being swallowed by the latter. Almost instantly, Fang Heng's game log was flooded. Hint: your zombie clone, proliferator, licker is attacked and dies. Hint: your zombie clone licker causes damage to the crystallized form. Hint: your zombie clone licker causes bleeding damage to the crystallized form. Fang Heng observed the battlefield from a distance while looking at the game log. The situation was not optimistic. The crystallized worm displayed a powerful devouring ability and defensive ability. The sharp claws of the lickers had the dual effect of breaking through the armor and causing bleeding damage. This was their greatest weapon when dealing with high-level creatures. However, the crystallized armor was more sturdy and difficult to break. If the armor could not be broken, the bleeding effect could not be triggered. The only place that could cause bleeding damage was that spot. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the right side of the worm's body, the spot that had been hit by the sulfuric acid howitzer. That spot was corroded by sulfuric acid. Without the protection of the crystallized armor, every attack of the licker could rip off a large chunk of flesh. There was also the bleeding damage effect. As long as he controlled a large number of lickers to attack the injured spot simultaneously, the bleeding damage could be stacked continuously. They could grind it to death. Let's give it a try. Fang Heng and Lucia exchanged glances. The group of lickers swarmed towards the crystallized worm with the most serious injury on the far right. At this moment, the Federation players, who were watching by the side, were breathing heavily. Shocking. The strength of the lickers was beyond their expectations. Especially when hundreds of lickers gathered together. The scene in front of them looked unusually bloody. This was the first time they had gained the upper hand in their fight with the crystallized worm. The worm's HP slowly decreased and the number of lickers was also decreasing. Coup. After more than 10 minutes of entanglement, the Tier 4 crystallized worm that was besieged by the lickers suddenly stopped attacking. Its body was faintly emitting a red light. Chi 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 chi. The lickers retreated at an even faster speed. 3 seconds later, the crystallized worm exploded on the spot. The blast wave directly blew apart the nearby 3 Tier 4 crystallized worms and the group of lickers that could not escape in time. Even the Federation players that were assisting at the side were affected, and they were blown to all sides. Bah! Tang Chu quickly stood up and spat out the sand that was blown into his mouth. Success! He was full of excitement. The morale of the Federation players was also high. 1 down. After fighting with these troublesome worms for an entire afternoon, they finally saw a ray of hope. Hint: you have killed a crystallized form, Tier 4 larva stage. You have obtained 228 survival points. You have obtained a Tier 2 evolution crystal *1. The game hint made Fang Heng happy. Good. The finishing blow was successful. Evolution crystal fragments in hand. There were still 3 left. Fang Heng's gaze focused on the remaining 3 evolved crystallized worms. He thought fast about it and adjusted his tactics. Chen Yu, I need your help. The crystallized worm's armor requires the use of a sulfuric acid howitzer to complete the corrosion effect. I need your help to make a hole in their armor. No problem. Our Federation's elite team will hold them back from the side. Chen Yu quickly gave the order, all teams, pay attention. Think of a way to separate the 3 crystallized worms. The next target is the crystallized worm on the far right. Use the sulfuric acid howitzers. Aim at one part and corrode its crystallized armor. Tang Chu was excited. He immediately commanded the 3 elite teams to approach from 3 different directions. Boom. Boom boom. The howitzer, with a strong corrosive effect, required several rounds to barely corrode part of the crystallized armor of the worm. Due to the limited ammunition, the Federal team used the howitzer to blast a blood-red hole on the right side of the crystallized form before quickly retreating. Fang Heng immediately controlled the lickers to surround it. He turned to look at Qin Yu. Not enough. I need more corrosive howitzers. Yes, the process is already underway. The King of Gods points that were prepared for emergency use have been exhausted. It will be very troublesome to temporarily mobilize them. It will take time. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was equally anxious. Fang Heng, they are getting closer and closer to the shelter. We have to think of a way to stop them from approaching the shelter. We have paid too much to build this shelter. We cannot afford such a huge loss. Hearing this, the Federation players' attention was focused on Fang Heng. Unknowingly, Fang Heng had become the last hope for the players to stop the crystallized worm. Fang Heng was quite distressed and let out a long sigh. Even Fang Heng could not do anything. Seeing Fang Heng's grave expression, everyone's heart sank. Qin Yu, you have to pay more for this job. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He really had a way. Qin Yu immediately said, as long as we can find a way to stop the zombie horde from attacking the shelter, the Federation will try their best to satisfy any request. You promised. Don't go back on your word. I have recorded everything. As Fang Heng spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. There was no other way. Fang Heng didn't want to reveal his trump card so soon. Chapter 301, Cooperation. Chapter 301, Cooperation. Tang Chu and the other Federation players looked at Fang Heng with eager eyes. From the beginning until now, they had participated in the desert shelter step by step. They had witnessed the entire process of the construction of the shelter. No one wanted it to be destroyed. The players were excited and curious. They were anxiously looking forward to finding out what method Fang Heng would use to turn things around. Dong. 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 Following that, Tang Chu heard heavy footsteps. Following the sound, 3 tall figures gradually appeared on the road in the distance. Tyrant. A Federation player shouted. The Federation players were once again in an uproar. Qin Yu suddenly turned around and looked at Fang Heng. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Tyrant. They were brought out from Pine City. So you can completely control the Tyrant then, right? So you can control the Tyrant, and this group of lickers is also controlled by you, right? Yes, yes. No. As Fang Heng spoke, he turned his head and gave Lucia a look. Lucia immediately understood Fang Heng's meaning, but she was still at a loss. Huh? No, it's not like that. We're not controlling them, we're... Lucia couldn't finish her sentence. She looked at Fang Heng for help. Fang Heng explained to everyone. We are guiding them. Guiding the zombie team consumes a lot of energy. This is a huge burden for Lucia. It can't be used as a conventional tactic. It's like a one-time consumable. Ahem, I understand, I understand. It's an ability that can only be used once, right? Qin Yu coughed lightly. He knew that Fang Heng was lying to the outside world again. It was one thing to lie to the other players, but he had known Fang Heng for so long. He definitely wouldn't believe it. Guiding the licker was fine, but to guide the Tyrant. Whoever believed Fang Heng's words would suffer. Yes, yes, Qin Yu, I knew you would understand. Fang Heng patted Qin Yu's shoulder and gave him a look that he understood. As he said this, he turned around and controlled one of the Tyrants to stride forward. It raised its fist and ruthlessly smashed it towards the crystallized worm. This fist that used all its strength seemed to be hitting a hard iron block. Tyrant's body swayed backwards. So hard. Fang Heng's heart moved and he once again controlled Tyrant to walk forward. Tyrant once again took a big step forward and stretched out its hand to lift the crystallized worm from the ground. The crystallized worm immediately counterattacked, opening its huge mouth, revealing circles of sharp white teeth in its mouthpart. It bit on the Tyrant's shoulder. A huge piece of flesh was bitten off the Tyrant's shoulder. The crystallized form's damage output was so strong. Hint, your zombie clone tyrant form has suffered serious damage. There was a huge hole on Tyrant's shoulder. However, in an instant, fine vines quickly grew out from under the bitten flesh, stopping the bleeding. The tyrant held on tightly to the worm's body and did not let go. It lifted it high up in the air and threw it behind. The crystallized form was thrown nearly 100 meters away before it stopped. 100 meters might not be far. But for a crystallized form that could only move slowly, it needed to crawl for more than 10 minutes. This attack bought more than 10 minutes of time for the shelter. The players of the Federation burst into cheers again. The tyrant form was half kneeling on the ground due to the heavy injury on its shoulder. Flesh and blood grew rapidly under the torn skin. The remaining 2 tyrant forms also took turns to join the battlefield. Fang Heng already had a countermeasure. For a crystallized form with super strong defense, the tyrant's normal attacks were not effective. Fang Heng would not choose to use force. He only controlled the tyrant to pull up the crystallized forms and throw them further away from the Federation's shelter. The crystallized worms were not weak either. They left huge bloody holes on Tyrant's body. The battle looked extremely tense, but Fang Heng had already relaxed. The situation is set. Hint: your zombie clone liquor deals damage to the crystallized form. Hint: your tyrant's HP plus 283. Hint: your tyrant's HP plus 283. After Tyrant exited the battle state, its HP recovered rapidly. As long as the Tyrant didn't die. Tyrant's HP, which had fused with the Vine zombie gene, would recover to full HP very quickly. Fang Heng was truly not afraid of such a long battle of attrition. He muttered to himself in a low voice. He looked at the seemingly anxious battlefield ahead, before turning his head to look at Mo Jiawei, who had just returned in his truck and was currently looking around in the crowd. Mo Jiawei had just returned. He was thinking of looking for Fang Heng but was stopped outside by the Federation soldiers. Fang Heng waved at Mo Jiawei and the 2 soldiers. "He is my friend. Let him come in." Mo Jiawei hurried over and whispered in Fang Heng's ear. "Everything is going well. The previous batch of goods has just been sent back to the Dark Knight's contact point. Just as we thought, the ores can be directly sent back to the shelter. I have already handed over the ores to Victor in advance. But the crystal coffins are a bit troublesome. They can't pass through the space fissure, so we have to think of a way to slowly transport them back." "Yes, the crystal coffins can wait." Fang Heng nodded. "There's another important thing I need you to do. How many Dark Knight's honor points do you have left?" "I didn't use them much. So it's close to 10,000. Help me go to the Dark Knights to do one more thing." "Oh my god. It's Tyrant. Too strong. There's a chance. We can protect the shelter." Inside the shelter's command room, Federation players who chose to live and die with the shelter watched the battle outside through the surveillance screen and discussed it in low voices. Under the close cooperation of Fang Heng and the Federation elite team, the Tier 4 crystallized worms fell one by one. Yu Jie took a deep breath. Fortunately, with the help of Fang Heng, the shelter survived. The cooperation between the prison and the Dark Knights had reached such a level. They could control a large number of liquors and the tyrant form. And it was 3 tyrant forms. No one could control a creature as strong as the tyrant even in the old server. "Yu Jie, Fang Heng is a threat." Yu Jie frowned and turned to look at the person. He was quite disdainful. "Zhang Jie. Didn't you evacuate with your people?" Zhang Jie had already evacuated. He had just left halfway when he heard that things had turned for the better, so he immediately rushed back from far away. "I have reported the incident to my superiors. Fang Heng is a dangerous person. I think the liquor's attack on our shelter was most likely related to him, and he is also closely related to this crystallized form incident." Chapter 302, All of it. Chapter 302, All of it. "Is that so? Then why is he still helping us protect the shelter?" Yu Jie asked. He laughed coldly and ignored Yu Jie. "Stop making excuses for your incompetence. Think about yourself. After this matter is over, I will present a report to my superiors. Think about how to explain the failure of this mission to my superiors." Yu Jie knew very well that after this incident was over, the the Federation would soon convene an emergency meeting to discuss the incident that had happened today. Yu Jie could already guess the outcome. He definitely wouldn't be able to escape punishment. As long as he could prove that Fang Heng had nothing to do with Night Owl or the other anti-federal organization. To maintain the stability of the server, the Federation would make a huge concession and think of a way to obtain the method to control the tyrant and liquor from Fang Heng. As long as Fang Heng's request was not too excessive, the Federation would not hesitate to agree to share Server 8 with Fang Heng. Even if Fang Heng was not willing to share, the Federation would not be willing to make an enemy out of Fang Heng. On the contrary, they hoped that Fang Heng could stabilize the situation of Server 8. Personally, Yu Jie was also very willing to cooperate with Fang Heng. With powerful combat units such as the Tyrant Form and Liquors, the safety of the desert shelter and the lives of innocent people could be guaranteed. The Federation could also devote more energy to other high-level game worlds. Such a win-win situation was something that both Yu Jie and the Federation were extremely happy to see. Hint: you have killed a crystallized form, Tier 4 larva stage. You have obtained 228 survival points. You have obtained Tier 2 evolution crystal *1. 7 consecutive hours of battle. As the players could not fight in the wild at night for long periods, the elite team that assisted Fang Heng in the battle changed batch after batch. There was only one crystallized worm left. It was already at the end of its tether. Corrosive howitzers bombarded the crystallized form one after another. The corrosive solution dissolved a large piece of the crystallized armor, revealing red flesh and blood. The group of liquors slashed huge wounds on the corroded flesh and blood. The blood continued to flow. Not far behind the battlefield, at a temporary command post, Fang Heng asked Chen Yu beside him, "How many corrosive rocket launchers are left?" Chen Yu's eyes were bloodshot, but he could not hide his excitement. "There are still 12 rounds left. Enough for me to be greedy for another round." Fang Heng replied softly, his gaze focused on the Tier 4 crystallized worm that was struggling on its last breath. "What? Fang Heng, what did you say?" Chen Yu thought he didn't hear him clearly, so he turned around and looked at Fang Heng in confusion. "What do you mean by greedy for another round?" He faintly felt a pain in his balls and he had a bad premonition in his heart. No way. At such a crucial time. Could it be that Fang Heng was going to start his work again? Fang Heng was very calm. He took out a small walkie-talkie from his pocket. "Mo Jiawei, how's the situation?" "God, almost there, almost there." Chen Yu looked around blankly. He realized that Mo Jiawei, who was around earlier on, had disappeared again. "I see you. Go, I'll control the tyrant to coordinate with you. Be careful." "Roger." "God, see what I can do." Fang Heng put down the walkie-talkie and looked up into the sky. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. He also looked up into the sky. In the distance, a helicopter with the logo of the Dark Knights was slowly approaching. Mo Jiawei poked his head out of the helicopter and looked out. The helicopter gradually flew low. 2 huge boxes were hanging below it, one blue and one gray. Chen Yu was puzzled. "Hey, Fang Heng. What are you trying to do? What's in that box?" "You'll know in a moment. For safety's sake, let the team retreat first." Chen Yu had no choice but to turn on the team's communicator. "This is Chen Yu, everyone. There's been a change of plan, everyone retreat. Immediately. Now." "Roger. Sir." The Federation's elite teams were extremely efficient. After Tang Chu heard the order, he immediately led the 3 combat teams to retreat to the temporary command center. At this time, the Tier 4 crystallized worm was already in a state of near death. It seemed to have felt something as well and struggled to wiggle its body. A tyrant took large strides towards the worm from the front. The worm opened its huge mouth again, trying to swallow the tyrant in one bite. At this moment, a rope on the helicopter was cut off, and the gray metal box hanging in the air suddenly fell. The tyrant form that was charging forward caught the falling metal box and smashed it towards the worm's huge mouth. The worm bit the metal box into pieces. Tyrant rolled to the ground and smashed the body of the crystallized worm. The metal box's shrapnel scattered in all directions. Rocks. The metal box was filled with rocks. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion. Fang Heng, it's filled with rocks. Fang Heng stared at the Tier 4 worm on the ground. Yes, they're rocks, but they're not ordinary rocks. They're raw blue crystal ores. What? On the way here, he had updated himself with some information about the crystallized forms. Since the information was publicly available, Chen Yu only had a rough idea of the effects of raw blue crystal ores. He knew that it was a very rare energy source material, and most of the time, it would only be used in the later stages of the game. Don't be nervous, it's filled with the lowest level blue crystal ores, the most worthless batch. Chen Yu thought to himself, that's not the main point. What was the point of using that thing to smash the crystallized worm? Fang Heng shrugged and explained, the crystallized worm can only level up by swallowing the blue crystals. Do you understand what I am saying? Chen Yu froze on the spot. He thought to himself, understand? Understand my ass. You knew that it would level up after devouring a crystal, yet you still fed the worm with crystals. After evolving, wouldn't a Tier 5 crystallized form be even more difficult to deal with? Fang Heng glanced at him and enunciated each word clearly. Fatten it up and then kill it. As he spoke, Fang Heng shifted his gaze away and looked expectantly at the crystallized worm that had devoured a large amount of blue crystal raw ores. Killing a Tier 4 mutated creature would at most give him a Tier 2 evolution crystal. Of course, it was not enough. Upgrading the Tier 3 space-tearing device required high-energy evolution crystals. A total of 3 crystals. That thing could only be dropped by a Tier 5 life form. Apart from that, in theory, killing a Tier 5 creature for the second time in the entire server would also reward him in the form of a skill book. The enticement was too big, Fang Heng could not help but want to give it a try. This was currently the best time he could find to kill a Tier 5 mutated creature. The worm was already on the verge of death. Even if it evolved into a Tier 5 mutant, its condition would not recover significantly in a short period of time. If he succeeded, he would gain rewards such as the skill book and the high-energy evolution crystal. Fang Heng wanted them all. Chapter 303, Fatten Up and Kill. Chapter 303, Fatten Up and Kill. Chen Yu understood. He finally understood why he had felt such a pain in the ass for no reason. Fatten up and kill again. Was this something humans did? He felt that Fang Heng was too crazy. To be able to deal with so many Tier 4 lifeforms was already a miracle in his eyes. Now, Fang Heng wanted to directly kill Tier 5 lifeforms. What if the situation got out of hand? Chen Yu wanted to say something else, but the ground beneath his feet started to tremble again. Not far away, the body of the crystallized form expanded rapidly in a short period of time. The body that was originally more than 2 meters expanded to 7 meters. After the evolution was completed, other than the body expanding further, 2 additional tentacles grew on the forehead of the Tier 5 crystallized form, and the layer of crystal scales covering its body turned dark red. Even though the evolution was completed, the corroded wounds on the crystallized form had not fully healed. Chen Yu's heart was in his throat. Fang Heng, hurry up and kill it. Fattening up was fattening up, but now that it was fattened up, wouldn't it be a joke if he couldn't kill it now? Fang Heng's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, yes, I know. The 3 tyrant forms charged at the evolved crystallized form at the same time, trapping the Tier 5 crystallized form in the middle. The crystallized worm bit the right arm of a tyrant into pieces. Fang Heng quickly took out his walkie-talkie, Mo-Jiawei, quick. The next second, Mo-Jiawei pressed the button on the helicopter. The second plastic box hanging below the helicopter opened in the air. Chen Yu also looked up, eyes on the box high up in the air. Hua! Water. It's sulfuric acid. A Federation player immediately shouted out in excitement. The corrosive sulfuric acid solution was sprinkled down from the helicopter. The special sulfuric acid solution landed on the Tier 5 crystallized worm, immediately evaporating into a thick white mist. It was another big expense. They were bought using honor points. Fang Heng endured the pain and stared at the Tier 5 crystallized worm. This was the sulfuric acid solution that the Dark Knights had spent 5 to 6 hours to collect from all the contact points. It had cost him more than 10,000 honor points. As long as he could kill the Tier 5 crystallized worm, everything would be worth it. The crystallized form's crystallized armor gradually fell off under the corrosive effects of the highly concentrated sulfuric acid. The worm was in severe pain and rolled on the spot, trying to escape. The three tyrants would not let it go at all. They worked together to pin the crystallized worm to the ground. The crystallized worm struggled even more crazily, tearing holes in the tyrant form. Hint: your zombie clone tyrant has received corrosion damage. Hint: your zombie clone tyrant has received damage from the Tier 5 crystallized worm. Hint: your zombie clone, proliferator, has died. The sulfuric acid solution was extremely corrosive. Coupled with the continuous bites of the Tier 5 crystallized worm, even the three tyrant forms could not withstand it. Their HP plummeted and they fell one by one. It was time. When the crystallized scales on the worm's body were almost completely corroded, Fang Heng controlled the remaining 100 or so lickers to surround and attack the crystallized worm. The lickers charged forward without any regard for their own lives. In the blink of an eye, they all pounced on the huge body of the crystallized form and attacked with their sharp claws. The Tier 5 crystallized form was already close to the end of its life. With the addition of the sulfuric acid bath, its HP was once again reduced. Facing the lickers, it struggled frantically, trying to throw the lickers off its body. It kept opening its huge mouth to devour the lickers. However, the effect was not good. Once the lickers were thrown away, they would rush over again at an extremely fast speed, biting the body of the crystallized form and not letting go. They kept waving their sharp claws to cause superimposed bleeding damage. In the blink of an eye, red blood flowed out of the body of the Tier 5 crystallized form. The scene was extremely terrifying. Fang Heng realized that the attack made by the crystallized worm was gradually losing power. It couldn't hold on much longer. The Tier 5 crystallized form exploded on the spot. The explosion was larger than the previous one. There was no sign of it. The explosion enveloped a group of lickers around the crystallized worm. A huge blast of air spread out in all directions with dust in it. In the distance, the Federation players were still watching the intense battle a second ago. The next second, they saw a blast of air that was covered in yellow dust rushing toward them. Get down. Now. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately crouched down, hiding behind the bunker that he had just built. In his retina, rows and rows of game hints flash by. Hint: your zombie clone licker dies from explosion damage. Hint: your zombie clone trigger skill lucky player triggered. Licker is immune to this blast attack. Hint: your zombie clone licker dies from explosion damage. Hint: you have killed a Tier 5 crystallized form. You have obtained 883 survival points. You have obtained high energy evolution crystal, purple, *1. Hint: your team has killed a Tier 5 mutated creature for the second time. Due to your performance in the team, you have obtained the highest level additional reward, random B+ level skill book. Hint: random draw. Hint: you have received skill book guillotine. High energy crystal. Obtained. As the dust dispersed, Fang Heng became excited and waved his fist forcefully. His judgment was correct. This wave of greed was worth it. Fang Heng stood up again and looked into the distance. At the last moment, the Tier 5 crystallized form's instant self-destruct strength and speed were beyond imagination. It did not give the lickers any time to escape. Almost all of the lickers within range were instantly killed. Only a dozen or so lickers were lucky enough to activate the passive skill, Lucky Player, to survive the fatal damage. It settled. The players who got up from the ground looked into the distance, trying to confirm the condition of the crystallized form. We won. We saved the shelter. F***CK Night Owl. We won. After receiving the game hint of killing a Tier 5 crystallized form accurately, the Federation players began to cheer. Skill book. I got a reward. What's going on? Is that a Tier 5 creature? After successfully ending the battle, Tang Chu's tensed mind finally relaxed. The final explosion was too terrifying. Fortunately, it did not get close. Tang Chu was rejoicing when he heard the Federation players whispering amongst themselves. Reward. Tier 5 creature. Tang Chu was stunned for a moment before quickly opening his game backpack to take a look. AC+ level skill book lay quietly in his backpack. Additional reward. Tang Chu opened his mouth and was ecstatic. Fine, Fang Heng, I admit defeat. But next time, before you do any fancy jobs, can you let me know first? Chen Yu touched his chest and let out a huge sigh of relief. My heart isn't too good. I can't take such a huge shock. At this moment, Chen Yu looked at the excited elite players of the Federation and felt a little envious in his heart. If he had personally gone up to help, he would most likely have obtained a D-level skill book. Chapter 304, Guillotine. Chapter 304, Guillotine. Alright, next time. Fang Heng replied casually and put the high-energy evolution crystal into his backpack in satisfaction. He took out the skill book and looked at it. Skill book, Guillotine. Type, skill book, soul binding, cannot be traded. Description, after learning, master the skill Guillotine. Skill description 1, after mastering the skill, passive basic perception +2. When dealing damage to the head of a living being, an additional 30% critical strike success rate bonus will be obtained. If the critical strike is successful, receive an additional, basic perception +20*3% critical hit damage. Skill description 2, every time the skill is upgraded, an additional increase of 2% critical hit success rate, this skill can be upgraded to level 20 at most. Not a bad skill. The skill was related to the basic perception attribute, which meant that there would be room for growth in the later stages of the skill. What a win. Hint, you have learned the passive skill Guillotine. Seeing that the crystallized form was destroyed, the Federation players packed up their emotions and began to clean up the battlefield under Chen Yu's command, collecting the remains of the explosion. With the reward in hand, Fang Heng thought it was time to leave. Sending the crystal coffin back to the shelter required full protection at all times. He had to be careful of dangerous things like crystallized forms. A rope was lowered from the helicopter hovering in the sky. Fang Heng grabbed the rope and waved goodbye to Chen Yu. I still have things to do. I'll go back first. We'll talk next time we meet. You're leaving so soon. Aren't you going to meet the higher-ups of the Federation in the shelter? They must be very grateful for your help. Maybe next time. There are still a lot of things to deal with in the shelter, and the next blood moon is coming. The shelter's defense needs to be strengthened. I'm in a hurry. No. Then how should I write my report after you leave? Just make it up. I believe you. Chen Yu smiled bitterly. Okay then. We'll contact you if there are any problems later. Fang Heng grabbed one end of the rope and climbed up with Lucia. Please keep reading on myb0xn0vel.c0m. Halfway up, Fang Heng thought of something and waved at Chen Yu. Also, the special ore you promised me has to be done quickly. I'm in a hurry to get it. No problem. I'll send someone to keep an eye on it. After climbing into the back seat of the helicopter, Fang Heng was still unusually excited. After the battle just now, he had already confirmed that the crystallized worm could be upgraded to Tier 5. With that, he had a way to get Tier 5 crystallized forms. All this time, Fang Heng had been troubled by the acquisition of high-energy evolution crystals. To solve this problem, Fang Heng initially thought of looking for high-level mutants from the depths of the quarantine zone. However, the deeper he went into the quarantine zone, the greater the negative high-density virus would affect the zombies. Even the tyrant couldn't go deep into the quarantine zone. Later on, Fang Heng even had designs on the blood moon. Fang Heng wanted to get more players to increase the difficulty of the blood moon. By then, the blood moon would spawn Tier 5 zombies. Tier 5 was Tier 5. If he accidentally spawned 5 or 6 Tier 5 Berserk Corpse Kings, even with the zombie team and the light cannon turrets, his shelter wouldn't be able to hold on. But now, it was different. Fang Heng's heart raced. With the crystallized form, he could think of a way to create a Tier 5 creature and kill it himself. In a short while, Fang Heng had already come up with a new plan. If everything went smoothly, upgrading to Tier 3 space-tearing device might be faster than he thought. Ahem, Fang Heng, where should we go next? Let's go to the Dark Knight's contact point and send the crystallized form back to Qiu Yaokong for him to study. A scarlet red covered the sky. Outside the moat built by the prison, a large group of zombies swarmed toward the prison. Gunshots were heard from the sentry towers. The Lickers broke into the zombie team and charged at the zombies, using their numerical advantage to kill the Tier 1 to 2 mutated zombies. Roar! The tyrant form roared and rushed forward, grabbing the little corpse king's head with both hands. Swoosh! Boom! The blue light cannon pierced through the little corpse king's head and caused another explosion. Hint: you have killed a Tier 4 little corpse king. You have obtained 182 survival points, Tier 2 Evolution Crystal *1. Fang Heng stood on the sentry tower and observed the entire battlefield. Hint: the current round of the Blood Moon has ended. The third round of the Blood Moon will begin in 15 days. Please prepare carefully. That's it. Fang Heng sounded a little confused. Mo Jiawei used his binoculars to scan the surroundings of the prison once again. There are still some low-level zombies left. We'll be able to get rid of them soon. We can announce that the Blood Moon has passed smoothly this time. Alright, let Liao Bufan prepare to evacuate the players in the safe house below. Hearing what Mo Jiawei said, Fang Heng regretted it. It was low. This time, the Blood Moon difficulty could be increased by a few levels, and he could also take a few more Tier 2 evolution crystals. To prevent accidents from happening, he also prepared a large number of explosives between the inner and outer walls of the prison. The ordinary Vine zombies did not participate in the battle. They all gathered in the inner circle of the shelter to prepare for defense. The automatic turrets that Victor spent a lot of effort building were also set to standby mode and did not join the battle. Originally, Fang Heng wanted the elite Dark Knights to hold off the zombie horde for a while. He wanted them to use their guns to shoot at the zombie horde and gain more experience points. Who knows, they might even be able to level up or something. He did not use any of the subsequent preparations. Fang Heng pursed his lips and said helplessly, "It's so weak. Even the periphery of the prison hasn't been broken through. It's impossible to show the full strength of our shelter. It's not even strong enough." He had already killed 8 Tier 4 little corpse kings. Besides the 2 of them, Chen Yu was deeply shocked. That was a light cannon turret. It was something that only existed in the later stages of the game. Fang Heng had 4 shelters. How did he get them? Chen Yu turned his head and looked at Fang Heng silently, sighing deeply in his heart. Every time he met Fang Heng, he would always come up with something strange. It was shocking. Sigh. I am suffering from lack of experience. Fang Heng sighed softly, patted Chen Yu's shoulder and handed him a bottle of happy water. How is it? Is my shelter okay? Ahem, yes, it is. Chen Yu adjusted his expression and unscrewed the cap. He felt that he was representing the Federation, so he couldn't be as shocked as before. It was too embarrassing. So what about the follow-up plan I mentioned to you before? For the next Blood Moon, send more people over and raise the Blood Moon's level a little. These monsters ain't enough for me to fight. Yeah, it can indeed be raised a little. It should be enough to raise it by another 3 levels. Only 3 levels. I think it should be raised to level 60. Puffed. The happy water that Chen Yu had just drunk immediately sprayed out of his mouth. Level 60. Seeing that Fang Heng did not have any intention of joking, Chen Yu's familiar pain in the balls came back. Chapter 305, Research Progress. Chapter 305, Research Progress. Chen Yu wiped his mouth and said, Fang Heng, when Blood Moon reaches level 50, there will be a Tier 5 Berserk Corpse King. Berserk Corpse King is no joke. Don't worry. My shelter has light cannon turrets and the tyrant form. The crystallized worm last time was also a Tier 5 creature. I'm not afraid. Berserk Corpse King is different. With Blood Moon, the Berserk Corpse King's overall strength is the strongest among the Tier 5 creatures. If it's level 60, there must be more than one Berserk Corpse King. I've done my homework, and I have a secret weapon. Fang Heng laughed. Seeing Fang Heng's confidence, Chen Yu hesitated. Fang Heng, seriously, are you sure? Of course, you know me. Chen Yu frowned and thought for a moment. He sighed in his heart and nodded silently. Okay, I will submit the report. Chen Yu knew very well that even if he rejected Fang Heng, with Fang Heng's personality, he would try to increase the difficulty of the Blood Moon. Rather than that, it was better to agree with him and try to ensure the safety and control of the entire Blood Moon. I knew it. You're the most reliable person in the Federation. Fangheng, don't say that out loud, Qin Yu smiled bitterly. I'll contact you again next time. I have to go offline to check on the situation in the other shelters. With that, Qin Yu threw down a simple bed and went offline. Goodbye. Fangheng rubbed his hands excitedly. The success rate of the plan had increased by a notch when the Federation was recruited. Next, it was time to count the harvest. Fangheng was looking forward to it again. Looking down, outside the outermost wall of the prison, there was already a layer of evolution crystals and materials dropped by zombies on the ground. Fangheng jumped down from a high place and waved at the layer of crystals on the ground. A huge amount of evolution crystals were sucked into Fangheng's body. Hint: you have obtained evolution crystal fragments *51 672, complete evolution crystal *3872, tier 1 evolution crystal *688, tier 2 evolution crystal *7. Large and small evolution crystals floated around Fangheng. It was a huge harvest. Fangheng's opened right hand clenched into a fist. In an instant, all the tier 1 evolution crystals hovering around Fangheng exploded. A thick blood color that was almost solid enveloped Fangheng's entire body. The mark on the back of Fangheng's hand appeared clearly again. With the mark as the center, a red vortex was formed and greedily devoured the surrounding blood color. In the blink of an eye, the blood color was completely absorbed in one breath. Hint: player's level has risen to level 18. Due to your talent skill, you have gained 41 zombie clones. Your current zombie clone count is 243. The soil under Fangheng's feet gradually rolled. The 41 zombie clones crawled out of the soil one by one. It wasn't easy. He had finally leveled up again. Fangheng took a deep breath and glanced at the zombie clones behind him. To most other players, every round of the Blood Moon was torture. Fangheng didn't think so. He thought that the setting of the Blood Moon in the game was great. Points, equipment, and materials. Well, it was best to do it once a day. That way, he could upgrade to level 19 earlier. As he was thinking, Fangheng took another look at his character panel. The number of experience points needed to reach level 19 was massive, 10 times more than when he reached level 17 or 18. He would have to wait 15 days for the next Blood Moon. If nothing unexpected happened in the short term, it would be very difficult to reach level 19. Fangheng closed his character panel. The most important thing now was to think of a way to level up the space-tearing device to tier 3. First, he had to think of a way to complete the world's main storyline mission. When he obtained ownership of the world, he would slowly develop and level up. Fangheng was originally planning to go to the mechanical laboratory to look for Victor. He did not find him. In the end, on the way back, he was intercepted by Qiu Yaokong and was directly dragged to the underground research laboratory. The crystallized form is an extremely special life form. It is different from any other life form known on Earth. Its evolution method is very strange. Qiu Yaokong had just received the analysis report of the crystallized form that he had worked overtime last night. This was also the first time he had seen such a special life form. Although his eyes were bloodshot, Qiu Yaokong was extremely excited. At the beginning, their evolution method was to devour the special energy in the blue crystal ores. From the middle stage of evolution, the evolution pattern began to change. It needs to devour flesh and blood to further evolve. Through the glass, Fangheng observed the white worm that was placed in the container. It looked harmless. Can it evolve indefinitely? In theory, but only in theory. The later the evolution, the more energy the crystallized form needs to absorb. Qiu Yaokong led Fangheng through the 3 glass containers. The 3 glass containers contained the crystallized worms of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Compared with zombies of the same tier, the crystallized worms are not strong in actual combat. Their biggest weakness is their slow movement speed. After evolving into a Tier 1 to 3 mutated variant, the main change of the crystallized worms is the expansion of their body size, the formation of the crystallized armor under their skin and their sharp mouthparts. There are no other changes. Its mouthpart is extremely sharp. A Tier 3 crystallized worm can already cause damage to ultra-strong tempered glass. For safety reasons, our experiments are limited to this. Also, if they stop absorbing energy for a long period, they will degenerate. In the next second, a row of game hints flashed in front of the retina. Hint: you have placed a special crystallized creature in the research room. Hint: your shelter level has met the minimum requirements for safe placement of crystallized creatures. Hint: you have triggered a special research item crystallized creature. Hint: research on the crystallized creature requires the shelter to be at level 300 and the laboratory to be at level 300. The player's shelter does not meet the requirements for research. So high. Shelter level 300. Even the Federation of Server 7 couldn't do that, let alone him. Qiu Yaokong walked to Fang Heng and asked, "Fang Heng, what do you suggest?" "Forget it, Qiu Yaokong. I suggest that we suspend the research on the crystallized creature and think of a solution when the time is right. I'm a little surprised that you gave up so quickly." Qiu Yaokong looked at Fang Heng and said, "I thought you would ask me if I could find a way to fuse the crystallized creature with your zombie." "That's right. There's still this method. Can you?" Fang Heng thought to himself, "You must be kidding me." Qiu Yaokong turned around and looked at the crystallized form inside the glass cover. "With our current technology, it's difficult to study this creature. Keeping it for now is the best choice. There's not much connection between it and the T-virus, so there's no need to study it urgently." "Alright, forget it then." Chapter 306, Weakness. Chapter 306, Weakness. He looked at the white worms in the petri dish through the glass container. "What about their weakness? Did you find their weakness?" "There's no special weakness. They can withstand the extra high temperature. By the way, they are a little resistant to water, but the water can't cause any damage to them. A special solution with high corrosive properties can destroy their outer crystallized armor, which should be used against them." Fang Heng's eyes lit up, and he could not help but interrupt, "You mean the sulfuric acid howitzer?" "The sulfuric acid howitzer is a recommended targeted weapon, but its corrosive properties are not enough. It needs to be improved more before it can completely dissolve the outer crystallized armor." "Then do you have a way to make it?" "It's urgent." Fang Heng felt that bringing Qiu Yaokong into his shelter was one of his wisest investments. The sulfuric acid howitzer had been proven to be effective against crystallized worms. He did not expect Qiu Yaokong to think of a way to continue improving the corrosiveness of the howitzer. This way, the plan to upgrade the crystallized form to Tier 5 before killing it would be more stable. "Sure, but I need a lot of raw materials, the most important of which is a large amount of sulfuric acid and an active enzyme intermediate substance. You can write it down." As he spoke, Qiu Yaokong reported a series of expensive chemical agents' names. Fang Heng suddenly felt a little headache. D***MN, how much will this cost? Previously, to deal with the Tier 5 crystallized form, he had almost purchased the entire Dark Knight storage of sulfuric acid and spent more than 10,000 honor points. The initial investment for the Tier 3 space-tearing device project was too large. He had heard that the money earned by Blood Moon this time had been almost spent. "Can we save some money?" Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. "Really?" "Of course it's true, but the effect will be greatly reduced." Fang Heng. After arguing with Qiu Yaokong for a while and finalizing the required materials, Fang Heng finally found Victor and Mo Jiawei in the underground hall of the space-tearing device. Victor was checking the tools. Seeing that Fang Heng had come, he put down the work in his hands. "Fang Heng, you came at the right time. I just went to check on the light cannon. It's not bad. For safety reasons, a few parts still need to be dismantled and maintained. It's no problem to deal with the next wave of the Blood Moon. In addition, the analysis of the blue crystal ore that we obtained 2 days ago has also been completed. The information you provided before includes the production of blue energy crystals, so this aspect is relatively easy." Fang Heng was pleasantly surprised. "So blue energy crystals can be produced?" "Almost. There is a very big problem that needs to be solved. Refining blue energy crystals requires a type of ore called pyroxene. I have checked and our shelter does not have the corresponding reserves, so we need to purchase it from others. In the morning, I already sent out a request, but the results are not very good." Mo Jiawei spread his hands as he spoke. "I thought it was strange, so I sent someone to ask around. I just received a report that a gaming company called Crimson Technology Company had announced 2 days ago that they were collecting and buying pyroxenes. The players' pyroxenes were almost all taken by this company. Later, I contacted Crimson Technology Company and offered to buy some from them, but they said that rare ores aren't for sale. Fang Heng was puzzled. Not selling them. The price is too low. 10 times the market price, not too low. I don't think they have any intention of selling them, and I don't want to be a sucker. Mo Jiawei was used to throwing money at others and was able to offer 10 times the market price. But he was still rejected. Mo Jiawei felt that it was a little strange. Pyroxene isn't very useful to begin with, and it's usually only used in the later stages. Why would they buy so many pyroxenes? Could it be that they also found a blue crystal mine? Was it for sale? Or was there another use for it? Also, Fang Heng, the rare metal materials that the Federation promised us have been gradually delivered. I've already gotten the specific list. I've just discussed it with Victor. Other than the remaining 5 special rare ore resources and a gap in the resources, we've already met the construction conditions. Speaking of the Tier 3 space-tearing device, Victor's spirits were lifted. A parallel time tunnel. This was an epic-making product. Personally creating this miracle was enough to make him so excited that he could not sleep for several nights. Yes, I've already begun to modify the space-tearing device. Currently, 2/3 of the upgrade has been completed. Once the remaining materials are in place, the upgrade can be completed immediately. It won't take more than a day. In other words, currently, there are still 2 high-energy evolution crystals, 5 types of special rare ore resources and a large number of pyroxenes to complete the Tier 3 space-tearing device, right? Victor and Mo Jiawei looked at each other and nodded in unison. There was no rush for the special ore resources and pyroxene. He could only slowly purchase them from the outside world. Then let's start with the high-energy evolution crystals. Crimson Technology Building. On the 19th floor. A long-distance projection conference was in progress. All those who were invited to participate in the conference were famous big guilds in Server 8. He Liang, in a suit and leather shoes, stood in the center of each projection area. Facing the projection of the elite executives of various gaming companies and guilds, He Liang spoke with confidence. Thank you all for taking the time to come. The relevant information has already been shared with you in advance, so I'll be brief. Ever since North River Heavy Industry and Fang Heng reached an agreement half a month ago, their influence has rapidly expanded in Server 8. Just 3 days ago, I received news from the Federation that Fang Heng can already control the liquor and even the tyrant to fight. The threat factor is as high as S. Phoenix Sound Gaming Company's Li Ru added, our Phoenix Sound can verify the reliability of the news. At this rate of development, I'm afraid it won't be more than a month. Including our Crimson Technology, all the gaming companies' unions will be eliminated early and will withdraw from the fight for District 8's overlord. He Liang swept his gaze across the crowd. If you don't want to be eliminated, we'll temporarily join forces. Attacking the prison side together is the only option. Amidst the silence, a white-haired old man in a long robe opened his mouth to ask. Cut the crap. We all know the threat from the prison side. Taking the initiative to attack is no different from hitting a rock with an egg. What suggestion do you have for us to come here? Mr. Zhou has sharp eyes. He Liang had already planned everything out. He smiled and slowly explained, currently, the prison is extremely powerful. Just as Mr. Zhou said, it is not advisable to take action personally. But we can get someone else to do it for us. Who? The 3 major federations. In 24 hours, the special event of Server 8 will open. The special area will also open. Including us, the player guilds of the 4 major federations will participate in this battle. During the special event, NPCs cannot join. Without the assistance of the Dark Knights, Fang Heng will not be able to control the lickers to fight. His strength will be greatly reduced. Chapter 307, Special Event. Chapter 307, Special Event. Therefore, my plan is for all of us to withdraw from this special event this time, leaving only the prison side to participate in the fight against the players from the other 3 major federal regions. Our team has done a data model analysis. According to our preconceived assumptions, as long as all of our major guild companies do not participate in this special event, Fang Heng's death rate in the game will be as high as 99%. Everyone fell silent again after hearing this. In the game, players would not immediately revive after they died. Instead, they would be punished and would not be able to enter the game for some time. This period was enough for them to join forces to deal with the prison. It seems to be feasible. Li Ru asked, but how can you be sure that he will participate in this special event? Fang Heng is not easy to deal with. He will go. I have received news that Fang Heng is in desperate need of pyroxene ore. We just need to spread the news that there will be rewards for pyroxene ore in this special event competition. Fang Heng will participate. After he goes there, he will realize that our eastern region only has a few scattered regions. That scene will be very interesting. Even if he luckily passes the first stage, the other 3 Federation's game guilds will swallow him up. He Liang smiled. Admittedly, giving up on participating in this special event is a loss for us. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils should be something that everyone should understand. If there are no objections, let's vote. This news must not be leaked in advance. Hint, your book occult guide, current reading progress, 10.01%. In the study, Fang Heng put down the occult book and rubbed his temples. Since the last blood moon ended, these 2 days had been quite fulfilling. During the day, he read and slept. At night, he took Sandy everywhere to accept missions and bring strong men back to the shelter. Fang Heng casually turned on his phone and looked at the latest news. In the forum of Server 8, a red headline at the top attracted Fang Heng's attention. The first battle of Server 8. Special event will begin in 24 hours. Federation's major forces in the eastern region take stock. Fang Heng was curious and clicked on it. He opened the post and quickly skimmed through the content. Fang Heng suddenly understood. Special event. He almost forgot. In today's world, the world was divided into 4 major federations. The 4 federations were independent and were collectively known as the Global Federation. They were controlled by the Central Assembly. The game world seemed to follow this rule. According to the initial location of the player who entered the game, most of the players from the 4 federal regions would appear randomly in the 4 pre-distributed regions in the game. The territory of the Apocalypse game was very large. Fang Heng had never been to other areas of the world except for the last time he searched for the furnace. It seemed that to provoke disputes between players, in the elementary game, a special event would occur once every 6 months or so. This was a special event that targeted players since the game was opened. The special event encouraged players to fight against one another. In the beginning, the Federation appealed to the player guilds to be rational and allocate resources together. They did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Unfortunately, the effect was very limited. Resources that could be obtained during special events were too abundant and very attractive. Not only did the gaming union factions that belonged to different federal regions fight for resources, but sometimes when they were anxious, even their own people from the same federal region would also fight for resources. In the end, the Federation simply did not stop them. They even sent people to participate. Of course, the Federation would never take the initiative to attack the players. When he saw the description of the reward for this special event in the post, Fang Heng's eyes immediately lit up. What kind of treasures were these? A large number of special ores. A large number of guns. And weapons. A large number of food and materials. A large number of high-level tools. The ores included pyroxene. Fang Heng's heart was thumping wildly. He couldn't miss it. He definitely had to participate in this special event. If he could use this opportunity to obtain pyroxene and remaining special rare ores, the progress of the Tier 3 space-tearing device would be accelerated. However, this special event seemed to be quite troublesome. Apart from facing a high-intensity zombie horde, he would also have to face a large number of players from the other 3 federal regions. Even the Federation would also participate in this event. Fang Heng was thinking about it when his phone rang. It was Chen Yu. Chen Yu's tone was sour. Congratulations, Fang Heng. You've made a big profit again. Huh? What big profit? The shelter has re-examined the iron mine. They found that the signal of the blue crystal ore has become unusually weak. they concluded that this mine has been mined. Chen Yu sighed silently. Fang Heng, don't tell me you don't know about this. Night Owl's people have never had time to mine the blue crystal ores, and the Federation has never done so. In Server 8, the only person who has the ability to mine this area is you. D*MN, the elimination method. Fang Heng felt that he could not defend himself. Oh, well, it's a small profit. Why? Your Federation can't be so stingy as to ask me to return the ores, right? Stop joking, the name of our Federation isn't written on the ores. You obtained it through normal means and the superiors have no reason to ask you for it. Chen Yu's internal monologue, don't I understand you? Even if I ask you to return the ores, you won't give them back. The Federation had already discussed it internally. Currently, everything was based on the premise of stabilizing Server 8. There was no need for them to get into an argument with Fang Heng over this small amount of ores. Moreover, it was much better for the ores to land in Fang Heng's hands than it was in the hands of Night Owl's group. Because of the Night Owl incident, Zhangzhe has already been arranged for an internal investigation. I reckon that this period of time will not be easy. After the investigation is over, there will still be many troublesome matters waiting for him. By the way, my outstanding performance has also been acknowledged by my superiors. I've been promoted. Haha, congratulations, congratulations. Let's go out for a drink when there's time. It's on you. Definitely, definitely. It's all thanks to your help. Chen Yu's mood was still very good. The superiors really want to know how you managed to control the tyrant. The Federation really wants to obtain technology related to this. You can casually mention the terms of the exchange. There's no need to think about it. This thing is not for sale. This time, working with your Federation has also caused me to lose a large number of liquors and tyrant forms. Fang Heng started to whine and sigh. The losses were huge. Chen Yu listened to Fang Heng's words and was almost fooled at first. He wanted to comfort him. As the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly felt that something was not right. But Fang Heng, when I visited your shelter last time, the tyrants and liquors were also there, right? And it seems that you were the one who chose to let Tier 4 crystallized form evolve, right? This loss is within your expectations, right? Fang Heng felt that Chen Yu seemed to have learned a lot during this period of time, and it was getting harder and harder to trick him. Alright, if you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Our Federation is very sincere. I understand. If I have any intentions, I will contact you. Chen Yu cleared his throat and continued, there's another very important matter. Have you heard that a special event is about to start? Chapter 308, Entry. Chapter 308, Entry. Yes, I just heard. So you will participate. Of course, there are things I need from this special event. What about you? Yes, as usual, our Federation will participate this time. The person in charge of this operation is Yu Jie, the supervisor of the desert shelter. The 4 major federations have always been fighting openly. My superiors hope that we can get a good result, so if we meet in the game, let's take care of each other. Of course, no problem. After chatting with Chen Yu about cooperating after entering the special event, Fang Heng meditated for a moment and logged into the game again. As soon as he logged in, the game hint rang. Hint, the special event will begin in 12 hours. Player detected to have a shelter higher than level 5. The player will participate as a team captain in the game. According to the player's current shelter level, the player can bring up to 19 players to participate in this special event. Hint, NPC survivors cannot join the special event. Hint, the location of this special event, Haramori City. Hint, in this special event, the player will be subjected to special conditions. The player will also be punished upon death. The player cannot exit after joining the mission. Hint, Haramori City will be open to the public in 16 hours. Hint, player is invited to enter Haramori City through special teleportation at any Apocalypse merchant camp within 16 hours. Hint, player who fails to accept the mission will be punished by additional negative effects when entering Haramori City. Hint, after entering the special teleportation passage, other than the evolution crystals, all unrelated items in the player's backpack will be temporarily emptied. 16 hours. Fang Heng muttered to himself and immediately controlled the zombie team to commit suicide in batches. 3 hours later, Fang Heng and Mo Jiwei arrived at the Apocalypse Merchant camp together. Fang Heng originally wanted to bring Lucia along to participate in the mission. Unfortunately, the NPCs could not participate, so he could only bring Mo Jiwei to form a team. They could not bring materials to the special event. It would be troublesome if there were too many people. Mo Jiwei's combat ability was very weak, but his support talent skill was still very effective. He also had a hidden skill luck. The Apocalypse Merchant camp was very lively. When Fang Heng went there, he found that the original cabin had been transformed into a small bar. Many NPCs were sitting in the bar drinking. The Apocalypse Merchant, Vettel, was at the bar counter, waving to Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, you're also here for that special event, right?" Fang Heng walked forward with a smile and replied, "Of course, how can such a lively event not include me? Hey, take it. Be careful not to let others see it." Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Vettel quietly stuffed a piece of paper into Fang Heng's hand. "My friends and I have set up a bet. All the money I've earned in the past half a month has been placed on you. Do your best, don't let me down. Hint, you have obtained Vettel's information *1. Hint, this item cannot be activated on its own accord. After entering the special event, the player will passively trigger the intelligence message." Fang Heng remained calm and collected as he quickly put away the piece of paper. He also quietly whispered into Vettel's ear, "Vettel, to be honest, can you still add people to your bet? We can earn money together." Vettel winked at Fang Heng, "That won't do. We only accept insider participation." "Then you wait for a while. I'll go and contact Lucia." Hint, player takes on the role of captain and enters a special event. Player, Mo Jiwei, share the team's safe time. Hint, player's backpack will be temporarily emptied of the unrelated items, other than evolution crystals. Hint, in a special event state, your satiety will be increased by 5 times. Hint, the current game event may be affected by external factors, please be careful. Hint, the current game event has player hostile missions, please be careful. Hint, player will also be punished after death in the current game. Gun type damage between players will be reduced by 50%. Please be careful. Hint, player team initially has 6 hours of safe time. The player can look for ways to increase the safe time in the game. When the safe time is 0, all players in the team will be eliminated. Hint, during the special game event, the player will be eliminated after leaving Haramori City for 3 minutes. Hint, no matter how the player is eliminated, the player will die by default. Hint, player is currently deployed to the Eastern faction. Hint, the player triggered mission faction. Mission name, faction. Mission requirements, obtain higher points and prevent other factions from obtaining points. After the special event, 1 million points will be distributed to each faction as a percentage, and the faction leader will obtain points. Mission reward, points. After the end of the special event, the player can use the points to exchange for various materials. Hint, the player triggered mission assemble. Mission name, assemble. Mission difficulty, B. Mission requirements, please assemble at the city's east square within 180 minutes. Mission reward, none. Punishment for failure, elimination. Fang Heng opened his eyes and found himself and Mo Jiwei in an old storage room. He quickly looked around, but there was no danger. He immediately opened his backpack. Other than the evolution crystal and a note from Vettel, there was nothing else in his backpack. Fang Heng carefully read the game log again. Before joining the mission, Fang Heng had gathered some information through Chen Yu and Mo Jiwei. Special events were different from normal games. It encouraged players from different regions to kill each other. Fang Heng opened the game's built-in map again. The two of them were in the storage room behind a convenience store near the eastern edge of Haramori City. The gathering point indicated by the mission was about 2 kilometers away from here. Fang Heng brought Mo Jiwei into the game. The two of them formed a team by default, and the time passed by minute. "Are you ready?" "Yes, it's a bit difficult." Mo Jiwei looked around, trying to find a suitable weapon. Fang Heng walked to the wall and forcefully broke off a section of the iron pipe on the wall. He held it in his hand and tried to wave it a few times. Here, use this. As Fang Heng spoke, he threw the iron pipe to Mo Jiawei and broke off another section. Hurry up, let's go. Fang Heng walked forward and kicked the door. With a loud sound, the wooden door was kicked open by Fang Heng. Looking around, the convenience store had been looted. The shelves were all lying on the ground in a mess. The 5 or 6 zombies standing in the hall turned their heads at the same time and staggered toward Fang Heng and the others. With a lack of medicine to treat infection, they would be eliminated if they were accidentally infected with the zombie virus. Fang Heng reminded them. He raised the iron pipe in his hand and approached the nearest zombie carefully. Chapter 309, Vettel Spoiler. Chapter 309, Vettel Spoiler. Swish. The iron pipe flew through the air, creating a loud sound as it smashed down on the zombie's head. Under the bonus of high strength and agility attributes, Fang Heng used the iron pipe and smashed the zombie's head into pieces. Hint: you deal critical damage to the zombie dies. Your skill guillotine experience point +1. You gain an additional 12 seconds of team survival time. Special event points: 1. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game log. Killing zombies could earn save time and points. Moreover, after the game ended, points could be exchanged for various materials and rewards. Among them were the ore resources like pyroxene that the shelter was lacking. Not bad. It seemed to be quite easy. If everything went smoothly, in another hour, when the zombie clones resurrected, the liquors could be used to hunt ordinary zombies to earn points. Fang Heng was full of fighting spirit. He raised the iron pipe and quickly disposed of the few remaining zombies in the convenience store. Mo Jiawei took advantage of this time to roughly search the shelves of the convenience store. He was a little disappointed. God, I've searched the entire convenience store. It's very clean. Except for this, there's nothing left. While speaking, Mo Jiawei waved the map of the city in his hand. While speaking, Fang Heng took the lead and walked out of the convenience store. The zombie horde on the street smelled the scent of a living person. They slowly turned their heads and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng stood at the entrance and scanned the surrounding area. The scattered area was full of ordinary zombies. The density was not high, and they were relatively easy to deal with. In most cases, it wasn't difficult to get rid of them. The most troublesome thing was the decreasing satiety. Mo Jiawei looked at the map of the city that he had just found and pointed to one side. God, the east square is in that direction. Fang Heng calculated the time. 3 hours was more than enough to cover the 2,000-meter distance. The difficult part was the sudden zombie attack. In addition, according to the experience from previous special events, after players entered a special event, most of the Tier 1 missions were to assemble. After assembling, the Tier 2 mission would be to resist the zombie wave. If possible, they needed to prepare in advance for the next phase of resisting the zombie wave. For example, they needed to collect some survival materials along the way, such as better weapons, food that could restore satiety, materials that could be used to make traps, and so on. We'll head towards the east square first. Let's see if we can find some food along the way. Just as Fang Heng was about to head towards the east square, another game hint flashed on his retina. Hint: your special item Vettel's Intelligence, currently available. Fang Heng let out a soft exclamation of surprise. He stopped and opened the note in his backpack. He read it out in a low voice. City Street, number 3822, Wendy. Hint: you have triggered a special mission Vettel spoiler. Mission description: Vettel spoiler. Mission requirements: please go to City Street number 3822 to look for Wendy. Wendy will give you a hint for the next mission. Hint: this mission is not the only mission. At least 12 players have accepted the mission. All players have a competitive relationship. If any other player finishes Wendy's special mission first, the mission will fail by default. Mo Jiawei saw that Fang Heng did not move and asked in confusion, God, what's wrong? A strange mission has been triggered. Since the mission couldn't be shared, Fang Heng could only try to give a rough description of the mission objective. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiawei immediately pondered in his heart. According to Fang Heng's usual policy thinking, it was better to be greedy. This mission seemed to be very powerful. Fang Heng would most likely not miss it. Mo Jiawei probed, then should we go and complete the mission first? The assemble mission lasted 3 hours, which was more than enough. After 1 hour, his first batch of zombie clones would be resurrected. Theoretically, he could finish the special mission first. Greed was secondary. The main reason was that he couldn't let down the trust of the apocalypse merchant, Vettel. Therefore, he had to be greedy this time. Fong Heng's eyes lit up, and he raised his head and said, "You're right. Let's go and complete the special mission first." But, Fong Heng. Mo Jiawei opened the map and calculated, City Street number 3822 is in the center of the city. Even if the journey ahead is safe and stable, it will take us about an hour and a half to walk there. If we encounter zombies on the way, we won't have enough time. Fong Heng nodded, and then continued in response to Mo Jiawei, "So, we need to find a scooter." Find a scooter? Mo Jiawei was stunned for a moment. God, are you sure you can find something that affects the balance of the game? It's difficult, but finding a less damaged vehicle and repairing it will be enough. After all, I act as a support, and repairing a vehicle is a necessary skill for a qualified support. Hey, God, you're on the roll again, aren't you? Mo Jiawei smiled bitterly, thinking that getting a vehicle was not as simple as Fong Heng said. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking to ease the tension. Fong Heng leaned his head closer to the map and patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder warmly. Come, old Mo, which of these 3 repair shops do you think is the most pleasing to the eye? God, don't believe in metaphysics. It's not reliable. Mo Jiawei had a bitter expression on his face as he casually pointed, I think how about this one? East Square. After receiving the mission, Yu Jie and the players from the Federation were the first to rush to the meeting point. After taking their positions, Yu Jie immediately split the federal team into a few small groups to search for materials around the meeting point. He also temporarily set up a few roadblocks and traps to prepare for the upcoming wave of zombies. However, nearly an hour had passed, and only about 30 players had gathered at the East Square. Yu Jie had experienced a few special incidents on other servers in the past. In the past, there were at least thousands of players gathered at this time. Was it because of the new server that there were so few players? But it was too few. There were not even 100 players. Yu Jie realized that this special event was not normal. Captain, Lynch has triggered a special mission. The mission requirement is to go to City Street number 3822 to find NPC Wendy. The mission may be completed by others first. Do we need to send someone to check this mission? Don't waste time. Yu Jie waved his hand. He had experienced several special incidents and was very experienced. This mission cannot be completed by one person. It requires the cooperation of a large team. 3 hours is not enough. We will consider it after we get through Tier 2. Yu Jie knew very well that the mission process at the beginning of every special incident was similar. Chapter 310, Auto Repair Shop. Chapter 310, Auto Repair Shop. The first mission was for the players from all 4 regions to assemble. The player would encounter all kinds of dangers in the middle of the assembly, most of which were zombie attacks. This was the first round of the King of Gods selection. After assembling, the player would be asked to build a line of defense in place, collect materials and resources, and resist the zombie wave. This was the second round of selection. After the zombie wave ended, the King of Gods would distribute the materials and rewards based on the performance of the players from the 4 subregions in the second round. The first-ranked player would receive rewards that were rich in materials. The second-ranked player would receive part of the materials, while the third-ranked player could not obtain any materials at all. On the other hand, the fourth-ranked player would not receive any materials and his save time would be reduced as well. To acquire save time, an inefficient method was to kill monsters and complete missions. Whereas the more efficient way was to kill the player. The fourth-ranked player had no choice. If he did not want to be eliminated, he could only try his best to attack. Or he could try his best to complete high-level missions and kill zombies. The chances of survival were almost zero. After all, the time taken to kill zombies was too little. The player simply could not take into account the acquisition of save time and the search for food. Either that, or they had to think of a way to kill the player from the opposing camp and snatch the materials from them. Seize the time. The King of Gods was forcing the players to kill each other in the game. As for the third round, Yu Jie took a deep breath, and his eyes became resolute once again. Quick! Are the materials ready? In front of Ah Peng's auto repair shop. Fang Heng raised the iron pipe and aimed it at the zombie's head. Hint: you deal critical damage to the zombie and the zombie dies. Your skill guillotine experience point +1. You gain an additional 12 seconds of team survival time and special event point 1. After one hit, Fang Heng quickly stepped back. Woo woo. More than 10 zombies came out from the back of the auto repair shop. More and more zombies. Fang Heng moved his arms. He felt a little sore. They were only about 3,000 meters away, but it took them more than half an hour to get there. The zombies along the way were too difficult to deal with. Moreover, they were using such an unhandy weapon. Finally, they arrived at the auto repair shop and the zombie horde started to surround them one after another. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei had been fighting with the zombie horde for more than 20 minutes. They led a group of zombies to circle around the open space outside the auto repair shop. From time to time, they would rush up and swing the iron pipe then retreat, trying to reduce the number of zombies. Fortunately, Fang Heng's current basic attribute was enough to crush ordinary zombies, and each attack could take the life of a zombie. Just as Fang Heng's satiety dropped to 43%, several red alchemy magic arrays appeared under his feet. Fang Heng felt relieved. He finally made it. The alchemy magic arrays spun rapidly. A red figure dashed out of the magic array at an extremely fast speed. The licker pounced on the zombie horde, waving its sharp claws and slaughtering them. Ordinary zombies were no match for the licker. Phew! It's safe now. Seeing the appearance of the lickers, Mo Jiawei let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. His back was soaked in sweat. It was a dual pressure of mental and physical strength. Mo Jiawei felt that the most difficult part of this special event was that he couldn't bring any materials or resources into his initial backpack. There were no weapons, no medical supplies, and even no food or water. After a long and intense battle, Mo Jiawei was thirsty and his stomach was growling. The strange thing was, Fang Heng didn't seem to be very tired. Mo Jiawei turned his head and looked at the excited Fang Heng. Hint: your zombie clone licker has killed a normal zombie. You have gained an additional 9 seconds of team survival time and special event point 1. Hint: your zombie clone licker has killed a normal zombie. You have gained an additional 12 seconds of team survival time. Your skill strength training experience point +1. You have gained a special event point 1. Fang Heng was ecstatic when he saw the row of game hints on the game log. Just as he had guessed. A zombie clone could also gain event points by killing monsters. Wouldn't that earn him a fortune? Fang Heng suddenly didn't feel hungry, and all the tiredness along the way was swept away. The ground trembled slightly. Mo Jiawei, who was sitting on the ground, was shocked and turned around to look. A deep crack appeared on the cement ground. Bang! Bang! With a few loud bangs, the cracked shrapnel flew out, and a huge fist protruded out of the cement ground. Then, large chunks of shrapnel were pushed away and the tyrant form slowly crawled out of the ground. Tyrant patted the soil on its body and slowly walked to Fang Heng's side. Phew, you scared me. Mo Jiawei patted his heart, thinking that Tyrant's way of showing up was really unique. The remaining vine zombie clones also crawled out from the muddy ground not far away and walked toward Fang Heng. Fang Heng frowned slightly when he saw the zombie clones. It was different from the outside world. In the outside world, after a normal vine zombie was resurrected, the tools and equipment that it was equipped with when it died would be retained. However, it was different this time. The newly born zombie team didn't carry any equipment or clothing. Without the iron hammer, it was a bit difficult to break in. Although I've already predicted it, it's still a bit troublesome, Tyrant, you should do it. Fang Heng muttered in a low voice and pointed at the iron gate of the auto repair shop not far away. Tyrant strode forward and raised its huge fist. Bang bang. Bang bang. After 5 punches, the iron gate was smashed into pieces by Tyrant. The group of lickers gathered at the entrance immediately broke into the auto repair shop and began to hunt. Following that, the vine zombies also staggered in and began to search the entire auto repair shop. Hint: your zombie team has completed the cleaning of the auto repair shop. You have killed a total of 256 ordinary zombies, Tier 1 mutated zombie *2. You have gained an additional 2,455 seconds of team survival time. You have gained special event points, 264 points. Hint, your zombie team has completed the search. You have obtained spare tire *12, jack *5, gasoline *64, diet meal, chocolate flavor, *1, milk *1, wrench *12, auto repair parts *34, low-level parts *41. 20 minutes later, Mo Jiawei was holding a can of coffee. His face was full of happiness as he exclaimed, "I'm finally alive." Fang Heng took a sip of the chocolate-flavored diet meal and walked to a black Porsche that looked pretty good. Hint, due to your special skill mechanical maintenance, the vehicle has been determined to be serviceable. Current vehicle damage, 45%. Damage reduced to less than 10%. I'll make do with it. He waved his hand and controlled 20 idle lickers to go out and freely kill to earn points. The other 30 lickers exited combat mode on the spot and prepared to cultivate the proliferators after 6 hours. Chapter 311, Competitive Mission. Chapter 311, Competitive Mission. During this period, Mo Jiawei also learned a lot of mechanical skills from Victor. After eating and drinking his fill, he also came up to check the Porsche. He frowned and said, "Fang Heng, if we want to fix it, I'm afraid we don't have enough spare parts, right?" "You don't know, right? Have you heard of robbing Peter to pay Paul?" As he said that, Fang Heng gave a dozen wrenches he had just collected to the vine zombies behind him. The zombies received the wrenches and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, they turned around one by one and ran to find a car to start dismantling. Hint, your vine zombie clone has dismantled the damaged Chevrolet. You have obtained ordinary parts *2, damaged advanced car parts *1. Looking at the zombies working hard beside the car, Mo Jiawei opened his mouth. He understood. D**M it. No wonder Fang Heng had made it clear from the start that he was here to look for an auto repair shop. He was here to look for tools and dismantle things. At least in terms of dismantling, Mo Jiawei felt that he still had a lot to learn from Fang Heng. Half an hour later, Fang Heng and Victor were driving on the street in a Porsche 356A. Behind the car, 20 lickers followed them as they ran wildly. While driving, Fang Heng originally wanted to make a simple bet and personally go offline to call Chen Yu and ask him about the Federation's progress in this special event. Unfortunately, the game prompted that they have not yet completed Tier 2 of the mission, so the player could not go offline. Fang Heng had no choice but to give up. Soon, Fang Heng arrived at City Street number 3822. It was a villa. A villa built in the center of the city was rare. More than a dozen NPCs wearing security uniforms stood guard outside the door. They all held black guns in their hands and stared at Fang Heng, who was driving over. Their eyes were filled with surprise. A survivor who drove over. Fang Heng controlled the lickers to spread out to hunt zombies, then got out of the car with Mo Jiawei. "I'm here to see Wendy," Fang Heng said and waved the note in his hand. The security captain walked up and looked at Fang Heng from head to toe, then nodded and said, "You must be Mr. Fang Heng. Please follow me." The two of them followed the security captain into the front yard of the villa. Fang Heng had already gotten used to it. He subconsciously looked around quickly and observed the overall defense arrangement of the villa. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. This villa seemed to be quite rich. However, the security seemed to be too weak. There were only 3 groups of NPC mercenaries. In terms of machinery, let alone light cannons, he didn't even see any high-level automatic cannons. It would not be able to withstand an attack from the tyrant. If they used the zombie team to attack, the success rate would be 99%. Should they rob them? The security captain brought Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei into the villa's hall. Wendy had long golden hair. She leaned lazily on the back of the chair and looked at Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei with a probing gaze. "Hello, I'm Wendy, the Apocalypse Merchant of Haramori City." All right, so she was the Apocalypse Merchant. Fang Heng sighed in his heart and completely dismissed the idea of looting. This was too much of a loss. In the game, there used to be a big brother who tried to rob the Apocalypse Merchant. In the end, he had a tragic outcome. All the Apocalypse Merchant's hatred towards him had reached the peak. They permanently issued a bounty mission to take the player's life. Other than dealing with the endless pursuit, the player could not buy materials from any of the Apocalypse merchant camp. Even after establishing a shelter, he would still be attacked by the NPC mercenary army in the game. Wendy did not know that she had just escaped from the gates of hell. She was very surprised that Fong Heng could come here faster than expected. "I've heard of you, Fong Heng. You were introduced by Vettel. He said good things about you." "Thank you." Vettel always had great foresight. Fong Heng accepted the compliment generously and asked, "I heard that you need help." "Yes, I have a special mission that I've been struggling to find people for. Fortunately, you're here. But before I hand you the mission, I need to confirm whether you have the ability to complete my special mission. I will provide you with some recently difficult missions. You can choose a few of them to complete, and after you complete them, you will receive corresponding camp points. Camp points can be exchanged for various survival resources or materials from me, including but not limited to guns, ammunition, food, medicine. You can treat it as a simple test. Once you received my approval, I will give you a special mission. Of course, I will only give this special mission to one person. Trust me, the mission reward will definitely satisfy you. Hint, you have obtained the mission Wendy's test. Hint, you can receive any ordinary mission from Wendy, at most 3 at the same time. After completing the mission, you can receive camp points as a reward. Hint, currently, all players who have found Wendy, only one player can receive it, can receive normal missions from Wendy. After the camp points have accumulated to 5,000 points, the subsequent special mission will be triggered by default. Only the first player who has accumulated 5,000 points can trigger the subsequent special mission. Hint, after the special mission is completed, the player will not be able to continue receiving normal missions. So that's how it is. Seeing the small game hint that appeared in his retina, Fong Heng quickly sorted out his thoughts. These were the game settings for special events. The game deliberately created such a gaudy operation in order to let the players compete and kill each other. Not only was Wendy's villa in the city center, even the location of the normal mission given was mostly in the city center. If he hadn't found Wendy before the others, he would have met the players from the other 3 camps outside the villa. He might have to fight them. So despicable. Fong Heng muttered to himself and quickly opened the list of normal missions. The missions provided by Wendy were divided into 3 parts. They could be completed in a few large areas in the city center. Among them, there were a series of missions such as killing ordinary zombies, cleaning up buildings and gathering materials. How is it? Have you decided? I'll give you a friendly reminder. Although you're one step ahead of the other survivors, your time is still limited. Wendy was very clear about the difficulty of this mission. There were no weapons, no food, and no medical materials. The combat ability of the team player would be reduced to a very low level. That was not the most troublesome part. Apart from the threat of zombies, they also had to face the attacks of the players from the opposing faction. It was even more difficult to complete the mission to accumulate enough points. I know the mission is very difficult, but this is the only way to pick the most suitable candidate. Forgive me for being blunt. Fong Heng raised his head and asked, "It's that simple." Chapter 312, Completing Mission. Chapter 312, Completing Mission. Easy. Wendy was stunned. Did she hear him correctly? He said it was easy. Fong Heng thought so. The ordinary mission Wendy provided was too ordinary. The difficulty could not be compared to the high-level missions of the Dark Knights in the outside world. With the help of the zombie team, the mission difficulty was average. The Lickers would assist in the monster-killing mission, and the Vine zombies could also complete the resource-type mission. The only problem was transportation. Fong Heng carefully read through a few common mission descriptions. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and asked, "Before that, I have something I want to ask you. Can I see the redemption list for the camp points?" "Sure, consider it as your reward for finding me first." Wendy nodded. The redemption list for the camp points immediately appeared in Fong Heng's vision. The materials in the redemption list were extremely abundant. Red herbs, medical spray, first aid kit, revolver, submachine gun, single-arm rocket launcher, short-term strength-enhancing potions. They even had pyroxene. Fong Heng couldn't help but get excited when he saw the classification for the ores. He quickly scrolled back. In the redemption column, the 5 rare resources needed to build a Tier 3 space-tearing device were all available for redemption. He calmed himself down and took a closer look. Other than pyroxene, the prices of the other 5 rare resources were also shocking. He had to plan out how to get the most wool. Fang Heng held back his excitement, took a deep breath and continued to read. Soon, Fang Heng saw the treasure he needed on the second page of the transportation tool. Fang Heng looked up. Wendy, I have another question. Will the redemption column continue to open for me after the mission is completed? Of course, as long as you have enough camp points, Wendy nodded and explained. Similarly, you can choose to keep camp points. The remaining camp points will be converted into final points in the final settlement. Thank you. I understand. I need to accept these few missions. Fang Heng said as he gently tapped on the 3 related missions. Hint, you have accepted the mission collect first aid materials. You can collect first aid materials from the City Central Hospital. There is also a chance that first aid materials will drop after killing zombies in the hospital area. Hint, you have accepted the mission clean up the zombie horde in the hospital area. Hint, you have accepted the mission kill a Tier 1 mutated zombie. Wendy, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Fang Heng left the villa with Mo Jiawei. There are only 70 minutes left until the end of the Tier 1 mission. We need to speed up. After getting back in the car, Fang Heng stepped on the accelerator and commanded the lickers to gather together and head to the City Central Hospital. It would take about 20 minutes to drive from the city center to East Street. Considering the dangers they might encounter on the road, it was reasonable to set aside 30 minutes. Accounting for the time required for the intermediate delivery of the mission, there was only half an hour left for them to complete the mission. Fang Heng chose the City Central Hospital as the target area for this mission. The 3 missions he had just received from Wendy were all related to each other and could be completed at the same time in the hospital area. Mo Jiawei was a little nervous. He felt a little unease about this operation. Fang Heng, isn't the time too tight? There's no need for us to rush to complete the mission, right? The player competing with us didn't have time to find Wendy, so there's no reason for us to collect 5,000 points in such a short time. Yes, it's true. Fang Heng stepped on the accelerator and sped on the road. He had a preliminary plan. The number of zombies is not enough. I don't think I can complete the mission in 30 minutes. The main purpose is to find a way to complete some missions first, exchange some materials from Wendy to pass the Tier 2 special mission, so as to increase the planning for the follow-up plan. Fang Heng briefly explained his plan to Mo Jiawei while considering whether it was feasible to optimize it. Later, I'll ask the lickers to clear a wave of zombies in the hospital area first. After that, when the ordinary vine zombie arrives at the hospital, we'll immediately return to the East Square to assemble, leaving the zombie group to continue carrying out the search and clearing duties in the hospital. Mo Jiawei suddenly understood. I understand. You mean a 2-way operation, a long-range hack. 5 minutes later, the car drove into the parking lot at the main entrance of the City Central Hospital. F***CK, so many. Looking at the dense zombie horde outside the car window, Mo Jiawei was secretly speechless. The number of zombies in the hospital was beyond imagination. A large number of zombies gathered at the periphery of the hospital building. Some of them were Tier 1 mutated zombies. As soon as the car slowed down, the surrounding zombies swarmed toward them. Perfect timing. Fang Heng thought, the more zombies there are, the better. The more zombies there were, the more efficient he would be in completing the mission. He immediately controlled the 20 lickers that followed him. The lickers pounced on the zombie horde and started hunting. With the buff of the skill guillotine, the damage output of the licker increased once again. Its sharp claws could easily cut through the heads of zombies. The zombie horde fell like wheat. Hint, your licker deals critical damage to normal zombies. Normal zombies die. You gain skill guillotine experience point +1 and 1 survival point. You gain an additional 5 seconds of safe time. Your mission clearing the zombie horde in the hospital area completion rate has increased to 1.3%. Hint, your licker killed a Tier 1 mutated zombie. For a moment, Fang Heng's game log was flooded once again. Hint, your current mission clearing zombie team in hospital area completion rate has increased to 122.7%. The mission was overcompleted. It was another surprise. This way, he could completely save the time of running back and forth between the hospital and Wendy's apocalypse camp to deliver the mission. Perhaps, he would be able to complete the mission more than expected and obtain more rewards. But if that's the case, it doesn't seem to be enough. Mo Jiwei blinked and asked curiously, "What? God, what do you mean it's not enough? There aren't enough zombies to kill." Mo Jiwei. Fang Heng glanced out of the window. Licker's speed of killing ordinary zombies was too fast. Combined with the guillotine skill, as long as it aimed at the head, it was a one-hit kill. According to this speed, it would take about 10 minutes to clear out the zombie horde in the periphery of the hospital. "Let's go, we'll go outside and lure another wave of zombies over." Without waiting for Mo Jiwei's response, Fang Heng stepped on the gas pedal and drove away from the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Fang Heng honked his horn and slowed down his speed. The nearby zombie horde was attracted by the sound of the horn and gathered toward Fang Heng's car. Fang Heng slowed down the car and led the zombie horde around the hospital twice. When a large group of zombies gathered behind him, Fang Heng was satisfied and brought them all into the hospital. The Lickers had just finished killing the zombies at the periphery of the hospital when they immediately pounced on the zombie horde that Fang Heng had lured over and started killing again. Chapter 313, Exchange. Chapter 313, Exchange. Awesome, God. Seeing Fang Heng's actions, Mo Jiwei exclaimed in his heart, "Awesome." If he were to kill zombies outside, it wouldn't count in the mission of clearing the hospital. Only by luring the zombies into the hospital area and killing them would he be able to cheat the game's reward. The ordinary player would find it extremely difficult to clear the zombies in the hospital. They wouldn't even think about luring the zombies from outside into the hospital area to kill them. Although Fang Heng's method was not orthodox, the effect was very good. Hint: your mission cleaning up the zombie horde in the hospital completion rate has increased to 719.2%. Fang Heng glanced at the rapidly increasing completion rate of the mission and replied with a smile, "What do you mean by awesome? It's just a basic operation." Hint: you have submitted a mission collecting first aid materials. Current mission completion rate, 153.4%. You have received 306.8 camp points. Hint: you have submitted a mission cleaning the zombie horde in the hospital area. Current mission completion rate, 1,733.4%. You have obtained 1,733.4 camp points. Hint: you have submitted a mission killing a Tier 1 mutated zombie. Current mission completion rate, 208.3%. You have obtained 416.6 camp points. Hint: your friendship with Wendy has increased. As Fang Heng submitted the missions repeatedly, Wendy's expression gradually became strange. In the end, Wendy looked at Fang Heng in disbelief. She was too surprised. In her estimation, it would be at least the second or third day before someone would complete the mission she had issued. It had only been half an hour. The two young men in front of her had already completed half of the test. Their efficiency in killing zombies was unimaginable. "Ms. Wendy." Fang Heng saw that Wendy was in a daze, so he called out to her. Wendy came back to her senses. "Yes, Fang Heng, your strength surprised me. Can I know how you completed the mission so quickly?" "Sorry, this is my secret." Fang Heng smiled and asked, "Can I use camp points to exchange for rewards now?" "Of course, you can. You can exchange for anything you want here, provided you have enough points." Wendy began to feel curious about Fang Heng. She could not help but guess what kind of items Fang Heng would choose to exchange for. If it was an ordinary person, their first choice would most likely be weapons. 2,000 points were enough to exchange for a single rocket launcher and 3 rocket launchers from the camp. Fang Heng did not hesitate at all. He quickly opened the redemption column and reached out to click on a few options. "I just want these." Wendy was a little surprised by Fang Heng's choice. She raised her head and asked Fang Heng, "Are you sure?" "Fang Heng." Fang Heng said seriously, "That's all I want. I'm sorry, but I don't have much time. I'll be leaving soon." "Fang Heng, you're getting harder to understand. Ron, take him to get the materials." The bodyguard beside Wendy stepped forward. "Yes, Mr. Fang Heng. Please follow me." "Thank you." I'll get a few more missions while I'm at it. Hint, you've taken a mission to collect first aid materials. Hint, you've taken a mission to clear out the zombies in the hospital area. Hint, you've taken a mission to kill a Tier 1 mutated zombie. Fong Heng already had a plan. He quickly took a few missions and left. Watching Fong Heng leave in a hurry, Wendy rested her chin on her hands in confusion. Why did he exchange for a military truck? In the front yard of the villa, Fong Heng saw a familiar military transport truck. As if he had seen an old friend, he walked forward and patted the body of the truck with satisfaction. It's not bad. It's 100% new. Yes, Mr. Fong Heng. This truck is the latest model. In addition, we have already put the compressed biscuits, machete, pistol, and pistol bullets that you exchanged into the trailer of the truck. Thank you so much. I'll leave my Porsche with you for now. Okay, Mr. Fong Heng. We'll take care of it for you. Fong Heng counted the materials and waved at Ron. See you next time. Mo Jiawei followed and sat in the passenger seat. He was also baffled. According to Fong Heng, this step of exchanging materials was to wait for the Tier 2 zombie wave. Then shouldn't they exchange for some high-tech weapons? For example, get some rifles, grenades, flashbangs, and so on. What was the meaning of exchanging for trucks? Fong Heng, why are we exchanging for transport trucks? For better missions, of course. Fong Heng had already devised a series of greed plans in his head. He licked his lips and a hint of unconcealable excitement appeared in his eyes. He patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder. Old Mo, the scale. We need to expand the scale of production. Mo Jiawei blinked with a blank look on his face. For a moment, he didn't know how to continue asking. The scale. Expand the scale of production. Mo Jiawei thought that this didn't seem like a game that involves pastures and vegetables. Fong Heng. Are you on the wrong track? That's right. Let's take a detour to the auto repair shop earlier on. Yu Jia was sure that they were in trouble this time. Big problem. There were only 20 minutes left until the Tier 1 assemble mission was completed, and there were only less than 100 players who came to assemble. Yu Jia discovered that almost all the player teams that came to assemble were from small guilds and small companies in the eastern region of the Federation. There were even a few unaffiliated teams among them. What about those players from large companies and large guilds? Why didn't he see any of them? They couldn't have all met with trouble in the Tier 1 mission at the same time. Then the biggest possibility was they hadn't participated in this special event. Why was that? Yu Jia had never thought that such a thing would happen. As the game settings did not allow one to be offline, Yu Jia was temporarily unable to contact the outside world. Through the Federation's channel, he was able to find out what was happening in the outside world. Things were getting out of hand. Tier 2's mission difficulty to resist the zombie wave was based on the number and level of all the players participating in Tier 2 of the game. In addition, there were a series of difficulty factors such as the game opening time and the game progress. Their eastern faction had fewer players, but when they encountered the Tier 2 zombie wave in the game, the intensity would not decrease at all. In this way, their entire eastern faction had a high probability of being eliminated in the Tier 2 mission. Although the mortality rate of special events was extremely high, and all the Federation players who joined this mission had already prepared to sacrifice their lives, this was too. Based on their current team strength, other than the Federation players, most of them were just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The probability of safely surviving the Tier 2 zombie wave was less than 10%. The only way to salvage the situation. Yu Jia thought of Fong Heng, whom he had met a few days ago. Chapter 314, Assemble. Chapter 314, Assemble. Before entering the special event, Chen Yu had already informed Fong Heng that the Federation would try its best to help Fong Heng during the special event. However, why hadn't Fong Heng appeared yet? Did something happen to him? Or could it be that Fong Heng was unable to control the zombie team in the special event? No matter what, the only thing Yu Jia could do now was to perfect the defense of the East Square as much as possible and wait for Fong Heng's arrival. In the crowd, two players were whispering to each other. "Boss, this isn't good. Yeah, there are too few people here. We have yet to see the people from the big guilds. Damn, didn't they say there's going to be a special mission this time? Why aren't the big guilds here? Did the boss get scammed? Is the information he bought from the black market fake? It shouldn't be that bad. I've been working with him for quite some time. Zhou Yi scratched his hair in frustration. You've been smart since you were young. Hurry up and think of a way. Lu Yu spread his hands. What else can we do? We can either wait here for death or wait for God to come over and we can rely on him. As they spoke, the two of them turned their heads and looked in the direction of the East Square's entrance with anticipation. They were waiting for Fang Heng. When they had just entered the game stage, they had been friends with Fang Heng for some time during the initial prison mission. Later on, Zhou Yi and Lu Yu stayed near the prison area and felt that they could not compete with Fang Heng, so they went to the outside world to develop. Later on, they received all kinds of news about the prison through various forums. They were envious, regretful, and helpless. They couldn't sleep the whole night. They had indeed accurately judged the situation back then. They believed that they absolutely couldn't compete with Fang Heng, who had occupied the prison. They might as well quit early and run to other places to seek development. It was true in theory, but they didn't expect Fang Heng to be so ridiculously strong. If they had known earlier, they would have clung to him. Anything from Fang Heng would be enough for them to earn. Zhou Yi was full of regret now. He was only glad that he did not choose to be enemies with Fang Heng at that time. He even had a good relationship with Fang Heng. They were initially hesitant about participating in this special mission. After Lu Yu's reminder, they immediately thought of a way to contact Fang Heng's studio and greet Fang Heng. They had already made up their minds before entering the special event. Regardless of what special event they encountered in Haramori City, they would cling to Fang Heng. However, Zhou Yi never expected to encounter a problem at the first step. God couldn't even be found. Do you think God met with an accident? Lu Yu said with certainty, it's not that serious. I think with God's ability, he most likely met with some special mission and was delayed. Great minds think alike. Zhou Yi nodded his head in approval, then raised his head to look in the direction of the East Square's entrance. His eyes were piercing. Among the many players, Qin Ming was also looking anxiously in the direction of the East Square's entrance. Why isn't he here yet? Qin Ming paced back and forth, mumbling in a low voice. He was extremely confused. He was the boss of a small gaming company. He had recruited employees from Server 8 and established a shelter. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction. He did not expect that he would be tricked by a mercenary from the black market. The mercenary group cheated him of his security deposit. Due to the lack of a mercenary's combat strength during the Blood Moon, the shelter was broken through by the zombie horde during the second Blood Moon, and the players died. The high compensation made the company's capital chain break in an instant and face bankruptcy. When he was desperate, Crimson Technology gave him a chance. Crimson Technology hoped that Qin Ming would join this special event and monitor Fang Heng's movements during the special event, trying to think of some way to make things more interesting. As long as he could successfully kill Fang Heng in this operation, the majority of his company's debt could be forgiven, allowing the company to continue for some time. Qin Ming had already planned to lose a chance at rebirth. As long as Fang Heng died in this special event. But what Qin Ming never expected was that Fang Heng didn't appear. Could it be that Crimson Technology's plan had been seen through by Fang Heng in advance? Qin Ming was in a state of bewilderment when he suddenly heard the whispers of the player beside him. Look, a truck. Which big company is it? They can even get their hands on a truck. What the hell? A truck. Qin Ming looked up and saw a huge truck driving towards the East Square in the distance. The trailer on the back of the truck was covered with a thick layer of oilcloth. It looked like there were quite a lot of things inside. The players turned their attention to the brand new truck and pointed at it. Most of the players were still on empty stomachs and there was this player who had access to a truck. The gap between the rich and poor in this game was too big. Yu Jie frowned and stared at the truck. The truck stopped steadily in the East Square. Hint, you have completed Tier 1 mission assemble. Hint, Tier 2 mission will start in 9 minutes. Fang Heng jumped off the truck and looked around. Strange. The number of players seemed to be a little low. Seeing Fang Heng jump off the truck, Yu Jie's furrowed brows finally relaxed. He felt a little more at ease. There was finally good news in the game. With Fangheng, his chances of winning Tier 2 of the game had greatly increased. Hello, Fangheng. I'm Yu Jie, the commander of this special event representing the eastern region of the Federation. Yu Jie led the federal team to greet him. I'm also the person in charge of the desert region's shelter. I didn't have time to thank you in person for what happened last time. On behalf of the desert region's shelter, I'd like to thank you for your help. You don't have to be so polite. I've heard from Chin Yu about what happened to you. We're all friends after all. Since we've encountered this incident, let's try our best to cooperate and make a fortune together. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yu Jie said in a deep voice, Fangheng, as you can see, we've encountered quite a bit of trouble. For some unknown reason, many of the large guilds in the eastern region have not participated in this special event. Currently, the overall strength of our faction is relatively weak. Fangheng also realized that other than the Federation, the strength of the players here was generally not high. Most of the players held wooden sticks and wooden spears as their weapons. This didn't make sense. This special event was so profitable, so why didn't the large guilds participate? They couldn't be that stupid, right? If they didn't participate in this special event, it was equivalent to giving away all the rewards for this special event. Could there be a trap? Fangheng could not figure it out for a moment. In the crowd, Zhou Yi and Lu Yu looked at each other. As expected, it was God. Right from the start, he had formed an alliance with the Federation. For a small company like them, the Federation would not even look at them. Hey! God! Zhou Yi and Lu Yu immediately took the initiative to join the group chat. Do you still remember us? Of course I do. We've always been a good team. Fangheng had a deep impression of Zhou Yi and Lu Yu. At that time, he had just entered the zombie apocalypse. The map of the mining area near the prison that Zhou Yi had left behind had helped him a lot. Therefore, after receiving the message that Zhou Yi had left in the studio, he gladly agreed to form a team. Chapter 315, The Election. Chapter 315, The Election. God, where did you get that truck? It's too awesome. My luck is pretty good. I completed a mission along the way. God, we'll follow behind you on this mission. We'll go wherever you go. Okay, let's work together. Hello, I'm Yu Jie, the main person in charge from the Federation. Yu Jie nodded at Zhou Yi and continued, Fangheng, the biggest problem we're facing now is food and weapons. These aren't enough to support us through the Tier 2 zombie wave. I've prepared some weapons and food. They should be enough. As he spoke, Fangheng glanced at the sparse players on the East Square. It would be better if those big guilds did not participate in this special event. The players of the big guilds were stronger, but they were also more scheming. They all wanted to get the greatest benefits from the event. They often schemed in the team and it was difficult for them to cooperate wholeheartedly. In comparison, the ordinary players did not have much ambition. They only followed the big guilds and gaming companies to get some materials. They were more obedient and more easily satisfied. The start of a dream. Fangheng felt that this special event in the game was like a divine help. That's great, Yu Jie lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, Fangheng, where's your zombie team? Why didn't I see them? Are you unable to control the zombies during the special event? Yeah, it's a little overloaded. Unless there's an emergency, we will try to use it as little as possible. When Fangheng came back, he walked around the auto repair shop and took more than 30 lickers with him. They were used to grow proliferators. If it wasn't an extremely dangerous situation, it was best not to let them enter combat mode together. Hearing that Fangheng could still control zombies to fight, Yu Jie felt a little relieved. The two of them were discussing the battle plan when the game hint rang again. Hint, Tier 1 mission end of assembly. All players who have not completed the assemble mission will be automatically eliminated. Hint, all surviving players in the current faction will vote to choose the faction leader. The faction leader has the right to allocate the final faction points and special passive skills, hegemony, additional 100% HP and 50% basic attribute bonus. Hint, each player will have one vote by default. You can choose any player in the faction. Hint, if the faction leader is killed by a player from the faction, the killer will automatically become the new faction leader. If the faction leader is killed by a player from the other faction, the killer will receive all the faction points in the current faction. Hint: all players will vote for the faction leader within 60 minutes. If no one votes by default after 60 minutes, the player with the most votes will be the faction leader. If there are no votes, no one will be the faction leader. Upon seeing the game hint, the East Square fell silent once again. Under normal circumstances, the Federation would not participate in the faction leader election. The Federation would not take the initiative to attack the other three factions throughout the game. They would choose to complete some side missions to earn some personal points in exchange for materials and rewards. When necessary, the Federation would also protect the player's safety, but it would try to reduce the number of disputes between players. Putting aside the fact that the Federation, which had the strongest overall strength, did not participate in the election, the faction leader election was mostly the beginning of internal strife among the large guilds. The various large guilds would often have disputes over the leader, and even fights would often occur. But this time, it was very different. All the players present in the Eastern faction were very weak. Pairs of eyes turned to look at Fong Heng at the same time. The shadow of a man's reputation. Fong Heng's reputation was too great. Who in the Eastern faction of Server 8 didn't hear about Fong Heng and his prison army? Not to mention, the other three factions also knew about Fong Heng's strength. His reputation had even spread to other servers. He was determined to become the faction leader. Taking a step forward, Fong Heng gestured at Mo Jiawei with his mouth. Fong Heng had deliberately spent some effort to get a truck, and he had also brought so many materials over, all to canvass votes. Mo Jiawei understood and pulled the layer of oilcloth from the back of the truck. Under the black oilcloth, there were shiny machetes, pistols and bullets, as well as boxes of compressed biscuits. They were all food. Seeing the compressed biscuits, the sound of players swallowing their saliva could be heard in the square. The eyes of the player lit up. Even though it was the lowest level compressed biscuit, there was a probability of producing a negative effect of indigestion after consuming it. Eating too much of it would also cause malnutrition. However, they could not resist hunger. There was no other way, the players were too hungry. The satiety consumption of this lousy place was 5 times that of the outside world. If it was water, it was still fine, and the method of obtaining it was simpler. Even if it was river water, the game setting allowed the use of the bonfire to boil the water and drink it. But in this deserted city, it was extremely difficult to find food. Previously, the players had formed a search team and they managed to find a spicy hot pot shop. Looking carefully, the shop was filled with zombies. The players pondered for a long time, but in the end, they did not dare to go up and fight with the zombies. This game was going to be impossible to play. Fong Heng cleared his throat and prepared to give a domineering competition speech. However, before he could say the first word, a line of small words appeared on his retina. Hint: your votes have exceeded 50% of the current players' votes. You have become the leader of the Eastern faction. You have obtained a special skill hegemony. This skill will only take effect before the end of this special event. Hint: the leader of the Eastern faction will be Fong Heng, the player. This. Things were progressing too smoothly, and Fong Heng was momentarily stunned. He had thought of many ways to win the election, but he had not expected things to go so smoothly. Looks like everyone knows me. Thank you for your support, in short. Looking at the pairs of expectant eyes below, Fong Heng sighed in his heart. He turned to look at Mo Jiawei. Forget it, I won't say any more. Let's distribute the materials. Long live the prison army. The prison army is invincible. Follow the prison army forever. As soon as he finished speaking, the players immediately broke out into all kinds of slogans and thunderous applause. Whatever they said was fake. Only distributing the materials was the most real thing. Fong Heng did not have many points. After exchanging for the truck and a large amount of food, he only had 20 pistols and the rest were shiny machetes. To avoid chaos, Yu Jie sent a few soldiers from the Federation to help maintain order and distribute the food and materials. In the crowd, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes when he saw the players lining up to receive the materials. Fong Heng. He was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. The moment he entered the game, he thought of a way to get high-level trucks and a large amount of food. Originally, the morale of the entire Eastern faction had already fallen to the bottom. It was almost 100% certain that they would die under the zombie wave. However, Fong Heng's arrival completely changed the situation. Now, the players were all in high spirits. They lined up to receive food and machetes. Their will to survive had been completely stimulated. Their morale was completely different from a few minutes ago. Chapter 316, Defending Against the Zombie Wave. Chapter 316, Defending Against the Zombie Wave. Qin Ming had previously thought of deliberately provoking the players to snatch the food on Fong Heng's truck. However, before he could make a move, Fong Heng waved his hand and distributed the food and weapons. Did he not know how much the food could be sold for? With the Federation as his guarantor, he could sell the food to these players through offline trading. Qin Ming knew that he could never be as generous as Fong Heng. His gaze was focused on the truck filled with materials. How did Fong Heng do it? How did he manage to gather such a large amount of survival materials in such a short time? The players at the scene were still a little chaotic, but it was impossible to find an opportunity to destroy the food. If this continued, the Eastern faction would be able to smoothly tide over the zombie wave. He had to think of another way. Qin Ming took a deep breath and left the East Square quietly while no one was paying attention. He decided to find another way to sabotage. When Qin Ming left, he didn't notice that a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. Yu Jie noticed Qin Ming's strange behavior. He narrowed his eyes and remained expressionless. Captain Yu. Zhou Yi looked in the direction of Yu Jie's gaze and asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Yu Jie focused again and turned his head, continuing to discuss with everyone how to deal with the next zombie wave. The difficulty of the second zombie wave is related to the total number of players. Now that we have food and equipment, in theory, we can withstand the zombie wave, but Lu Yu was also very clear about the current predicament. He added, "But currently, the overall strength of the players in our camp is weak, and we don't have enough manpower to build a defense. It's still very difficult to withstand this zombie wave. Don't worry. I still have a backup plan." "Really? What is it?" Yu Jie and the others felt that it was a breeze to be teammates with Fong Heng. It was as if no matter what difficulties they encountered, Fong Heng had already done his homework in advance and came up with a smooth solution. Old Mo. Fong Heng waved his hand at Mo Jiawei, who was distributing food at the side. "Let's show them our trump card." Not far away, Mo Jiawei, who was distributing food, responded. He jumped onto the trailer behind the truck and took out barrels of gasoline. "Oh, gasoline. So much gasoline. Awesome. We can set up a kerosene formation and burn those zombies to death." Seeing so many barrels of gasoline, the players started to discuss excitedly. Without realizing it, the players' mentality had changed completely. In the beginning, they were anxious, thinking that their lives would be given away for nothing. Now, just over 10 minutes after Fong Heng returned, the players suddenly felt that the upcoming zombie wave was not a big deal. They lined up to receive the materials while discussing excitedly in twos and threes how to burn the zombies in the zombie wave. Mo Jiawei showed the players the gasoline, then got out of the truck and continued to distribute the materials to the players. He praised Fong Heng in his heart. God is God, he thought far ahead. Cleaning up the auto repair shop was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There was no food in the auto repair shop, but a large amount of gasoline could be collected. After exchanging for the truck, the gasoline could also be brought back to defend against the zombie wave. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu were also excited when they saw the gasoline. Gasoline was a good thing. In addition to setting traps, it could also be used to make the Molotov cocktail. Molotov cocktail was the most effective way to deal with large groups of zombies. 1 bottle could cause a wide range of fire damage and continuous burning. Damage. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu looked at each other. They felt that it was time for them to show off. God, we have a good idea. Fong Heng looked over. Lu Yu took out the map of Haramori City and said, "The two of us have explored the terrain before. It's right here. There's a brewery here. There's nothing else in there, but there must be a lot of beer bottles." Zhou Yi was also excited. He added, "With the beer bottles, we can make the Molotov cocktail. No matter how many zombies come, we'll just give them to them." Hearing that, Yu Jie went up and looked at the map. He turned his head and asked, there should be a zombie horde inside the brewery. The zombie wave will appear in about 1.5 hours. It'll take some time for our people to walk there. Can we handle it? Absolutely. We have investigated the periphery. There are not many zombies. We have the machetes now. It won't be a big problem to deal with the zombies. Fang Heng immediately made a decision. Okay, let's not waste time. I'll bring a group of people to try. If it doesn't work, we'll use gasoline to form a defensive line. Okay. Yu Jie nodded and said, Fang Heng, my elite players have gun mastery. You bring them with you and think of a way to clean up the brewery. I'll stay here and lead the rest of the people to form a zombie horde defense line. The few of them discussed for a while and then immediately split up. Yu Jie stayed behind in the east square to set up defenses, while Fang Heng led an elite team armed with pistols to the brewery. An hour later, amidst the cheers of the players, Fang Heng drove the truck and carried a few cases of beer back to the east square. Lu Yi sat in the trailer behind the truck and bit open a bottle of beer. He gulped down a few mouthfuls and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Phew. Awesome. Most of the zombies in the beer factory were ordinary zombies. The elite players of the Federation weren't ordinary people. All of them had gun mastery skills. They had also learned fighting and knife skills outside of the game. They also had a tacit understanding of each other. If it weren't for the fact that they were pressed for time, they could have searched more thoroughly and brought back more beer. Beer was also a good thing. After drinking it, they could slightly increase their recovery speed. However, if they drank too much, they would also experience a negative dizzy state. Boxes of beer were moved down from the truck. Yu Jie immediately arranged for his Federation players to make the Molotov cocktail. The other players also worked together under Yu Jie's arrangement to form a defensive line, setting up wooden spike traps and kerosene traps. At this moment, the players had hope and saw the direction they were heading in. They were all fighting for the same goal, inspiring endless motivation. The Eastern faction was united as never before. Yu Jie was extremely confident in this battle. He even felt that it would be better if no other large guilds were participating in this special event. If there were other guilds, the Eastern faction would not be so united. 15 minutes later, the game hint appeared in the player's vision again. Hint: you have triggered the Tier 2 mission Defending Against Zombie Wave. Mission name: Defending Against the Zombie Wave. Mission description 1: in the next 3 hours, the East Square will be attacked by the zombie wave. There will be a continuous stream of zombies entering the square. When the number of zombies in the square exceeds 1,500, the default mission will fail and all players from the faction will be eliminated. Mission description 2: the faction leader can adjust the zombie spawn rate, initial and also the slowest level 1, highest is level 10. After killing 4.76 million zombies, the zombie wave will automatically end, and each faction will be ranked according to the completion rate of the zombie wave. The faster the completion rate, the higher the additional reward the faction will receive. Mission reward: the first player faction will receive food and materials, a safe shelter and additional points. The second player faction will receive a small amount of food and materials, the fourth player faction will receive a deduction of their safe time. Hint: the Tier 2 mission will officially begin in 5 minutes. The faction leader can adjust the spawning rate of the zombie wave in advance. Player, please be careful. Chapter 317, Molotov Cocktail. Chapter 317, Molotov Cocktail. Fang Heng roughly looked at the game hint. The Tier 2 mission was similar to previous special events, so there was nothing fancy or new. God, how is it? Very steady. Fang Heng waved his machete in the air as he spoke. He was very confident. Even if the traps and Molotov cocktail couldn't manage the zombie wave, there was still a group of backup lickers who could join the battlefield at any time. As he spoke, Fang Heng adjusted the spawn rate of the zombie wave to the maximum. On the square, all the players received a hint at the same time. Hint: the spawn rate of the zombie wave in your area has been increased to level 10. The maximum difficulty. So strong. The players whispered to each other. After all, without the participation of the various large guilds, they were more or less uncertain. Fang Heng swept his calm gaze across the crowd. Brothers, everyone has noticed that most of the large guilds in the eastern region did not join this game today. At first, I also felt that it was strange, but later, I figured it out. They're scared. They don't even have the courage to join the game. But we do. Not only do we have it, we have to get first place. Let the people from the other 3 regions see how powerful our eastern region is. I often play on the forums. Many people in the comments say that my prison army is a bunch of greedy people. They're right. I'm just greedy. Think about it carefully. We have so many Molotov cocktails and such a strong defensive line. Why shouldn't we be greedy? Why shouldn't we fight for first place? Brothers, come with me to covet the best reward. Let those cowards regret it. Fong Heng said as he raised a bottle of beer, for the reward. Cheers. The players had drunk some beer before. Under the effects of alcohol, the players were also a little intoxicated, and with Fong Heng's bewitching. They felt that Fong Heng's words seemed to be right. Since they already had the Molotov cocktails, how could they not get first place? The players raised their beer bottles one after another and echoed, cheers. Gulp gulp gulp. Beer bottles fell to the ground one by one. The eyes of the players were red with murderous intent. After drinking a bottle of beer, even Lu Yu felt his blood boiling. He held the machete tightly in his hand. Hint, Tier 2 faction has officially opened. The players equipped themselves with machetes and Molotov cocktails, and then gathered at several entrances of the East Square and waited. In the distance, a dark horde of zombies gradually revealed themselves. The Federation players at the outermost layer had already started to aim and shoot with their pistols. Fong Heng raised his machete and took the lead to charge into the zombie horde. The hegemony skill increased 50% of basic attribute and doubled the HP. Under the passive skill bullet time, Fong Heng saw that the zombie horde's movements were as slow as a turtle's crawl. He swung his machete again, and each time, he could easily hit the zombie's head, killing it in one hit. Hint, you have killed a normal zombie. You have gained 1 point. You have gained 5 seconds of safe time. Hint, you have killed a Tier 1 mutated zombie. You have gained 2 points. You have gained 15 seconds of safe time. Fong Heng quickly reaped the lives of the zombies. Seeing Fong Heng's bravery, the morale of the players soared again. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu looked at each other and carefully swallowed their saliva. Fong Heng was so brave. Fong Heng was different from the last time they saw each other. He had cheated. Yu Jie didn't join the battlefield. He looked at Fong Heng, who was fighting bravely against the zombie horde with a strange expression on his face. Fong Heng's combat ability also surprised him. He originally thought that Fong Heng's strength was based on his ability to control zombies. Without the Lickers and zombie team, Fong Heng could only be considered an experienced ordinary player. However, at this moment, Yu Jie suddenly realized that Fong Heng's ability in close combat was far superior to ordinary people. Yu Jie suppressed the doubts in his heart and waved his hand to signal for the players of the federal team at the back to press forward. They followed Fong Heng's footsteps and quickly cleared the zombie horde. Yu Jie surveyed the battlefield. He was very clear in his heart that it was not difficult to survive this zombie wave with the help of a large number of incendiary bombs. After all, this was the first time Server 8 had experienced a special event. The difficulty of the zombie wave was not high. The ones that spawned were all ordinary zombies. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Tier 1 mutated zombies would appear. Originally, the difficulty of this zombie wave was how to fill their stomachs, obtain weapons and build defensive facilities. Fong Heng's arrival had perfectly solved these 3 problems. The Molotov cocktails were extremely useful against a large group of zombies. If a Molotov cocktail was used, a large group of zombies would be burned, and their HP would continuously drop. After killing dozens of zombies, Fong Heng began to think of a way to retreat. Bullet time was effective, but it also consumed a lot of stamina. In just 5 minutes, 2/3 of his stamina had been consumed. After retreating to the back of the defense line, Fong Heng once again looked around. Everything was under control. The situation of the zombie wave was much better than expected. The defensive traps set in the core area of the East Square had not been triggered, and there were still many Molotov cocktails left. The zombie horde could not break through the entrance of East Square. Fong Heng was about to take a break when he suddenly frowned. In the distance, a large group of zombies swarmed over from the right side of the square. There were so many of them that there seemed to be more than 10,000 of them. The zombie horde had been refreshed at the maximum speed, so why was there suddenly a large group of zombies? The other players also noticed a large group of zombies swarming over from the distance, and they all realized that things were not looking good for them. For a moment, the players whose morale was initially high were now in a mess. Fang Heng suddenly turned his head to look at Yu Jie, who was not far away. Coincidentally, Fang Heng met Yu Jie's gaze. Qin Ming slashed the two zombies that were blocking the road. He ran through the periphery of the eastern district and arrived in front of Yu Jie. "Captain Yu Jie, we're in trouble. Someone destroyed the barbed wire that was blocking the zombies at the East School. A large number of zombies were attracted by the noise here and came directly toward us." Yu Jie's heart sank as his eyes were fixed on Qin Ming. Qin Ming had a guilty conscience. Being stared at by Yu Jie like this, he immediately felt a heavy burden on his shoulder. Yu Jie's eyes seemed to be able to see through Qin Ming's heart. He stared at Qin Ming and asked in a deep voice, "Really?" Qin Ming didn't even dare to look directly into Yu Jie's eyes. He couldn't help but feel his legs trembling slightly. Quite a number of players in the surroundings were also attracted by this scene and were looking at them. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and said directly, "I'm sorry, I." Halfway through his words, Qin Ming felt a heavy slap on his shoulder. "Well done, brother." Turning around, Qin Ming was stunned when he saw Fang Heng with a smile on his face. Chapter 318, Crushing. Chapter 318, Crushing. Turning around, Qin Ming was stunned when he saw Fang Heng's smiling face. Fang Heng was still patting Qin Ming's shoulder. He turned around and explained to Yu Jie. "Yu Jie, I arranged for a group of people to lure some zombies over. This will speed up the completion of our zombie wave." The shock on Yu Jie's face disappeared in a flash. He quickly looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng laughed and patted Qin Ming's back. He praised, "Impressive, Qin Ming. I didn't expect you to attract so many zombies at once. When this wave is over, you can take credit for it." Qin Ming was about to put up a desperate fight, but when he heard Fang Heng's words, he suddenly felt baffled. What was going on? What happened? Did he misunderstand something? Fang Heng was still very enthusiastic. "By the way, how should I address you, brother?" Qin Ming squirmed his throat. "Qin Ming from Qin Fun Gaming Company." Fang Heng took out a loudspeaker from his backpack as he spoke. "Brothers, there's work to do. This wave of zombies was lured here by my team. All of you, get your spirits up. Don't be scared by their numbers. Aren't they just ordinary zombies? Stay far away from them. Just drop the Molotov cocktail and they'll die. Just use the Molotov cocktails to handle them. The faster we kill the monsters and complete the zombie wave mission, the more rewards we'll get." Wow. So it was all arranged by Fang Heng. The players understood in their hearts. That's right, the zombies were crowded together. Wasn't it the best solution to use the Molotov cocktail to kill them? One bottle could kill at least a dozen zombies. The players were a little nervous when they saw the horde of zombies approaching them. Hearing Fang Heng's words, most of the pressure on the players was relieved. Since everything was Fang Heng's plan, there was nothing to be afraid of. A few brave players rushed to the front and threw a few Molotov cocktails at the zombie horde. Instantly, the game hint refreshed crazily, and the points and game save time increased rapidly. F***CK. That's awesome. The player testing the damage was so excited that he couldn't speak. It was the first time he had tried such a terrifying efficiency of killing monsters since he started playing the game. The other players also followed suit and rushed to the place where the zombies were gathered, using the Molotov cocktail to bombard the place. The speed at which the zombies were eliminated in the entire East Square had once again increased greatly. The scene in front of Qin Ming's eyes stunned him. What was going on? Where did they get so many Molotov cocktails? Fang Heng even sent people to lure the zombies over. Qin Ming was completely confused. He had checked the map of the city and spent a lot of effort to lure the zombies from the nearby gathering point to this place. In Qin Ming's imagination, it was already very difficult for the players of the Eastern faction to defend against the zombie wave with only the machete in their hands. Together with the large group of zombies that he had attracted, the entire East Square would fall. Qin Ming could not understand what was happening in front of him. Under the attack of the incendiary bombs, the zombies had no way to resist. Hint: the number of zombies in the eastern region has reached 45%. After throwing a bunch of incendiary bombs, the players realized that the zombie horde was not scary at all. In their eyes, these zombies were like piles of experience points. "Brother, you did well. Thank you for your hard work." Fang Heng pretended to be enthusiastic and patted Qin Ming's shoulder to praise him. He thought to himself that this kid was a talent. He worked hard for half a day, but in the end, he helped him a lot. "No, it's okay. It's good that I can be of some help to everyone." Qin Ming smiled awkwardly. He wasn't sure if Fang Heng was being sarcastic. "Come, try this." Fang Heng stuffed a bag of biscuits into his hand. "By the way, what about the other player who went out with you to lure zombies? He didn't go with you." "No, we left one after another." Qin Ming pretended to be calm and continued. "No, we separated halfway." He felt that the more he talked, the easier it would be for his lie to be exposed. Therefore, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Fang Heng, I'll go and help." Seeing Qin Ming leave as if he was running away, Yu Jie walked over and whispered to Fang Heng, "Fang Heng, there's something wrong with him." Fang Heng licked his lips. "I have to rely on your help. Think of a way to investigate his identity and background." "Yes, I'll get someone to do it after the Tier 2 mission is unlocked and we can go offline. However, are you still planning to keep him? Isn't it a little risky? Let's wait and see. I'm very curious about his real purpose. Why did he want to destroy our eastern faction? Who is the mastermind behind this?" Fang Heng pondered and said, "It's always a little unpleasant to be tricked by someone. We can still retaliate if we keep him alive." "That's good too." Yu Jie nodded and said, "I'll keep an eye on him." Hint: the eastern faction took 26 minutes and 21 seconds to complete the mission defend against the zombie wave. They are ranked first and will receive the highest level reward. The game hint flashed across the retina of all the players in Haramori City. So fast. In the other 3 regional squares, the players who were fighting the zombie wave had strange expressions on their faces. The zombie wave had only started for less than half an hour, and the eastern faction had already completed it. The eastern faction had gone crazy this year. How did they do it? Seeing the players who looked like they had seen a ghost, the leader of the western faction also felt his heart sink. Their faction was extremely lucky. During the gathering process, they found 20 landmines. They thought that victory was within their grasp, but who would have thought that the eastern faction's players were even more terrifying? Don't be distracted. Continue. Do you all want to be eliminated? If the first place is gone, there's still the second place. Hearing this, the players got back their senses and continued to focus on dealing with the zombie wave that was pouring into the square. At the same time, in the East Square, once the zombies stopped spawning, the crowd burst into cheers. "We won. It was too easy. It was just like a dream." Hint: you have completed Tier 2 mission defending against the zombie wave. Hint: the Eastern faction is the first to complete the mission. You have obtained the mission reward coordinates of the safe point, Haramori City, 278, 273. You can find materials in the safe point and the zombies will not spawn near the safe point tonight. Hint: you have obtained 37,551 faction points. You can assign the points to any player in your faction after the end of this special event. The player must successfully clear the level and survive. Hint: Haramori City is in a special location. The nighttime is only 6 hours. Player, please get ready. Hint: Tier 3 mission will be released within 30 minutes after all factions complete Tier 2 mission. Hint: the player's offline function has been unlocked. Player can use the simple bed function to log off. Hint: the inquiry function is open. Player can inquire about the number of remaining players from other factions and the location of the shelter. Fang Heng quickly checked the game hint. The faction leader's authority was extremely high. With 37,000 faction points, when everyone got a share, he would naturally get the lion's share. Chapter 319, Tier 3. Chapter 319, Tier 3. In addition, the game also rewarded them a shelter. At least for tonight, if they stay in the shelter, they didn't have to worry about zombie attacks and could sleep peacefully. The players were especially excited. Not only did they earn a lot from the zombie wave mission, but they also earned a free shelter. They didn't have to work so hard to find a shelter as the players in the other regions, nor do they need to search for food and materials. Just thinking about it made Joey feel good. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Didn't we win? Why do you all look distraught? We won for the time being. The real crisis has just begun. Yujie shook his head and explained, Joey, our Eastern region player count is very low. Joey opened the game query function to check the faction details. The joy on his face instantly dissipated by more than half. The number of players in the other 3 factions was more than 10 times their number. There's something even more troublesome. The other 3 factions must also know that our faction obtained the first place and obtained the food and materials reward. In their eyes, we have fewer people, our overall strength is weaker, and we also have a lot of materials. Lu Yu said in a deep voice, without a doubt, we will become the most perfect prey in their eyes. Zhou Yi's expression also became heavy. They had won, and it was a huge victory. Why did it sound more and more dangerous? There's no need to be so nervous. We'll just have to defend ourselves. Fang Heng laughed, easing the tense atmosphere. He was not flustered at all. He was very relaxed. From the beginning to the end, he did not take the players from the other 3 factions too seriously. Fang Heng had been competing with the King of Gods game, thinking about how he could maximize the benefits of this special event and take one more wave of benefits. Besides, maybe the Tier 3 mission will be exciting. Fang Heng was looking forward to Tier 3 of the mission. In every game, the first 2 tiers of the mission were about the same, but starting from Tier 3, the mission would be very different. Clean up the battlefield. We'll go back to the system shelter first and then make the next step. Fang Heng and Yujie had a simple discussion. They immediately led the team to clean up the battlefield and move to the system shelter. Crimson Technology Headquarters. Shen Xiaoxiao, the secretary with a slim figure, walked into the meeting room. Manager He, we just received news from Qin Ming that the Eastern faction has successfully survived the second zombie wave and has even received the first place reward. That's impossible. He Liang stood up from his office chair. He looked as if he had seen a ghost and stared at Shen Xiaoxiao. Shen Xiaoxiao was shocked by He Liang's expression and couldn't help but take half a step back. He Liang said in a deep voice, continue. Qin Ming explained that Fang Heng obtained a large number of Molotov cocktails through some unknown method in the game. The Eastern faction players used the Molotov cocktails to protect the square and even increased the efficiency of killing zombies. In the end, they got first place in the Tier 2 mission. Molotov cocktail. There must be at least hundreds of Molotov cocktails to resist the zombie wave. How did he get so many Molotov cocktails from the game? I don't know. Qin Ming didn't explain that. He Liang opened his mouth. He realized that he had lost his composure and sat back in his office chair. Is it a zombie team? Can Fang Heng control liquors during the special event? Shen Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, according to Qin Ming's feedback, Fang Heng didn't control liquors or any zombies during the special event. He Liang punched the table with all his strength and said hatefully, that trash. Shen Xiaoxiao lowered her head and didn't say a word. What else did he say? In the previous battle, the Eastern region players have used up most of the Molotov cocktails. Although they received the reward shelter provided by the system, the overall situation of the players is not optimistic. Qin Ming suggested that we contact the other 3 faction players offline to launch a surprise attack on the Eastern faction's shelter. He Liang rubbed his aching temples and tried his best to restrain his anger and remain calm. The Molotov cocktail was indeed very effective against large numbers of zombies, but it was not so effective against players. Moreover, after the end of the Tier 2 mission, all faction information was made public. The players of the 3 factions would realize that Fang Heng's Eastern faction had the least number of players and the weakest strength. Their crisis had just begun. He Liang also received accurate information from Qin Ming that Fang Heng didn't show his ability to control the zombie team during the special event. Fang Heng might not be able to do that. In theory, everything was going according to plan. Even if Fang Heng was lucky enough to get through Tier 2, he would not be able to get through Tier 3 safely. But for some reason, He Liang felt more and more uneasy. Where did Fang Heng get so many incendiary bombs? If this problem could not be solved, He Liang could not sleep or eat in peace. He Liang asked in a deep voice, "Does Qin Ming know what Fang Heng and the others are going to do next?" "There's no news yet. They have just arrived at the shelter, which was their Tier 2 reward. Help me pass a message to Qin Ming. Tell him not to make any move and to keep an eye on him. If anything happens, report back. Hint, you have found and occupied a special shelter. You can bind the camp's shelter here. Hint, you can spend 10,000 faction points to unbind the shelter once. If you unbind it multiple times, the cost will be doubled. You need to rebind the new shelter within 1 hour after unbinding. If the player dies or is eliminated in the process, all Eastern faction players will be eliminated. If the binding is not completed after 1 hour, all Eastern faction players will be eliminated." The system rewards shelter was a large abandoned warehouse near the sea. Fang Heng had just arrived at the warehouse when a row of game hints appeared in his vision. Hint, all factions have completed Tier 2 zombie wave. Player has triggered Tier 3 mission faction shelter. Mission name, faction shelter. Mission 1, player is requested to find a suitable location, the location of the shelter confirmed by the system, within 3.5 hours to bind the faction shelter. Mission 2, player is requested to guard the faction shelter for 24 hours. If the faction shelter is destroyed during the process, all players from the faction will be eliminated. Mission 3, optional attack the other faction's shelter. You will receive all faction points and additional points as rewards. Penalty for failure. If Mission 1 or Mission 2 fails, all players from the faction will be eliminated. The hint for Tier 3 mission surprised Fang Heng. It was a faction-based killing mission. In previous games, missions like this were the most tragic. Yu Jie did not dare to be careless. After receiving the hint for the mission, he immediately discussed the next battle strategy with Fang Heng and the others. Chapter 320, Catapult Device. Chapter 320, Catapult Device. There were still 3.5 hours before sunset. Players from the other 3 factions did not receive any rewards, so they could only rely on themselves to find shelter. After binding the faction shelter, players from the other factions could find out the specific coordinates through the system, so Fang Heng was not in a hurry to bind it. Since the Eastern faction had found the shelter ahead of the others, they had nearly 3.5 hours more development time than the rest. We've already searched the warehouse. There are still a lot of canned fruits and water left in the storage room at the back. There are benefits to having fewer players in our faction. These are enough for us to eat for 3 to 4 days. Yu Jie briefly explained the situation of the system shelter to everyone. We don't lack food and water. What we lack the most right now are weapons. We've almost used up all the Molotov cocktails to deal with the zombie wave. They're very effective against zombies, but they're very average to players. We need to hurry up and think of ways to arm the team. Also, the system defense will protect us tonight. We just need to be careful of other players. The possibility of other players launching an attack on the first night is not high, but we still have to do a good job of defense. Later, I will have people recheck the defense of the warehouse. I will also arrange for people to take turns to guard the warehouse at night. There will also be some gaps in the construction materials. Wood can be obtained by felling trees and furniture. The main thing is that we lack tools. As Yu Jie spoke, he spread out a map on the table. I'm going to send people to start from the nearest gun shop, medicine shop, and hardware store. During special events, the damage of guns to players was reduced by 50%. However, guns were still the most effective way of attacking players in combat. Robbing a gun store was a good choice. Fang Heng, what do you think? Everyone turned to look at Fang Heng. Not bad, you guys go ahead. I've received a special mission and I need to finish it quickly. I'll come back to look for you guys after I finish it. Special mission. Yu Jie was stunned, and then he realized, you mean Wendy's mission. I know this mission. The mission difficulty is quite high. Yu Jie did not know that Fang Heng had already completed more than half of Wendy's missions. He thought that Fang Heng had only just received the mission. He advised, Fang Heng, I do not recommend you to participate. This mission consumes a lot of time and energy. You need to gather the strength of the entire faction to complete it. It doesn't matter. I have plans. While the players from the other 3 factions are still looking for shelter, I will complete it as soon as possible. Yu Jie sighed in his heart. He felt that Fang Heng was still too young. What were 3 hours? In the old region, he had gathered the strength of the entire faction and spent 30 hours just to complete the first part of the special mission. Tier 2 was even more troublesome. Usually, the player would leave after completing Tier 1. Yu Jie nodded and said, "All right then. Wendy's mission is very complicated. You have to be mentally prepared. Okay, let's split up." After a simple discussion, Fang Heng and Yu Jie split up. They agreed to contact each other through survival radio if they encountered any special situations. Fang Heng was about to drive the truck back to the city center with Mo Jiawei when Zhou Yi and Lu Yu quickly followed. Zhou Yi came up and whispered outside the window, "God, don't be in a hurry to leave. There's a special mission that I mentioned to you before." Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and opened the truck door. "Let's go. Let's talk inside." Fang Heng had heard from Pei Anan that Zhou Yi had found a special mission through a special channel and was able to make a large sum of money from this special event. The people from the Federation were here just now. I didn't dare to mention it. Only when the truck left the warehouse area did Zhou Yi chuckle. "This is a mission that I learned from a special channel. It doesn't come from an honest source." Lu Yu nudged Zhou Yi with his elbow. "Boss, let's get down to business." Oh, it's like this. I learned that there's a supersized modern weapons factory in Haramori City. The resources in the weapons factory are enough to equip an army of a few hundred people. Zhou Yi was inexplicably excited. Most importantly, there are firearms forging blueprints and precision instruments for manufacturing guns. This information was very useful. However, to him, the temptation was not that great. After the zombie team was formed, the players were no longer a threat in his eyes. Firearms were just to improve the safety of the camp shelter. It was like the icing on the cake. Cough, cough. Lu Yu saw Fang Heng's indifferent expression and coughed lightly. He could not help but remind him again, "Boss, let's get down to business." "I know. Don't rush me." Zhou Yi looked at Lu Yu with dissatisfaction. He turned to look at Fang Heng and said word by word, "God, we can still think of a way to transport these weapons out of Haramori City." "What?" "Send them out." He turned to look at Zhou Yi. "There's such an operation." According to what Fang Heng knew, the special incident was indeed in a certain region of the Apocalypse game world. However, he had never heard of a player moving materials out of Haramori City. This was because Haramori City was surrounded by a type of purple poisonous gas. The purple poisonous gas was extremely toxic and corrosive. The high concentration of the poisonous gas would kill the player instantly. Even if the player wore a full set of biochemical clothes, if he were to be exposed to the poisonous gas for 5 to 6 minutes, the biochemical clothes would still be damaged due to corrosion. After the game officially started, the concentration of the poisonous gas around Haramori City would gradually decrease, but it would not disappear immediately. In the past, after a special event, the city would always be destroyed because of all kinds of accidents. It can be done. A friend of mine tested it himself. It took me a lot of effort to get this method. It's reliable. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up when he said this, and he was a little excited. Mo Jiawei was also curious, so he came up and asked, "What method?" "God is right. Haramori City is surrounded by poisonous gas, so it's impossible to walk on the ground, so we have to find another way." Mo Jiawei instantly understood. He asked almost reflexively, "We have to dig a tunnel." "No, that's not it." Zhou Yi raised his hand and pointed at the roof of the car. "We have to fly from the sky." "You mean a helicopter?" Mo Jiawei frowned when he heard that. "I don't think so. I've checked the information. The poisonous gas in the periphery of Haramori City is very powerful. Even at high altitudes, the helicopter will be affected by the poisonous gas and will soon fall due to the corrosion of the propeller." No. We don't need something as high-end as a helicopter yet. We just need to make a strong catapult device with super high torque, bring the materials into the high buildings at the edge of Haramori City, and then use the advanced catapult device to launch the materials out of the town. Chapter 321, An Important Question. Chapter 321, An Important Question. Just like this. As Zhou Yi spoke, he made a slingshot gesture with his hand. I've already prepared the skill blueprint. I've spent a lot of effort. The maximum range is at least 1.5 kilometers. With the height advantage, it'll work. Zhou Yi made a detailed plan and then gestured at Lu Yu with his mouth. I've already learned the blueprint to modify the catapult device. As long as I gather the materials, I can immediately create them. It'll take about half a day to build the building. If there's a potion to speed up the recovery speed, the efficiency will continue to increase. Of course, we still need someone outside to help us collect the materials we threw out. We'll have to rely on God's help in this aspect. Fang Heng lowered his head and carefully considered the feasibility of this plan. God, what do you think? It's probably okay. Fang Heng pondered for a moment in his heart, then raised his head and said, but there are a few details that I still have some doubts about. Zhou Yi said solemnly, God, what do you think? The firearms processing precision instrument should be a large-scale instrument, right? In terms of dismantling, our skill level is not enough. Forcefully dismantling it will cause damage to the instrument parts. Secondly, if we throw it over a long distance, the fall will cause even more damage to the parts. Zhou Yi was stunned. He had not considered this question. This in the future, we should be able to find someone to repair it, right? Indeed, but I want to say, since we can use the catapult device to throw materials out of Haramori City, why not directly build a spatial rift? Fang Heng felt strange and asked, why don't we just do it in one step and pack up all the materials and instruments, including the firearms forging blueprints and the firearms processing precision instrument, and bring them back to the shelter from Haramori City? Spatial rift. Pack them up and take them away. This idea was too far-fetched. The people in the truck instantly became silent and looked at Fang Heng quietly. No one had ever considered this question. Was there even a need to ask? Because it was simply impossible. The spatial rift was a large-scale device. It required a large amount of the player's vitality and materials to complete the construction. Other than that, there was also a time limit. It would require 3 days just to locate the time passage for the spatial rift. Moreover, in Haramori City, other than searching for survival materials, dealing with the zombie wave and completing the game mission, the player also had to be careful of attacks from players from the other 3 factions. It was extremely difficult to survive. There was simply no extra time, energy, and materials to build the spatial rift device. Most importantly, a server only had a handful of space-tearing device blueprints. Even if the player had unlimited vitality, it would take 2 to 3 days for a person to build the spatial rift device. Looks like it's possible. All the problems were not a problem for Fang Heng. He did not lack food. On one hand, the zombie team could gather some of the materials. On the other hand, Fang Heng had originally planned to empty Wendy's apocalypse shop. He also had plenty of construction workers. The zombie team had inherited his construction skills. With so many zombies, it was easy to build a spatial rift device. As for materials, some of the rarer materials could be purchased from Wendy's shop. The other common materials could be found in Haramori City by the zombie team. As for the players from the opposing faction, he was not afraid of them at all. After tonight, when the lickers finished self-proliferation, no matter how many players from the opposing factions come, they would be goners. The only problem was time. It would take 3 days to locate the spatial rift device's location. If he wanted to open the spatial rift, he had to control the time. He could not let this special event end too soon. He would plunder the entire Haramori City. If he could have the firearms forging blueprints and the firearms processing precision instrument, it meant that his shelter would be able to produce a steady stream of guns and bullets. This business was profitable. Squeak. An hour and a half later, the military truck filled with goods once again stopped in front of a villa in the center of the city. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu were the first to jump out of the truck. A bumper harvest. During the time they were hacking, the zombies had thoroughly searched the entire hospital in the city center. Other than collecting a lot of medical supplies, there was also half a truck full of mission item first aid materials. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu felt that this wave was too exhilarating. According to the points, a truck full of materials could earn at least 4,000 points. By then, they would be able to acquire a large number of materials and resources. Perhaps Fang Heng's grand plan of building a spatial rift device was possible. The two of them were very enthusiastic. Just as they were about to move the first aid materials from the truck, Fang Heng reached out to stop them. "Don't rush, wait first, don't rush to hand in the mission." Zhou Yi and Lu Yu stopped and looked at Fang Heng in confusion. "Wait. Why is that?" Fang Heng sighed silently. "Game mission restrictions. Wendy will not continue to issue normal missions after 50,000 points. I guess this camp is quite big. Just 10,000 points are far from enough to buy out the shop. The Tier 1 point mission provided by Wendy would become invalid once the accumulated points reached 5,000 points. Normal missions would no longer be issued to the public. Therefore, Fang Heng planned to receive a few missions that could greatly stack the completion rate, and then submit them all at once. The last wave would earn a large number of points. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu looked at each other, speechless. D***M it. Including half a truck of mission items, Fang Heng could exchange for more than 8,000 points. Fang Heng was still not satisfied. Did he want to empty the whole place? It felt so good. Hint, you have submitted the mission to collect first aid materials. Current mission completion rate, 500.4%. You have received 1,000.8 camp points. Hint, you have submitted the mission to clear the zombie horde in the hospital area. Current mission completion rate, 1,336.4%. You have received 1,336.4 camp points. Hint, your friendship with Wendy has slightly increased. Fang Heng, your mission completion rate has exceeded my expectations. I think you are the best candidate to complete the mission. Wendy praised him from the bottom of her heart. Unfortunately, you still need to complete another 200 points mission to pass my assessment. Fang Heng smiled kindly. Of course, I will continue to work hard. I believe in your ability. In addition, do you need to exchange for some materials and tools now? I will do my best to help you. We have many new weapons here, you should be able to. Fang Heng shook his head and raised 2 fingers. No, I don't need anything else. I only need to exchange for 2 military trucks. The rest of the points will be exchanged for canned coffee. Thank you. It was happening again. Trucks again. Wendy really could not understand why Fang Heng needed so many military trucks. Also, Wendy, I have a very important question. Wendy said seriously, please speak. Can the trucks in the camp be exchanged indefinitely? Chapter 322, Submission of Mission. Chapter 322, Submission of Mission. I mean, how many trucks can I exchange for at most? Also, I saw that you have a mission to purchase wood here, and I want to know the demand for wood in your camp. Wendy was completely confused by Fang Heng's question. She thought that Fang Heng would ask about the situation in Haramori City, but she didn't expect such a strange question. Seeing that Wendy didn't answer for a moment, Fang Heng changed the question. I mean, how much wood can your camp collect at most? Wendy pressed her temples and replied gently, there are still 20 military trucks left in our camp. Also, there are no restrictions on purchasing. We need a lot of resources, the more the better. There were 20 large trucks. As expected of the apocalypse camp in a big city. Unlike the dilapidated camp at the prison entrance, there was no exchange for a single truck, and there was also a limit on the number of materials that could be purchased. The warehouse was always full. The smile on Fang Heng's face became even more brilliant. If you say so, then I can be at ease and boldly empty your shop. Thank you, Wendy, I still need to collect some more missions, sorry to trouble you. Hint, you have received a mission collect first aid materials. Hint, you have received a mission collect construction materials, wooden planks. Hint, you have exchanged points for military trucks *2, Nestle canned coffee, 24 bottles, *4. After accepting the missions and exchanging for 2 trucks and 4 small boxes of coffee, the camp security captain, Ron, brought Fang Heng out of the villa. Fang Heng, I heard that you've accepted the mission of collecting wooden planks. I suggest that you go to the furniture factory in the west of the city. I remember that there are quite a few high-quality ready-made wooden planks there, but it's a bit far there, so it's more troublesome to go back and forth. In addition, there's also a wood processing factory in the north of the city. Thank you for your suggestion, Ron, but collecting wooden planks doesn't need to be so troublesome. Ron felt a little strange, wondering if Fong Heng had a better choice. All right, I wish you good luck. Also, I've already asked someone to park the military truck you need outside the villa. Here are the car keys. Thank you. Also, wait a little longer. This batch of goods is prepared to be submitted to Ms. Wendy later. I will put it here for the time being. Fong Heng took the keys and raised his hand, waving at Mo Jiawei and the other two who were sitting beside him in the trailer behind the truck. It's done. Come and unload the goods. Hurry up. Coming. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu were very excited. They immediately jumped onto the truck and threw bags of first aid materials down the truck. They would empty the apocalypse camp. And it was a large-scale apocalypse camp in a special event. It was exciting just thinking about it. This is. Looking at the bags of first aid materials, the camp security captain, Ron, opened his mouth and was puzzled. Fong Heng, do you still have the first aid materials that haven't been submitted yet? Shoo, there's no rush. I have to give Wendy a surprise. I'll leave these goods with you for now. I'll submit them to Wendy tomorrow morning. Fong Heng made a gesture to Ron to keep mum about this matter and patted him on the shoulder. There will be a lot of materials delivered tonight. Be prepared to receive them. Under Ron's puzzled gaze, Zhou Yi and the other two moved half of the first aid materials from the trailer onto the ground. After moving the materials, the four of them got into 3 trucks. Fong Heng, where are we going next? Fong Heng was already prepared. He quickly glanced at the map of the city with excitement on his face. East Park. There's a lot of wood there. Let's work hard tonight and think of a way to flatten all the trees in the park. Bring back all the wooden planks. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu responded loudly, full of fighting spirit. Looking at the 3 military trucks slowly leaving the villa, Ron suddenly had a strange thought. These people exchanged for 3 trucks, could it be that they were using the trucks to transport materials? How could it be? Ron smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. Early in the morning, the sun shone through the window and entered the room. Wendy had just finished her breakfast. The situation in Haramori City was not very good. The evacuation would be in the next few days. Wendy, Fong Heng is waiting for you outside the villa. Has he finally completed the mission? Wendy thought to herself. With Fong Heng's ability, it was very easy for him to complete the last 200 points mission. Wendy originally thought that he would be able to complete it successfully yesterday. She did not expect him to still spend an entire night. That was true. After all, it was too dangerous to act at night. This group of survivors had just arrived in Haramori City. They still needed to find a safe shelter to deal with all kinds of crises. It was indeed a little difficult for them. Ron stood at the door, feeling conflicted. He looked at Wendy, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Wendy noticed Ron's expression. Ron. Did something happen? Ms. Wendy, those survivors. Ron felt that Wendy would not believe him even if he told her. He pointed at the window. You should look out of the window yourself. Wendy was puzzled. She walked to the window and looked out. Wendy rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The entire back garden was filled with wooden planks. It was as high as a story. Wooden planks. So many. Where did they come from? Mr. Fong Heng found a way to get them. Since last night, he has been sending wooden planks to the shelter. The warehouse, the front yard and the backyard are all full. The extra ones can only be temporarily stored in the living room on the first floor of the villa. But Ron, where did he get so many wooden planks? Ron shook his head. What a coincidence. He couldn't figure this out either. Even if the furniture factory and the wood processing factory were emptied, there wouldn't be so many logs. Wendy quickly regained her usual composure. Forget it, Ron. Bring me to meet him. To facilitate the transportation of goods, Fong Heng and the others simply waited for Wendy at the entrance of the villa. This was a place for unloading goods. It was rare for an area to be cleared out. The guards in the camp were still helping to move the materials back and forth, walking with difficulty among the piles of wood. Emojiaway and the other two lay in the back seat of the trailer to rest. They stayed up all night, driving trucks to and fro between the city central park and the villa to transport the materials, acting as coolies. Although it was very tiring, the result was very satisfying. The thought of emptying the entire store made Zhou Yi and Lu Yu feel like they were on steroids. Fang Heng threw a few cans of coffee to his friends and gulped down tons of coffee into his stomach. Seeing Ron and Wendy walking over, Fang Heng waved to greet them. "Good morning, Wendy. These woods are a surprise that I prepared for you." A surprise. Wendy was indeed surprised for a while, but she didn't feel much joy. "Fang Heng, you surprised me too much. Hint, you have submitted a mission: kill a Tier 1 zombie. Current mission completion rate, 3000.4%. You have received 3000.4 camp points. Hint, you have submitted a mission: collect construction materials, wooden planks. Current mission completion rate, 20,500%. You have received 20,500.8 camp points. Hint, you have submitted a mission: collect first aid materials. Current mission completion rate, 550%. You have obtained 1100 camp points. Chapter 323, Crystals. Chapter 323, Crystals. 250,000 points were obtained. Fang Heng felt that the whole night had not been in vain. The exchange price for a truck was 1,200. Originally, exchanging for 10 trucks was more than enough. But considering that he still had to build a teleportation passage later, the trucks here could all be brought back to the shelter. Fang Heng decided to empty all the trucks in the camp. After all, his shelter was very short of trucks. "Fang Heng, your ability has exceeded my expectations. I have a special mission for you." Fang Heng said seriously, "Please speak." Haramori City is different from the outside world. This is a very strange place. When we were collecting materials in the city, we found a very strange crystal. These strange crystals have different colors and have very weak strength. If we can collect all the crystals and fuse them into one, perhaps we can find more valuable information. "Fang Heng, I hope you can search the entire city and find all the crystals." Hint, you have received Wendy's approval. You have triggered Wendy's final mission, Fusion Crystals. Mission name, Fusion Crystals. Mission description, you have learned from Wendy that some strange crystals have recently been discovered in Haramori City. Wendy needs to collect different types of crystals in an attempt to obtain the secret of crystals. Mission requirements, please collect 21 different types of crystals and fuse them, each type of crystal *500. Mission reward, skill book. Seeing the mission reward, Fang Heng was shocked. However, looking at the mission requirements, it seemed to be very troublesome. There were 21 types of crystals in total, and each type required a total of 500 crystals. He estimated that he would need to search the entire Haramori City before he could do it. Wasn't it a little too time-consuming? After all, the zombie team still had to focus on building the space-time rift, so they didn't have much spare time in terms of productivity. While Fang Heng was pondering in his heart, a row of game hints appeared in his vision once again. Hint, under special influences, Tier 4 mission has been triggered. Player to carry out Tier 3 and Tier 4 missions simultaneously. Tier 4 Mission Resource Point Competition. Mission name, Resource Point Competition. Mission description: 121 special resource points, including health stations, restaurants, gun shops, factories, etc., will be refreshed in 2 hours in Haramori City. The player can search for materials in the system's special resource points. The faction leader can choose to obtain the ownership of the resource points after clearing the resource points. Player can also seize the resource points that have been occupied by other factions. Mission description 2. After successfully occupying the resource points, player can obtain the special crystals produced by the resource points every 1 hour. The crystals produced by each resource point are different. Player can directly exchange materials through the crystals. Mission description 3. After the end of the special event, the crystals that had not been consumed would be converted into special event points at a fixed rate. Clear option 1. Obtain 10 special crystals from any of the 8 different types. Player could choose to go to City Street number 3822 in the city to look for Wendy to deliver the crystals. After the delivery is completed, the special event is deemed to be completed and the player will enter the settlement state. After completing the event through this method, you will be rewarded with 30 King of Gods points. Clear option 2, after 3 days in the game, you can choose to directly exit the special event and enter the settlement state. Special hint, as time passes, the strength of the zombies in Haramori City will gradually increase. Fang Heng carefully read through the mission description and immediately came to a realization. It turned out that Wendy's crystal gathering mission and the main storyline mission for the special event were related to each other. 21 different types of crystals coincidentally corresponded to 21 different resource points. In other words, the mission for Tier 4 was to obtain resources. The system was divided into a total of 21 resource points. In order to complete the mission and obtain the reward, the player would certainly launch an intense battle around these 21 resource points. In a short moment, Fang Heng already had a rough plan in his mind. He raised his head and smiled, "Wendy, I will try my best to complete the mission. But before that, I need to exchange for some things." "Of course, Fang Heng. If it's a weapon, I can provide it to you." Fang Heng waved his hand and interrupted, "No, what I need is a truck." "Another truck?" "Yes, I want all the remaining trucks." Wendy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She even suspected that Fang Heng had some special preference for trucks. "Fang Heng, do you really need so many trucks?" Fang Heng opened the exchange column of the Apocalypse camp as he spoke. "Also, this item is not bad. I will use up all the remaining points to exchange for it." "Thank you." Wendy was even more confused when she saw the item Fang Heng was referring to. "Are you sure? This item doesn't seem to be of any help to the next mission." Warehouse shelter. The Eastern faction's players had a peaceful night. After going online, the players began to strengthen the warehouse's defense. Yu Jie was slightly stunned when he saw Fang Heng and the other two driving 4 large trucks into the warehouse's entrance. D*MN, they hadn't seen each other for a night. Why did they bring back 3 more trucks? Many players also noticed the large trucks that Fang Heng brought back. More observant players noticed that 2 of the trucks were carrying heavy items behind them. Because they were covered by tarps, the players did not know what was inside. Fang Heng jumped down from the first truck. Yu Jie walked up. "Fang Heng, is everything going well? How's the completion of Wendy's mission?" "Tier 1 was successfully completed, but Tier 2 is a little troublesome." "Yes, Wendy's mission is very difficult. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." As he spoke, Yu Jie realized that something was wrong. He looked at Fang Heng. "Wait, what did you say? You've completed Wendy's Tier 1 mission?" "Yes, it's indeed a little troublesome. It took me an entire night to complete it." Yu Jie stared at Fang Heng in a daze for a long while. Only took an entire night. In the old server, similar missions like Tier 1 usually required the strength of the entire faction to complete in an entire day. This was under the premise that the other factions would not cause any trouble. How did he manage to complete the mission in one night? Fang Heng stretched his body, raised his head and gulped down another bottle of coffee. He passed another bottle to Yu Jie. "Do you want one?" Yu Jie came back to his senses. "No, there's no need. How's the situation at the shelter?" "It was very peaceful last night, but..." Yu Jie thought of something unpleasant. His expression darkened. He gestured for Fang Heng to walk to a corner and whispered in Fang Heng's ear. "I've asked around." This time, the Eastern region's various large guilds agreed to not participate in the special event because they planned ahead. Moreover, their target is you. Chapter 324, Target. Chapter 324, Target. What? Their target is me? Fang Heng frowned. He was very surprised by this. The prison's influence is developing too quickly. These large guilds feel a great threat from you, especially the lickers that you and the Dark Knights control. They think that if they continue to let you develop, the entire District 8's Apocalypse game world will be under your complete control. Therefore, the various large guilds in the Eastern region have secretly reached an agreement. They want to use this special event as an opportunity to attack you. Other than the Eastern region, all the players in the entire Server 8's apocalyptic world are very wary of you. They have all come to an agreement in private that they will first target the Eastern region during the special event. Once they confirm that you have died in the special event, the Eastern region's large guilds will immediately launch an attack on the prison, hindering your development in the game. It turned out that these big guilds were targeting him. They were not stupid. It was just a pity. Their timing wasn't right. It was too late. The prison's development had long exceeded their imagination. No matter how many came, they were going to be goners. Fang Heng felt that the eastern region's big guilds did a good thing by not participating in this special event. Otherwise, the worst thing that could happen was that a large group of disgusting teammates had snuck into the camp. I found out that the sponsors of this joint attack on the prison are the two large companies, Crimson Technology and Phoenix Sound Gaming Company. Yu Jie was also quite displeased. These large guilds had secretly agreed to go against the prison, and even the Eastern Federation had fallen into their trap. If Fang Heng had not thought of a way to obtain many Molotov cocktails in the Tier 2 zombie wave mission to turn the tide, he and his subordinates would most likely have lost their lives in this special event. In addition, I have also secretly investigated Qin Ming. His company has recently owed a large sum of money. If our guess is correct, he was most probably bribed by Crimson Technology. He joined the game to monitor our every move and provide information to the players from the other three camps. During the Tier 2 zombie wave, he deliberately lured a wave of zombies over to destroy our defensive line. As Yu Jie spoke, his gaze swept in the direction of the warehouse. Given my identity, it's not convenient for me to take action. It's best for you to take care of him. Even a mole had to die. However, killing him like this is a little too easy for him. Fang Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. That's the gist of the situation. The other three factions must have already found out about the internal situation of our faction through Qin Ming. Yu Jie felt that the eastern faction was becoming more and more dangerous this time. Fang Heng, there aren't many Molotov cocktails left. The overall strength of our eastern faction is relatively weak. It's estimated that the players from the other three factions will attack soon. When that time comes, our federation will not participate in the battle between players. I hope you can understand. Fang Heng nodded lightly. As Yu Jie spoke, he turned his head to look at Fang Heng's truck. Right, what good stuff did you bring back? Can you help us tide over this crisis? Of course. Those are all pretty good stuff. Fang Heng smiled casually and patted Yu Jie's shoulder like an old friend. Yu Jie, do you know, I have a great plan. As he listened to Fang Heng's initial plan, Yu Jie's expression gradually became strange. He turned around again and looked at the big trucks. Fang Heng, you mean the ones inside are you're not joking with me, right? Of course, I'm serious. After a brief discussion with Fang Heng, Yu Jie gathered all the player representatives to discuss the next step of the Eastern faction's battle plan. Everyone, the system has given a hint that the Tier 4 mission had been triggered in advance, and the method to complete the special event earlier has also been unlocked. As Yu Jie spoke, he spread out the map of the original city on the wooden table. Among the 21 resource points given by the system, there is a large-scale firearms manufacturing factory and 2 firearms and weapon stores. These 2 places will be the first few targets that the players want to occupy. With the strength of our player team, forcefully attacking the firearms factory will not give us an advantage. In addition, the Tier 4 mission will most likely trigger conflicts with other factions. The Federation of the various regions will not participate in similar conflicts. Fang Heng lowered his head to observe the map and pondered for a moment. After yesterday's battle, Fang Heng's prestige among the players had reached its peak. The players looked at Fang Heng at the same time, waiting for him to plan his strategy. Yu Jie also looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, what do you think our faction should do next? I think this place is not bad. We can start from here and occupy this resource point first. Fang Heng lowered his head as he spoke and pointed at a corner of the city map near the west side of Haramori City. The players all looked in the direction that Fang Heng was pointing at the same time. This place was Building Materials Market. Everyone was confused by Fang Heng. From the perspective of an ordinary player, the most important thing at this stage was undoubtedly weapons. With weapons, one's combat power could be greatly increased. One would have a huge advantage after ensuring combat power, whether it was gathering materials, dealing with zombies or dealing with players. Next would be necessities such as food and medical supplies. Next would be special materials, such as gasoline, fortifications, and so on. As for the building materials market, That place was mostly filled with tools and various building materials, so it was completely useless. Seeing the puzzled looks of the player, Fong Heng remained calm. We can occupy the building materials market first and use the building materials market as the base point to gradually occupy the surrounding resources points. What do you think? This answer was too unexpected and everyone fell silent. The guild leader of a small guild raised his hand and asked weakly. Boss Fong, is there a reason? Why didn't we choose to occupy the firearms factory first? If you want a reason. All right, I'll be honest with you. I don't think the strength of the other camps is worth mentioning. It's a waste of time to go to the firearms factory first. After all, firearms don't improve the overall strength of our team at this stage. Finding an opportunity to occupy the resource points in the building materials market and expanding the production capacity is the most time-saving way to develop. There are high-level building materials and tools in the building materials market, which will greatly improve our building ability. While speaking, Fong Heng gestured to a few big trucks that were parked not far away. Mo Jiawei was already prepared. He opened the tarp at the back of the big truck. The back of the big truck was filled with more than 20 large-scale furnaces. When the players first saw the tarp at the back of the big truck, they thought that it was filled with some survival materials or gasoline, like last time. Who would have thought that it was filled with furnaces? Chapter 325, Production Line. Chapter 325, Production Line. With tools and a furnace, we can complete autonomous iron making and vigorously develop our productivity. In addition, I've learned that there's a complete production line for firearms in the firearms factory in the center of the city. With enough metal materials, if everything goes smoothly, we should be able to occupy the firearms factory and start mass-producing low-level guns in 2 days. Everyone, do you have any questions? The players looked at each other. They were completely dumbfounded by Fong Heng's series of fancy operations. This was a huge thing. Although most of the players didn't quite understand, they still understood a few key words. D***MN. Other people came to the special event to survive, but he came solo to build infrastructure. Yu Jie couldn't take it anymore. He cleared his throat and explained to the players. Actually, what Fong Heng is trying to say is that the current strength of our eastern region is relatively weak. The success rate of competing with the other regions for firearms is very low. Rather than fighting head-on, it's better to find another way to quickly occupy a few marginal resource points. We'll withdraw from the competition for the firearms resource point and let the players from the other 3 factions compete for them, depleting their strength. We'll take advantage of this time to quickly occupy the marginal resource points and obtain a large number of crystals. The mission requirement for clearing the level is to collect the crystals from 8 different resource points. There are no requirements for the type of crystals. In the future, we can also trade with players from other factions in exchange for crystals from other resource points. We can avoid direct conflict with players from other factions and achieve the ultimate goal of everyone safely clearing the game. So that was the case. Hearing Yu Jie's explanation, everyone came to a sudden realization and started discussing in low voices. So that was what God meant. It seemed that this was indeed the safest solution at the moment. This was much more reliable than Fong Heng's infrastructure plan. In the crowd, Qin Ming's expression was a little ugly. He stole a glance at Fong Heng. He had to admit that Fong Heng's plan was somewhat operational. Once it succeeded, it was very likely that the Eastern faction players could successfully end this special event. Fong Heng maintained his smile and took in everyone's expressions. It was really hard to let people believe in others in this world. He was clearly telling the truth, but no one believed him. He really wanted to build infrastructure. Building the teleportation passage required a large amount of iron and metal. He needed to quickly occupy the building materials market. There were advanced steel tools and special production resources there, which could greatly speed up the efficiency of the zombie team's resource acquisition. Yu Jie reached out his hand and pressed down, waiting for the players' discussion to become a little quieter. He continued, so after discussing with Fong Heng, we decided to go to the building materials market together and occupy the resource points in the building materials market as soon as possible. Then, we'll use the building materials market as the starting point to quickly clear out the surrounding resource points. This operation is very important. Our time is very tight. Other than leaving a few players to guard against those wandering zombies, the rest of the player team will move out. Hearing Yujie's words, the players were in an uproar again. All of them. Are we all going to attack the resource points? There's no need for so many people to go over together, right? If we all run over there, what will happen to the shelter? That's right. What if our shelter is attacked by other factions at this time? The players all felt that the risk this time was too great. If they were attacked by other factions, it was equivalent to all of them being eliminated. There is indeed a risk. Yujie waited quietly. After everyone's discussion died down, he swept his gaze across everyone. However, we have no other choice. Compared to the other factions, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and strength. If we stay here passively or split our forces, our combat power will be greatly reduced. We have tried other methods as well. To put it bluntly, the other methods are all slow deaths. Only by quickly occupying at least 6 regions and quickly collecting crystals will we have a chance to successfully leave this special event. The players all fell silent. The logic seemed to be the same, but this was too much. Everyone. Fang Heng did not want to waste any more time. He took a small step forward. Ever since he joined the game, the prestige that Fang Heng had accumulated made all the players quiet down at the same time. They all turned their heads to look at Fang Heng. Molotov cocktails are almost exhausted. The fewer players heading to clean up the resource points, the more time will be wasted. Even if half of our players stay here, we won't be able to resist the attacks of the other 3 factions. Instead of waiting for death, why don't we take a gamble and see how lucky we are? What do you think? After a moment of silence, one of the players yelled, D***MN it. Fang is right. We'll take the gamble. F***CK it. Instead of waiting for death, let's take the gamble. We'll take the gamble. Go, go, go. Our chances of winning are still very high. Fang Heng smiled calmly. I think the first target of the other 3 camps will be the firearms resource points. It's unlikely that they will attack our shelter. We don't have time. The truck is our biggest advantage now. It can save us a lot of time on our journey. Before the players from the other camps can react, we'll occupy the small-scale resource points first. Let's go. In the crowd, Qin Ming clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the red-eyed players who were prepared to fight to the death. He was so agitated that his body could not help but tremble. Gamble. Hee hee. They would definitely lose this gamble. Leaving behind an empty shelter was Fang Heng's biggest flaw. He only needed to leak this information. Fang Heng would die. When Crimson Technologies' office got wind of the movements of the Eastern faction players, He Liang was shocked again. Fang Heng brought all the Eastern faction players to the resource point. There's practically no protection in the shelter. Was he prepared to fight to the death? Or was he deliberately setting up a trap? He Liang was bewildered. Qin Ming even reported the specific strategic arrangements to Crimson Technology. What he said was a bit disorganized. I sorted it out. Secretary Shen Xiaoxiao handed the file over. He Liang flipped through the file on the desk, his brows furrowed. So that was it. Tier 4 mission. He Liang finished reading the entire plan and was admiring it in his heart. Bold. Looking at the strategic arrangements, Fang Heng's decision was indeed reasonable. He Liang took a deep breath and closed the file. Act immediately. Contact the guilds in the other 3 regions. Tell them that, with Crimson Technologies' reputation as a guarantee, there are only a few defenses in the Eastern Shelter. Whoever gets there first will be able to seize all of the Eastern Shelter's resources and points. Part 5 of the series ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give us a like and subscribe so we can be motivated to make even better videos in the future.